Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-guided human introduction for 30 seconds, followed by AI international for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see fifth part. What if Harry Potter became the target of a Slytherin rival? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. During the Triwizard Tournament, Harry Potter draws the attention of a Slytherin rival who knows his power, and wants him for his own ends. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Black Townhouse. Susan was sitting in the meeting room. She was worrying and fretting as she looked at the door. Her betrothed was off to face the most feared Dark Lord in living memory. Even though he was the first war mage to be born in Avalon for 1,000 years, there was still so much that could go wrong. She felt angry that he had left her on the sidelines while he went off to face his mortal enemy and worried that he may not return. Until he did, all she could do was sit, wait, and worry. She desired with all her heart that he would just walk through that door and that he would be unharmed. Hermione, who was propped up in a nearby chair, looked up from reading a tome on runes. She noticed Susan fretting and asked, "Is everything okay, Susan?" Susan shook her head miserably. "Harry has gone to fight Voldemort." Hermione nearly fell out of her chair and the tome in her hands fell to the floor. "What?" she exclaimed loudly, "and he did not tell us." Susan grumbled, "He was sneaking out and I caught him. I was suspecting something like this would happen." "What do you mean?" Hermione asked. "What did you notice?" "Auntie has been a bit on edge since I came home for Yule holiday. She was oftentimes lost in thought. I thought she was having trouble at work, but when she told me that I could stay at Hannah's this evening I was immediately suspicious because she has always spent Yule with me as long as I can remember." Then there was the way Harry hastily ended the dinner and left. There was the look. Padfoot and Moony shared a look with him before they disappeared. "I suspected something like this was going to happen." Hermione looked worried. "Is there anyone else with him there? He should have asked us to join him. We would have been there for him. Why did he not tell us? What can we do to help him?" Susan shook her head sadly. "I do not even know where he is. But he did say that about 50 Aurors and Dumbledore were backing him up. I also demanded that he take me with him. But he persuaded me to stay out of it this time." Hermione just sighed. She had been drowsy a minute ago but sleep left her at that moment. She wished Ron was there so he could have assured her how Harry was the luckiest bloke around and that he would kick Tom Riddle's scaly backside and return to them before morning. She should have noticed when Harry snuck out of the townhouse. She decided to stay awake and sit with Susan while waiting for any news. Just then the flow roared and Susan ran towards it hoping Harry was back. But Neville Longbottom stepped out. "Is Harry here?" Susan threw herself into his arms. "Neville, he has gone to fight Voldemort." Neville awkwardly patted the top of her head. "I know, Sue. I know, and trust me that he will be safe." He was feeling very uncomfortable with the way Susan was clinging to him and hoping for a few words of assurance. He had come to think of Susan as a sister that he did not have. She had confided all of her fears to him and he had always helped her. They had known each other since they were small children. Since they all started time together since the summer, he felt protective of her. Hermione asked him, "How do you know?" Neville grinned sheepishly. "Mother and father have been a little skittish since I came home for vacation. They have been showering more affection on me than they have done before. Today, father was off to some official work after our celebrations. Before he left he got real emotional telling me that he is proud of me. I kept an eye on my mother and just saw her receiving a Patronus from father asking her to come to the ministry and that the fun is about to begin. I put the pieces together and wanted to see if my theory was correct or not." Neville pulled up a chair and they started a vigil waiting for Harry's return or some news about him. Ministry of Magic. Voldemort stopped in his tracks at seeing the bane of his existence before him with a grin on his face and a wand in his hand. But this was not the same underfed, runty, terrified, bespectacled child of their previous encounter. This was a man, facing him without fear. And that was no twig of holly in his hand either. Such insolence. He would crush the whelp and take the prophecy from his cold, dead fingers. "Harry Potter," he said in his high, cold voice, "give me the prophecy and I will let you live." Of course, the last part was a lie. but why risk damaging or losing the orb if he could bully the boy into just handing it over? Harry had the audacity to smirk. Fat chance of that, Tom. Voldemort thundered, "My name is Lord Voldemort." Harry laughed in his face. "You are a coward, a charlatan who needed a made-up name to improve his social standing. You are Tom Marvolo Riddle, a pathetic half-blood son of a squib and a muggle." Lucius, who had heard the entire exchange, stepped forward, red-faced. "How dare you address our lord as that, Potter?" Harry turned to him coldly. "Lucius Malfoy, has no one taught you to hold your tongue when your betters are speaking?" Lucius tried to open his mouth again and Voldemort stopped him. "Do not forget your place, Lucius. You do what you have been told to do. I will handle the brat." Harry meanwhile had made a great show of patting his robes to make sure that the prophecy orb was where he had put it. Voldemort turned to him and said in a sickly sweet tone, "I offered you a choice 4 years ago, Harry. You rejected it, but now I offer you one again. Join me and we will rule the world together." Harry made another great show of scrunching up his forehead as if considering the offer. Then he shook his head. "Nah, no chance of that happening. You see, Tom, I am more powerful than you, and even if I were to accept your offer, I would have to be constantly wary of you, that you would put a dagger in my back when I am asleep or something like that. Besides, you killed my mother and my father in cold blood. There must be a reckoning for that. So I think I will just kill you and be done with all the trouble that would otherwise come to me." Voldemort gave a harsh laugh. "Kill me? You, the champion of light? What would Dumbledore say about his golden boy becoming dark?" At that instant, there was a flash of fire and there was Dumbledore looking like something else altogether in his dark robes, his hair tied in a ponytail, fire in his eyes and the phoenix flying above his head in a circle trilling. "I think I would not care about it unless he started to enjoy it, because we both agree that you need to die for the greater good, Tom." Dumbledore's appearance had made the Death Eaters wary and they were starting to fidget, but none ran. Voldemort was saying, "You cannot kill me, Dumbledore. I am immortal." Dumbledore had the audacity to chuckle. "Tom, you will still be the foolish boy that you were. Everyone born has to die someday." Voldemort's temper was getting out of control. "I am invincible." Harry raised his sandalwood wand. "Do you really think so, Tom? I would like to test that. Let's dance." Voldemort gave his cold laugh, spreading his hands. "You 2 against 60 of us. Do you have a death wish, Harry?" Harry smirked. "Really, Tom? Would you allow your minions to interfere in a duel of honor between equals? Dumbledore is my second. Whom do you name?" Voldemort seethed. "Equals, Potter. You dare?" Harry shrugged. "I admit that it is very generous of me to allow that a great snake such as yourself could be my equal, but I will allow it. The challenge has been issued. How do you answer?" Speaking of great snakes, Harry took a look at the assembled ranks of the Death Eaters and could not find Nagini among them. With all the cold venom he could muster, the Dark Lord answered, "Seize him." But before his minions could move, Harry shot green sparks from his wand. Alistair Moody's voice roared out, "Charge." In that same moment, a good chunk of Voldemort's followers went down to well-aimed stunners as the Aurors broke cover and began to annihilate the Death Eaters. None of the Aurors were so naive as to think that any of those stunned were out of combat, but it made for an impressive show. Sirius with Remus and Frank with Alice led their groups and engaged the remaining Death Eaters, while Moody led the effort to chain the downed Death Eaters and send them off to Amelia's group for incarceration. Voldemort was stunned. He had acted in his arrogance and walked straight into a trap. There was Sirius Black leading a column of the Aurors from one side of the atrium. His group had the most experienced Aurors like Dawlish, Williamson, and even the werewolf Remus Lupin was a part of it. There was another led by the minister and his wife. Tom seethed internally. He had tried to kill them no less than 3 times, but they had escaped his clutches. Today, it looked like he would kill all of his enemies together. Meanwhile, the sandalwood wand spoke as Harry raised it against him and sent a powerful bludgeoner at Voldemort, knocking him flat. But Voldemort stood up almost instantly, sending a killing curse at Harry, who had already conjured a flock of canaries which collided with his spell. Harry goaded him, "Is that all you can do, Tom? I fear you will have to do better than that to get the best of me." Voldemort was immediately enraged. He spun on his heels in an attempt to disapparate and to appear behind Harry, but he went nowhere. For the first time in his life, Tom Riddle panicked. The Ministry had laid anti-apparition wards over the atrium. In that moment, he also understood why the flow network was down. He and his followers were trapped like fish in a barrel to be shot at will. Knowing there was only a slim chance to escape for him and his followers, he sent 2 more killing curses at Harry in rapid succession. Harry conjured a stone wall which crumbled under the killing curses. Harry had the audacity to goad him again. "Tom, what happened? How did you become the Dark Lord when all you know are unforgivables? Even Lucius knows more curses than you." At that moment, Tom came to 2 realizations. The killing curse takes a lot of energy and it was going to tire him rapidly if he kept using it, and he had to shout the incantation at the top of his lungs, announcing what he was doing, giving the boy far too much time to react. He changed tactics. He gave a guttural cry and lashed out with non-verbal blood-boiling curses, entrails-expelling curses and the likes. Harry started to sidestep them. He was also leading Tom away from the others so that his stray curses would not kill an Auror. Sirius had directly engaged Lucius. He saw Lucius, bellowed and ran towards him. "Lucius, today you will pay your reckoning." Lucius had his wand out and sent a curse at Sirius, but the marauder had sidestepped it the moment he saw the wand flick. It was a little trick he had learnt after watching Harry do it so many times. While he was not as fluid as Harry, he could ward off the likes of Lucius Malfoy. As Lucius's spell went astray, Sirius started raining down bone breakers, bone crushers and bone exploders on him, making him hide behind a shield. However, Sirius was unrelenting and kept him under fire. When he realized Malfoy would not come out, he took another leaf out of his son's book and sent a shield breaker and a cutting curse in quick succession. As Lucius's shield shattered, the cutting curse severed his wand hand and his wand was cleaved in 2. Lucius stood, stunned for a moment, trying to understand why his hand no longer obeyed him before the pain hit him and the blood started pulsing from the severed stump of his wrist. He fell to the ground, trying to stop the bleeding from the stump where his hand had been. Sirius had just shot a bone breaker straight at him, but at the last moment, Lucius was banished to the side by another Death Eater, thus saving him. Sirius turned to find that one under his mask, and in a moment of fury at having his prey snatched from him, Sirius sent a cutting curse at him which the man could not defend against as his wand hand was cleaved in 2. He followed up by sending a bone breaker at his temple which stove in his skull, killing him instantly. Sirius turned to Lucius again, who was fidgeting with a quill and a backup wand. Sirius again hit him with a bone breaker which broke the bones in his other arm, and Sirius menaced, "If I did not care so much about not making Narcissa a widow, that would have been your last breath. Now you will live the rest of your life in Azkaban." Leaving Lucius in pain and agony, Sirius went in search of another. Frank and Alice were standing back to back in the atrium and fending off 3 at once. They both had known each other's moves since forever and could communicate through their actions without talking. It was easy enough for them to fight together with 3 to 4 at once. Frank had sent a nasty red-colored spell at his opponent, who failed to dodge, and a gaping hole was open in his body which anyone could see through. Alice meanwhile was directing her opponent's curse away from her with a flick of her wand and raising a shield to protect herself and Frank from any curses which he could not see coming at them. Her opponent had been relentlessly casting at her, but he was a novice whose casting speed was nowhere near her own. She kept deflecting his curses. When he sent a blood-boiling curse at her, she raised a reflector shield at once, and suffice to say, her opponent could not even see when he fell victim to his own curse. Dumbledore meanwhile was protecting the Aurors from nastier spells or disabling those who tried to sneak up on the fighters. He had not fired a lethal spell yet, but was ready to fight if Harry needed some assistance. He had stunned a couple of them and even disabled a couple who were trying to sneak up on the Aurors, but he was yet to actively engage himself in the tactics. Rufus was fighting 2 of them and was enjoying it. One of his boys had fallen to a bone breaker and Rufus stepped in to engage his opponent too. He was fighting with grim determination, and as they fought, he kept them on their toes. When he saw his opening, he sent a reductor at his opponent which he could not shield against in time, and with the well-aimed curse in the lower portion of his body, there were only pieces to be cleaned up with a mop later. The other, who had blanched at such a gruesome death, found himself with a bombarda which blew open his chest. Moony had already killed 1 and was fighting 2 more. His power, which came to him due to being a werewolf, was enough to give him leverage against his enemies. He was casting at a faster rate than others, and his opponents could not dodge in time. Truth was that they were never trained in battle, and certainly they never expected to find themselves in a trap. Remus finished one with a spear through his heart when the other sent a bone breaker at him which hit him in the ankle, shattering his ankle instantly. Remus let out a howl, and Sirius, who had seen the werewolf falling, sent a cutter at the foe, decapitating him at once. Moody, having ordered 5 of his men to continue the cleanup effort, was having the time of his life. He had fought these vermin all his life and had a lot of grudges from the past war. He wanted to engage Snakeface himself, but the lad had taken it on him. Moody was himself engaging 4 of them at once. He had the Protega Maxima erected with his staff as a precaution, while he was blasting his foes away with his wand. His prosthetic leg was working better than he could have ever hoped, and he was dancing out of the way of the spells. Similarly, others were engaged in different duels and the number of enemies was getting reduced. There were only a handful remaining who were otherwise cornered and being hit by spells off to one side and falling to the assault they were facing. The Aurors were superior to them in strength, in spell repertoire, and they were admittedly better duelists after being put through the gauntlet for months now. Finally, as Frank finished his opponent with the nasty red spell, everyone turned to the last pair of fighters still engaged with each other. Moody roared out some orders and the Aurors started picking through the bodies of the fallen, looking for survivors. A number of Aurors were injured, but no fatalities. Harry and Voldemort were still fighting with each other, circling and watching each other's move. Voldemort was still firing spells at him. Harry neatly sidestepped everything while taunting him continuously. "What's the matter, Tom? Looks like you can't hit the broad side of a castle." Yes, Harry was humiliating the big, scary Dark Lord, and that was with a single wand and without even having to properly dodge, never mind resort to the slippery fish. Voldemort raised his wand and roared, "Fiendfire," and the burning hot fire spewed out of his wand, taking on the appearance of his slit-like face and racing towards Harry. Harry was standing casually. He chanted something in a language none recognized. A jet of fire erupted from his wand, this one even hotter than Fiendfire, and taking the form of a leopard, it started attacking Voldemort's fire. At that moment, it became a battle of wills between the two wizards. The two fires were fighting for some time before the leopard took a little step back and pounced upon his enemy. He had it under his mighty paw, the fire crackling as if the animal was roaring. Suddenly Voldemort staggered and the fiendfire vanished. The leopard ran towards Voldemort, but Harry ended the spell before it could run through him because it was starting to tax his magic. This was family magic of the Rosier family, which Harry had learnt and saved for this occasion. He had substituted Sanskrit words in the incantation for this one. Voldemort was still dazed and Harry roared, "Krishanu," and the mighty fire whip erupted out of his wand and Harry started swinging it to lasso Tom, but Tom was artfully avoiding capture by conjuring objects to block Harry's fire whip. Harry realized that the whip would do no good, and shutting it off, he yelled, "Martandem." A huge ball of fire left his wand and encircled Voldemort, who was starting to scream in agony from being roasted alive. But somehow he was able to come out of the ball of fire by overpowering the spell with one of his own. As Voldemort stumbled out, Harry roared again, "Toditum." A lightning bolt erupted out of his wand and would have smote Voldemort. In an impressive show of fortitude, the Dark Lord at the last moment was able to raise a mage shield which made a horrible sound of clang gg, and the spell was ineffective. Harry started sending bolts of fire at the Dark Lord, but he was maintaining the shield for a good 5 minutes. Harry knew that Voldemort had already spent a major portion of his power dueling him and would not be able to keep the shield up for long. So he was casting to wait him out and then he would take him captive. Voldemort had severely underestimated the young mage. He had gone for the quick and spectacular kill, using his energy recklessly early in the battle. Being forced to raise that mage shield had nearly finished him. He wondered why his followers were not attacking, but one quick look around confirmed that he was the last one standing. And there was Dumbledore, standing by. Even if Voldemort did somehow manage to gain the upper hand and would have no problem in subduing him if he somehow overcame the brat. It was time to escape if he was going to have a chance to repay this insult. But the boy had the prophecy. This was his last chance to obtain it or he would never hear of it again. It was time to pull a trick or two. Meanwhile Harry chanted a spell none had heard and all the water in the Fountain of Magical Brethren erupted to trap Voldemort, taking the shape of a cage. Due to being trapped like this, Voldemort's concentration was broken and he dropped the mage shield. Harry instantly ended the spell, started peppering him with Pavacum, setting his cloak on fire and scorched him more than he was already burnt from when Harry was trying to roast him alive. Tom had little fight left in him, but he knew that if he was captured then it would be the end of his life and his campaign. Gathering all his strength, he somehow was able to stand again and sent Crucio at Harry. But the spell hit nothing but a big piece of conjured stone, rendering it ineffective. In that moment Tom finally slumped to the floor, exhausted, burned, bloody, defeated. The duel had gone on for over 2 hours. Even Harry, after dueling with high-powered spells for that length of time, was feeling tired, and it was only his practices that he could still fight. Feeling victorious, Harry walked cautiously toward Tom's prone body. When Harry was close enough, Tom fired a non-verbal bone breaker from under his cloak which struck Harry's offhand. Harry hissed in pain but neatly sidestepped the follow-up bone breaker that would have cracked his skull. Voldemort had levitated back to his feet as he cast and fired a third bone breaker at Harry's wand hand. That was a mistake because Harry caught the spell on his wand and sent it back at Tom's shoulder with an additional boost. The impact shattered the bones in Tom's shoulder, making his offhand and arm hang uselessly. Any ordinary man would have passed out from the pain, but the Dark Lord was not an ordinary man. He was swaying and in a bad state, but still up. Harry peppered his opponent with a rapid series of bone breakers, forcing him to dodge and roll out of the way. Some of the spells found their mark and did their damage. Voldemort was not faking it. He was too exhausted to raise a shield. He tried catching some of Harry's spells on his wand and sending them back the way they came, but he did not know how. If this kept up much longer, Voldemort would either pass out from his injuries or exhaustion or be unable to move because too many bones were broken. Finally, as there was a lull in casting, Voldemort disappeared. Dumbledore had seen this before and tried to alert him. Harry. In that moment, Harry heard a cold voice in his head, "Think you can defeat me, Harry?" Harry had fallen due to the sudden attack, but during this, he had let the prophecy roll away out of his robes. Harry could feel Voldemort attempting to enter his mind. He continued to lay prone on the floor of the atrium while very carefully letting the invader think he was getting the upper hand and rifling through Tom's mind for his most important secrets. Where is his headquarters? Where is the lost diadem of Ravenclaw? Where is Nagini? All this behind his shields while he let Tom explore a diversion, a collection of meaningless, childish pranks and endless castle corridors. As it turned out, the headquarters and the snake were at the same place. But for the diadem, he found an image of a huge, dusty, cathedral-like space, filled with mountains of junk. By that time, the invader was getting wise to what Harry was doing and started his attack in earnest. He could feel Tom trying to enter his mind and it was very hard to keep him out of it. Harsh had taught him this art by invading his mind again and again, but he never used brute force like Tom was doing at that moment. However, Harsh had taught him what to do if he could not throw someone out of his mind. Harry decided to play him. "You want to see my secrets, Tom? Welcome to my world." In that moment, Harry started pulling up memories full of love, empathy and compassion of the people around him. Of his friends who loved him, of Sirius who was always there for him and had become his father, of Moony who had been there for him but never asked anything in return, of Dumbledore who had started to love him as his grandson, of Susan who loved him more than anything in the world. This was all too much for Tom Riddle, who had scorned love as a weak feeling. He was facing true agony now while Harry experienced those memories, happiness, giddiness and love flowing through his veins. Tom started roaring in pain as if he was being boiled in a vat of acid and tried to escape, but Harry held on to him. He said to him in his most menacing tone, "What's the matter, Tom? Let me show you my secrets." When he released his hold of Tom, he was standing in front of the Hungarian Horntail who let out a stream of the hottest fire that Tom had ever seen. That was the final straw. Tom could feel that his consciousness was being erased and he would die if he remained there for a second more. Harry released him at that moment, knowing that he could not keep up the torture for much longer in his own mindscape. To have been able to do that for as long as he did was a feat in itself. Tom hastily made his retreat. Tom was thrown in a heap on the floor of the ministry, and by some luck the prophecy was just a hand's breadth away from him. With his final bit of strength, he performed a non-verbal, wandless, accio. The orb rolled into his nearly nerveless left hand. With a final twist of his ring, the Dark Lord vanished from the atrium and, letting go of his iron will, let darkness engulf him. Before anyone else could figure out what was going on, Tom Riddle was gone. Where did he go? Asked Frank, bewildered. Harry said, he must have had a goblin-made portkey on him. Croaker, who had just come up from the Department of Mysteries, said, but we laid wards similar to Gringotts. He must have a goblin-made portkey which he made with all his power to overpower the wards and take him back to whatever hole he is hiding in, Harry said. Just then Sirius came levitating a quill with him. All of them had a portkey on them, but I suppose theirs were not able to work past our wards and take them away. Harry lunged to Sirius, hugging him fiercely. Are you and Moony okay? Sirius nodded. He has a broken ankle. He'll be fine by morning. Are you okay? Harry nodded. Just a bone breaker to my offhand. I can't believe that I fell for the old playing possum trick. I suppose I could heal it myself, but right now, I'm just too tired to care. Harry turned to Moody. Master Auror, was I good enough to be one of your Aurors? For the first time, Harry heard the Master Auror guffaw. Good enough, he says. Lad, if you were out of school, I would have signed you up straight away. Remus came hopping up to them in that moment, and Harry pulled him up in a hug with Sirius, clutching them fiercely. Dumbledore, who had been silent till then, turned to Frank. Minister, if it is all right with you, I will take Harry and Remus off your hands. You tend to your men in the meanwhile and see to it that you're injured or looked after. He turned to Sirius. Return to Grimmauld Place. Harry and Remus will be spending the night in the Hogwarts infirmary. I presume Miss Bones and Miss Granger are at Grimmauld Place and will be worried. Tell them he is fine. Hogwarts. Before Sirius could say anything, Dumbledore had caught Harry in Remus's arms and whistled to Fawkes. The Phoenix swooped in and Harry caught his tail. A moment later, they were in the Hogwarts infirmary where Madame Pomfrey and McGonagall were waiting. She levitated Remus to his bed while Minerva escorted Harry to his. Madame Pomfrey cast some diagnostic spells while looking at Harry disdainfully. Could you not spend a year away from the infirmary? Harry gave her his lopsided grin. I tried very hard, but an idiot named Voldemort got me with a bone breaker. She clutched her heart and even Minerva gasped for once. Then she turned to Albus. Does that mean that he is now out in the open? He has certainly been exposed. There can be no doubt now that Harry and I have been telling the truth all along. Then Dumbledore turned to Poppy. What is the diagnosis, Poppy? He has broken bones in his left hand and his magical core is quite badly depleted. Other than that, he appears to be fine. I'll fix up that hand and with a good night's rest, he will be good as new by dawn. If anything else managed to hit him, his armor absorbed it. She healed the broken bones with some wand work, then handed Harry a set of pajamas to change into as she erected a screen around his bed. Harry cheekily asked her, are you sure you are not saying that because you missed my company? She whipped her wand out and leveled at him menacingly. Say that again and I will keep you here for a week. Harry cringed. Sorry, and please don't keep me here for a week or the parade that will go through the infirmary will make this place look like King's Cross Station. She looked after Remus's broken ankle with hardly more trouble than a muggle would take to bandage a cut finger while Harry removed his armor and robes, then put on his pajamas. Then, threatening Harry at one point, she made him lie down on his bed and shoved a vial of dreamless sleep potion down his throat. He dozed off almost instantly. When Remus tried to leave straight away, she tied him to his bed and took his wand away, telling him that he would get it back when he was discharged in the morning. Remus wanted to leave because the full moon was only 2 days away, but knew it was useless to fight against Poppy Pomfrey. Ministry of Magic. Healers and trainee healers were in the atrium, tending to the Aurors and the Death Eaters. Most of the injuries to the Aurors were minor. They were treated on the spot and sent home. Some Aurors were not so lucky. They had been hit with dark curses that required more treatment. They were being moved to St. Mungo's. Most of the Death Eaters were dead. A few who were not dead but injured were being tended to. Malfoy had lost his wand hand. His other hand was broken with a bone breaker. The healers were confident that they could reattach the severed hand. After all, even Muggle surgeons could do that. The injury to the other hand was no more than a nuisance. A dose of Skelegro would take care of that. Mr. Malfoy's real problem was a one-way trip to Azkaban. There were very few Death Eaters who were caught alive, and most of them were members of what was called Voldemort's new inner circle. As they were being rounded up, Frank turned to Moody. Alistair, report. Alistair stood straight, looking proud of the performance of his boys who were exemplary. We have lost none. A few are critical. If they live through the night they will survive. We managed to ship 5 of the Death Eater scum in chains to Amelia's team early on. Of the rest, 10 of the Death Eater scum are alive, most of them grievously injured. Can we not toss them through the veil and be done with it? Frank shook his head. No, Alistair. Since the International Wizarding Convention of 1608, we can't do that without emergency powers and some form of a trial. I'll call an emergency session of the Wizengamot tomorrow if Lord Peverell and Regent Potter are up for it. I have no doubt that we will be able to invoke the Emergency War Measures Act with more than 50 eyewitnesses to Voldemort's return, and a raid on the Ministry itself is a blatant act of declaration of war. Moody grinned. Harry was something, wasn't he? He made that maniac bow to his will. Sirius puffed out his chest. He is my son after all. Alice rolled her eyes. Get your head out of the clouds, Sirius. He is my godson. Leaving the minister and others to look after the business in the ministry, Sirius left for the townhouse to face Susan and Hermione and to tell them that everything was fine. Black Townhouse. Sirius stepped out of the flow to find the 3 passed out in the chairs they had been sleeping in. He wondered how Neville came to be here, but decided that the 3 did not need to wake up at this hour of the night. Besides, he was tired and wanted his rest before he faced these 3. Creature, Winky, he called softly, and the elves appeared. What we bees doing for master? Take Air Longbottom to the guest room and Eris Bones to the other guest room. After you are done doing that, take Hermione to her own room and try not to wake any of them up. After sending them to sleep, he Flo called at the ministry to inform Alice and Frank that Neville was at Black Townhouse tonight. With that done, he strolled up to his room to crash in his bed, thinking of Emmeline, who was with Amelia on duty tonight. She would be grumpy that all she got to do was store a few pre-packaged Death Eaters. Weasley Manor. Arthur was just getting ready to go to the ministry this morning. Percy had returned with them to the manor last evening, and it had been the best thing so far. They had given Percy a room of his own and told him to move in this evening. Arthur was sitting at the table when Molly joined him, yawning. Morning, Arthur. Arthur grunted in reply and turned to breakfast, which was being served by the family elf when the owl with the morning newspaper flew in. The elf brought the paper in and handed it to him. Arthur had just picked up his cup of tea when his hand shook badly and the cup fell to the floor, shattering. Molly rushed to him. Arthur, what happened? What did you read? With a shaking hand, Arthur pointed out the front page news to her. There on the front page was the headline in bold, "You Know Who Returns," with a photo of Harry Potter and Voldemort engaged in a duel, with Harry peppering him with fire bolts while Voldemort was writhing in agony. Underneath the photo was written, "Harold Peverell engaged in a duel with Voldemort." Molly let out such an inhuman shriek that it brought all her children to her at once. They all looked concerned, and the twins had their wands in their hands, ready to begin casting if needed. Arthur showed them the news and the twins whistled in appreciation while Ronald muttered something underneath his breath which sounded like, "Wicked." Ginny was shocked with the photo. She was impressed and worried for the boy at the same time. The story was an account of praises, overdone at times, that painted Harry as the Merlin incarnate for making You Know Who look like a child. You Know Who returns. In a bizarre turn of events yesterday, it was revealed that what Dumbledore had been saying since last summer about You Know Who returning last June was true. Yesterday, You Know Who, better known as Lord Voldemort, was seen alive and back in action in the atrium of the Ministry, engaged in a duel with the boy who lived. It is rumored that the boy who lived had arrived there to pick up a prophecy from the Hall of Prophecies when he was ambushed by Voldemort. The contents of the prophecy are not known, but most sources suggest that it may have been about the boy who lived being the chosen one to defeat Voldemort for good. Eyewitness accounts state that the duel between them was fierce, and the boy who lived kept Voldemort on the defensive for most of it, while the Aurors forces led by Senior Aurors and the Minister of Magic himself engaged his followers in duels. Out of approximately 60 Death Eaters who followed Voldemort to the Ministry, only 15 survived the battle. 5 more succumbed to their injuries during the night. 5 more are undergoing treatment for injuries sustained during the battle. All of the survivors will be tried as Death Eaters for multiple counts ranging from treason, acts of terrorism, murder and coercion. It is also reported that an Auror, John Devant, succumbed to his injuries early this morning. With Voldemort being back, it is possible that the minister will call an emergency session of the Wizengamot to assume emergency powers for what can clearly be perceived as another war on the doorstep. The minister was quoted as saying, "It is true that the terrorist otherwise known as Lord Voldemort has returned to Wizarding Britain and is operating among us again. The ministry had got a tip-off last night that he was going to raid the ministry to seize power. We acted to preempt the attack because there was no way that we could not be certain that he was back again. But the ministry had seen some signs well in advance. The attack last night dispelled all doubts. That is why we have been making preparations to this effect. I assure the wizarding world that we will not bow down to that megalomaniac and his terrorist followers. With all the chaos and destruction that is sure to come in the coming days and the entire wizarding world looking to the boy who lived who is being proclaimed as the chosen one by some, we can only hope that the bloodshed and violence will not set back our society which has just started to heal from the last war. We tried to speak to Lord Peverell or Chief Warlock Dumbledore but they were not available for comment before this printing. After Arthur finished reading the article, he turned to Molly who looked pale and shaken. He gently took one of her hands in his and started to caress it lightly. Percy brought her a cup of tea mixed with some fire whiskey. While she sipped the tea, he kept speaking to her in a low, soothing voice, "Molly, Harry is fine. We will go see him now." Percy headed off to the ministry with haste. Frank may need him and it was a moment where he could absolve himself of his guilt of having worked for the idiot Fudge and following him. Hogwarts. Harry woke up early in the morning to find that Remus was also up but was tied to his bed and chortled, "Did she get you too, Moony?" Remus made a sour face before saying, "Yes, she got me too. She seems to be an expert at it after having done it to all of us and now you too." Harry grinned, "Yeah, sure. But I'll bet that you don't have a personal bed, do you?" Remus raised an eyebrow, "I didn't know that you liked it so much. Maybe I can convince Dumbledore to name the infirmary after you." The revulsion on Harry's face was enough to set him off laughing, bringing Madame Pomfrey out of her office. "Oh good. You both are up." She cast some diagnostic charms at them and then set a light breakfast before them. She muttered under her breath, "You can be off as soon as you finish it. The headmaster warned me that the infirmary might be overrun if I kept you here for too long of a time." Wolfing down the breakfast as soon as they could, they finished it and then flowed out of her office to the Black Townhouse. Poppy told him that Dumbledore had arranged a one-time flow connection from the hospital wing to the Black Townhouse. Black Townhouse. Harry almost fell on his face when he exited the flow. There were so many people in the meeting room that Harry was astounded. There were the Tonkses, Augusta and Neville, the Weasleys, Susan, Hermione, Hannah Abbott, many of the Order members and Dumbledore. They all were clapping and cheering for him. However, Harry knew that some of them would be going to have a go at him later. His eyes searched out Susan and found her wanting nothing more than to be with her and to bear all his feelings to her, but restrained himself when he thought of the company present. Molly Weasley hugged him, muttering, "Oh Harry, I was so worried. I hope you are fine, dear." He gently extricated himself from her embrace. "Mrs. Weasley, I am fine. I am not even hurt." Susan lunged for him and gripped him in a hug with all her strength as if to squeeze him while murmuring, "Do that again and I will kill you." "Damn it, Harry. I was so worried." Hermione looked on the verge of tears, her eyes watering, but she also looked proud of him. Neville and Ron were beaming at him, looking proud for his deed. After that, Harry sat all of them down to a heavy breakfast and they made idle chatter while everyone had something to say about the news in the papers. Kingsley was grumbling that he was kept under the command of Amelia when he wanted to be in the thick of things. Hestia was miffed that she was stationed in Diagon Alley on Auror patrol. After breakfast, Dumbledore convened a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix while the students were sent out of the meeting room. Augusta had returned to Longbottom Manor after she made sure that he was fine. When the meeting started, Harry asked Dumbledore, "Headmaster, what are we going to do now? The minister has plans to call for an emergency session today and I suppose we will be getting notified of that shortly. In the meanwhile, 10 seats of the Dark faction will be vacant because the heads of house for those seats are in Azkaban or dead. I suppose they may appoint regents for them, but that will not be until the regular session in January. Also, the new wards that will identify and disable those branded with the Dark mark were made active yesterday, just an hour after the skirmish. As many as 40 employees of the Ministry of Magic were found branded and have been taken in for questioning or have already been charged with treason or espionage. I have also received credible information from one of my spies among his followers that Voldemort is greatly inconvenienced from the injuries that he sustained in the battle. It is reported that he is being kept on a potion regimen of up to 20 potions every day and being tended to by some healers. Ever since he returned from the ministry, he has been unconscious. If an ordinary man had sustained injuries like that, he would not have survived. He may remain out of commission for a long time, giving us time to find his links which enable him to exist. Harry adopted a grim demeanor. Sounds like I gave him something to remember me by. As to those links, while he was trying to invade my mind, I turned the tables on him. I have a fairly clear image of the castle that he with his followers are using for headquarters. The snake, Nagini, is there. I was also able to confirm that the lost diadem of Ravenclaw is the last artifact we are looking for. It is hidden in a cathedral-sized room that is very dusty and filled with small mountains of junk. I'll know the place when I see it. In that room is a cabinet that looks like it was burned with acid. The diadem is hidden in there. Everyone in the room just stared at Harry in stunned silence. Clearly, even Dumbledore was impressed. You rifled Voldemort's mind and discovered his most closely guarded secrets. Harry stared directly into the headmaster's eyes. When Tom was so foolish as to try and invade my mind, he opened the door and invited me in. He made it easy. Dumbledore looked away first. He had seen what Voldemort could do to people who lied to him or he just wanted to torture. With the exception of Dumbledore and Snape himself, nobody had ever been able to resist a mind attack from Voldemort. But, Dumbledore also remembered what happened the last time Snape tried legilimency on Harry. The boy was telling the truth. Dumbledore asked, "Can we use this insight to locate and destroy the final two Horcruxes?" Harry shook his head. He is crafty. I did not get anything like a clear location. The entire castle is hidden under a Fidelius charm and Tom made himself the secret keeper. As for the hiding place of the diadem, I only know what the room looks like. I have no idea where it is. Sirius spoke up. All right then. Let's get your best artist's rendering of what these two places look like. Then we'll get everyone to have a look and tell us if they have ever seen anything like them. We'll track them down and destroy them. Until then, we make no direct move to attack Voldemort directly, Harry asked. Dumbledore answered, "My boy, it would not be wise to try. For one, he is not likely to underestimate you again. For two, he will remain impossible to kill until his tethers to this plane are destroyed. For three, until we receive our commission from the ministry, it would be illegal. He is hiding in his secret lair, licking his wounds. He is not likely to fall for another trap. Next time, we shall have to meet him in force. What you can do is to get ready and maybe contact some friends of yours to bolster our numbers because I feel that when all is said and done, we will need more wands at our side. I believe you made some friends during the tournament." Remus asked Dumbledore, "Albus, what are we going to do while we wait?" "We will continue to live, smile, love and do what we have been doing. A war on our doorstep is not a reason to stop living," said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. Just at that moment, a few elves swooped into the meeting room and sat in front of their intended recipients. Harry noticed the seal of the Ministry of Magic and untied his while others did the same with theirs. The letter was about an emergency meeting. "Dear Lord Peverell, it is under the authority of the Ministry of Magic that I am sending this letter to you to invite you to an emergency session of the Wizengamot this afternoon at 12 o'clock in light of the recent event where the long-thought-dead terrorist Voldemort was found to be alive in the premises of the Ministry. Percival Ignatius Weasley, Senior Undersecretary to Minister of Magic." Harry read the letter and turned to Dumbledore. "It looks like the minister is not one to wait and watch, but rather act." Dumbledore dismissed the meeting because it was already 10:30 and they all needed to be ready for the session ahead. The Wizengamot. When Harry flowed to the Wizengamot with others, he noticed how things had changed in just the last few hours. Instead of taking him directly to the chambers of House Peverell, the flow routed him to the atrium of the ministry. To his amazement, all evidence of the carnage from last night's battle was gone. Everyone had to queue up and go through wand check and blood identification before they were cleared for the Wizengamot. The ministry employees were forced to come through designated entry points fixed for them by the ministry, which had prohibited apparition and flow entry for them within the ministry. Everyone, irrespective of their status, was forced to come through the same entrances and was going through the same security check. The officials of the ministry could flow directly into the ministry, but all of them were forced to go through the same security checks. The members of the Wizengamot could use the flow, but all the flows were redirected to spew them into the atrium. There was an unspeakable with an Auror manning one desk where the Auror was registering their wands while the unspeakable would take a drop of their blood to ascertain that they were who they claimed to be and give them a thorough check with the secrecy sensor to see if they were concealing anything. The employees of the ministry were forced to queue in a line which was quite long already and made to go through the security checks. Another shorter line was for the lords manned by another unspeakable and an Auror. Whenever one was cleared to go ahead, they were given a parchment slip with green or black writing on it. They were warned to hang on to their parchments because they would be escorted back to the checkpoint if they ever failed to produce them. The writing gave the name of the witch or wizard, stated that they had passed through the inspection and had the names of the Auror and unspeakable signed on the bottom. None of them thought to question as to why the inks were different colors. Harry joined in the line behind Lord Greengrass and Daphne, who had come to attend the emergency session. Cyrus beamed at him. "Harry, I must extend my congratulations to you on the duel. I have heard from people that you were truly terrific and even the senior Aurors were dazed at your performance." Harry gave him a bow. "Thank you for the appreciation, Cyrus, but everyone played his part. Voldemort just walked into the trap by himself." Daphne gave him a wide smile which he returned, but before he could say anything, she was cleared to go by the unspeakable. Anyone once cleared was proceeding to the lifts, where one lift was set apart for the lords and the department heads. Other lifts were for the employees of the ministry. After he was cleared to go ahead, he got on a lift with Remus and Sirius. When they arrived in the assembly hall, Harry noticed that the chamber was quiet for the Wizengamot. Now that Harry looked properly, a lot of seats in the dark faction were empty. He supposed most of them were in the skirmish last night. Finally, when the session convened, most of the dark faction was absent. A few of the lords from the neutral faction were also missing. Dumbledore walked into his seat at the proper time and ascended to his position. He took his place on the dais and rapped his gavel, closed the doors. The doors closed and he started speaking. "Let this emergency session of the Wizengamot begin. The agenda for this session is as follows. Firstly, we will hear a report from the minister about the skirmish which took place last night in the heart of the Ministry of Magic. Then Minister Longbottom will be presenting a motion to invoke the Emergency Powers Act. Frank stood. The ministry has been receiving credible information since the beginning of this summer that the terrorist otherwise known as Lord Voldemort has returned from the dead and is operating among us again. We are not yet sure what he did to achieve this, but it is rumored that he used some very dark magic to this effect. Since he was keeping a low profile, it was not possible for us to find out what he was doing except that he intended to pick up where he left off in the previous war. When I assumed office, I was told of the dire conditions in which the ministry was and how we had no resources or numbers to fight back if he moved to seize power, so the ministry has been augmenting its strength for months now. A few days ago, we received information that he was going to raid the ministry sometime in the winter when the ministry would be empty, and so I entrusted Master Auror Moody with the duty of preparing an ambush for him. Yesterday, he raided the ministry with the intention of obtaining some sort of weapon from the Department of Mysteries. He ran afoul of Lord Peverell, who was visiting the department to get the authenticity of one of his family heirlooms tested. I do not know where the rumors of a prophecy came from." As Frank sat, Dumbledore rapped his gavel again. "Minister Longbottom has called this session to assume emergency powers, to assume the title of General of the Forces of the Ministry. To give him unbridled powers in connection with dealing with Death Eaters. In addition to the proposition of assuming emergency powers, he has also proposed to make it a criminal offense for anyone to bear the dark mark, which will be punishable with imprisonment in Azkaban. The Emergency Powers Act authorizes the ministry to form a war tribunal with selected members of the Wizengamot serving as the judges to deal with and pronounce judgment upon those found to have the dark mark or indulged in any war crimes. He will speak for the motion first, followed by anyone who wishes to present opposite views." Frank stood and started speaking. "As many of you know, during the last war, I served the Ministry of Magic as an Auror. For many years, we were not allowed to use lethal force against the Death Eaters. So we kept losing, and many esteemed members of our society lost their lives in the war. Entire families were wiped out of existence. The Emergency Powers Act was created to deal with those instances where the minister would need unbridled powers to act in defense of the wizarding world without having to bring every action to the Wizengamot for approval. This act also authorized the Aurors to use lethal force against Voldemort and his followers, recognizing them as the army of the Ministry, with the Minister being the general of this army. While these powers are not to be casually assumed but only in the direst circumstances, but Voldemort having returned from the dead certainly qualifies. It is certain that there will be violence of the magnitude that we saw in the last war, and our world cannot sustain violence of such magnitude again without bringing about the ruin of our world. Therefore I beseech you to grant this motion to unleash the full might of the Ministry. To combat, defeat and eliminate this enemy that threatens our way of life and in fact our very existence. Frank paused while the assembly broke out into applause. Nearly all were cheering. Some were clapping, some were thumping the table in front of them, and others were shooting colored sparks into the air with their wands. But Frank was not done. He was still standing and looking grim. We learned from interrogation of the Death Eaters who were captured during the thwarted attack last night that no one can take the dark mark while under the Imperious Curse. Again, Frank paused while all the implications of this sank in with the members of the Wizengamot. He continued, this means that no witch or wizard has been branded in this manner unless it was by their own free will and choice. For this reason, I am repealing amnesty for all Death Eaters who claimed the Imperious Curse as a defense when they were tried for their crimes. Additionally, it is an offense to bear the dark mark. Finally, there will be many offenders brought in when these measures take effect. Trials before the Wizengamot are costly and time-consuming. For this reason, we will establish war tribunals, as needed, to process these offenders quickly and efficiently. To avoid any repeat of the miscarriage of justice such as what happened with Sirius Black, all of these proceedings shall be a matter of public record except where matters of wartime secrecy are involved, in which case the sensitive information shall be redacted in the public record. When Frank sat, Dumbledore started to address the assembly again. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Lord Rolando Lestrange raised his hand. Rolando Lestrange was the father of the infamous Lestrange brothers, Rudolphus and Rabiston Lestrange, and former father-in-law of the infamous Bellatrix Nameless. He was not a marked Death Eater, but it was well known that his sympathies leaned toward Voldemort's ideals. He usually did not participate much in the proceedings of the Wizengamot, but today, there was no one else who could speak for the dark faction in this meeting. Lucius Malfoy was cooling his heels in captivity, and a few more lords were with him. Many more marked followers had come with Rolando to the Wizengamot today, but they all seemed to have been redirected somewhere between the atrium and the assembly hall. So it was upon him to represent their interests. Dumbledore said, Lord Lestrange, you have the floor. Rolando started addressing them. I agree with the minister's assessment that our society needs to be saved and that another war would tear our world apart. But, I ask you, is it really necessary to give the minister unbridled power? The Aurors are better prepared and greater in number than they have been for over 14 years. The outcome of the battle last night clearly shows that our Aurors are far more effective in combat than the Death Eaters. I dare say that we are already well enough prepared to meet this threat and defeat it. Every witch or wizard is entitled to due process. Should we really allow a tribunal to toss some of our own into prison? Maybe one of you will be next. Furthermore, I ask the minister if he has any evidence that is more credible than the word of a Death Eater to verify this latest intelligence regarding the Dark Mark. The previous administration looked into this and found that these people were acting under the Imperious Curse. When Rolando sat down, Amelia raised her hand. Chief Warlock, I would like this opportunity to answer his statement. Dumbledore nodded. You have the floor, Madam Bones. Amelia stood. Lord Lestrange pointed out that we are better prepared, but he conveniently forgot to mention that the real confidants of Voldemort are not ordinary wizards but those adept in dark magic. Even his sons were incarcerated in Azkaban after they were found guilty for their role in torturing the Minister of Magic and his wife so much that they had to be kept in St. Mungo's for 14 years for recuperation. Most of the members of his inner circle who were incarcerated in Azkaban as of this moment were adept in dark magic and wreaked havoc with their knowledge. We lost a lot of families who dared to defy Voldemort and fought for their rights in the last war. I dare say that those who love their freedom and do not want to live under the rule of a megalomaniac will not surrender to him, so there will be an all-out war. As to the ministry being better prepared, we hardly have enough to fight a war if it comes to our door, and as such, we need something on our side so that we can even these insurmountable odds. Now as far as the Dark Mark is concerned, if he feels that we need to show more to convince the Wizengamot, then we can bring in the said Death Eater and question him using Veritaserum. When she sat down, Dumbledore asked again, does anyone else want to speak for or against the motion? When nobody raised their hand, Dumbledore rapped his gavel again. Very well then. We will now vote on the motion. Rolando Lestrange stood at his place. Chief Warlock, a lot of members of the Wizengamot are not present in the chamber today, so we are not properly represented for such voting. Dumbledore turned to Percy, Court Scribe, do we have quorum? Percy stood, Chief Warlock, we need to have a minimum of 51% of the total strength of the Wizengamot to have quorum. This would be a minimum of 82 seats. Since there are 102 seats represented by their lords or properly appointed regents today, we have quorum. Dumbledore turned to Lestrange, your objection is overruled, Lord Lestrange. We have quorum. We will now proceed to vote on the motion. It is said that fear is a strong motivator. Many of the wizards and witches sitting on the Wizengamot were old enough to remember the havoc Voldemort and his followers wrought in the last war. The lack of action on the part of a very passive ministry had cost them the lives of many loved ones. They were not willing to live through that again. Here was a minister, a war hero, who was willing to do what it takes to protect his people and put his own life on the line to do it. All he needed was permission from the Wizengamot to cry havoc and let loose the dogs of war, and he would put a stop to the Dark Lord before he even got his campaign properly rolling. The vote was 82 in favor with 20 opposed and none abstaining. When the votes were counted, Dumbledore rapped his gavel, congratulations General Longbottom. We are in your hands. With the motion passed, Minister Frank Longbottom was now also General Longbottom, Supreme Commander of all of Wizarding Britain's military forces. In addition to his emergency powers, this motion also made it an act of treason to be branded with the Dark Mark. Due process for suspected Death Eaters was suspended. They would be heard before a war tribunal instead of the Wizengamot, and the death penalty was very likely. The vaults of convicted Death Eaters would be seized and used to fund the war effort. The first tribunal would consist of Minister for Magic and General Frank Longbottom, the head of DMLE Amelia Bones and Chief Auror Alistair Mad-Eye Moody, and they were not likely to go easy on people branded with the Dark Mark. With the voting over and the Emergency War Measures Act in force, the session was adjourned. The members of the Wizengamot began to file out of the room, led by the new war tribunal. What many of the members did not know was that several ministry employees who were branded with the Dark Mark were stunned on arrival at the ministry that day. They were promptly rounded up and moved to the Auror floor where they were being held for trial. The members of the Wizengamot who arrived by flow were checked for the Dark Mark at the security check with purpose-built secrecy sensors by the Unspeakables. The ones who were found to be branded with the Dark Mark were issued a pass written with black ink. The people with passes written in green ink were allowed to proceed to the assembly hall. The people with passes written in black ink were sent to the Auror floor where they were stunned the moment the lift doors opened. 3 Auror trainees cheerfully volunteered for this assignment while a few senior Aurors backed them up. Once the suspects were stunned, Alice tore back their sleeves to double-check for the Dark Marks and make sure that no mistakes had been made. She was standing in for Moody on this detail because the Chief Auror was busy interviewing the prisoners. The Death Eaters who were captured this morning would be the first to be tried by the new tribunal. Teams of Aurors had been dispatched to round up those who were suspected Death Eaters and had not come into work today. Those who had been heard voicing pro-Voldemort sentiments were also rounded up and brought in for questioning. To quell Kingsley's whining that he missed on the fun, Amelia had sent him to capture the mole. By the time the emergency session ended, the rest of the ministry was already on a war footing. The department heads got on with the business of securing sensitive information and reorganizing their staff with fewer people. Most of the employees knew that their missing fellow workers were Death Eaters and would be tried. A press note was being written to be sent to the Daily Prophet today. Harry had made up his mind to expose Tom's identity to the wizarding world. Harsh had told him to compose an article on him and send it to the premier publications so that the entire wizarding world could know about his original identity. For that purpose, he had the perfect person in mind to put his words on paper and which publications to publish it in addition to the Daily Prophet. When he returned to the Black Townhouse, he would write a couple of letters inviting 2 of those people to come to the Black Townhouse and he would give them a story. The story which would be the biggest story of the year and perhaps would shatter a lot of perceptions. Black Townhouse. By the time he returned to Black Townhouse after meeting every lord who wanted to congratulate him, his friends at Hogwarts who were heirs or scions to houses and many of the ministry employees, Hermione was gone to Weasley Manor where she had promised to spend a part of her vacation. Remus was at the Rosier estate in Dorset. Sirius was yet to return from the ministry. With everyone being so busy, he was beginning to doubt if he and his friends would get a chance to go to Ireland for the holidays they were planning. That evening, Susan finally had a talk with him before Amelia dragged her home. She had found him in the Lord's study working on some papers. She took a seat across from him. "Harry," she said firmly, "we need to talk." "Yes, Sue, I am listening," he said while not looking up from what he was doing. "I did not like the fact that you left me here and went to face that monster alone. It was not right. We are together now, so it means that you have to include me in everything that you do. It does not work this way where only you are making the decisions and I have to follow you. If you get another insane idea such as this in your mind, you need to confer with me first. In fact, all of our friends are miffed that you did not call upon them when we have been training so hard for this opportunity." Harry took a deep breath before facing this woman he had come to love. "Sue, I know that you would have stood and fought by my side if I had allowed it. Even though we achieved complete surprise, many of our top Aurors suffered severe injuries and one of them lost his life in that battle. Those were Aurors, not students. It is a very dangerous business and I did not want you or any of our friends to get hurt. I would not have been there myself if anyone else had a chance of taking on Voldemort. You have seen what I can do. Even with my formidable skills, he still managed to break my hand and wear me out. That is why I did not come straight back here when the battle was over." Susan's eyes grew wide as she tried to comprehend how any spell could have found its mark on Harry. Then she stammered, But if it is so impossible to fight them, why are we training at all?" Harry said firmly, "I can think of 2 reasons for that. First, good training is never wasted effort. I would be happy to match any one of you against one of his followers and be sure that you would come out on top, however I could not have said that 6 months ago. And second, as I have promised, when the final confrontation comes, you and all the rest of our friends will be there." She glared hard at him. "You would do well to remember that. I do not want to spend another night waiting for you or news of you to come. I want to be there with you and help you every moment of it." He nodded. "I will remember that, my lovely girlfriend. On a different note, I wanted to ask if you would come over tomorrow." She gave him a bright smile. "Of course I will. Auntie is so busy now that she would hardly notice that I am gone." As she was leaving, he pulled her into a deep key, and they broke it when someone cleared his throat behind them. He looked up to see Neville in the doorway, who was looking quite uncomfortable, and said meekly, "I always seem to be at the wrong place at the wrong time, am I not?" Susan walked out while elbowing him and muttering, "Bloody Gryffindor. Unknown Castle." Severus Snape had been in the castle since last night when Voldemort had summoned him through the dark mark before he went to storm the Ministry. 60 Death Eaters had followed him to the Ministry, and Severus had a moment of vicious pleasure thinking of what awaited Voldemort at the Ministry. If he could make a guess, Voldemort would not be very happy with the outcome. What followed was worse than what he had thought would happen. After more than 2 hours, Voldemort returned, but none of his 60 followers returned with him. The Dark Lord collapsed unconscious to the ground, bloodied, the tattered remains of his robes still smoking. The smell of blood and burnt flesh filled the air. The snake-faced man lay crumpled where the portkey had stopped pulling him by the main entrance to the castle. Snape was the first to find him. He conjured a jet of water to stop the burning as he yelled for medics. By the time the medics arrived, Snape had already stopped the burning, vanished the charred tatters of robes that remained, and wrapped the Dark Lord in bandages soaked with a potion for healing burns. As the medics levitated their Dark Lord into a stretcher, one of them ran diagnostic spells. She asked, "What happened to him? He looks like he has been in a fight with a dragon." Snape intoned in his slow drawl, "I know not. But, if you value your life, you will heal him with a minimum inconvenience of pain." They levitated him inside on a stretcher, and the healers went to work on him immediately. Seeing the condition Voldemort was in, Severus felt a moment of pity for him, but banished that thought at once when he remembered the crimes that he had perpetrated, the murder of Lily Potter included. He looked like someone had worked him over with all the curses and jinxes that they could think of. His body looked charred as if someone had repeatedly burnt him. Panic and horror was etched in the expression on his face. When the healers finished diagnosing his injuries, one of them turned to Severus. The Dark Lord is unconscious due to a combination of someone torturing him mentally, disabling his consciousness and magical exhaustion. He has about 100 broken bones. He has second and third degree burns to over 70% of his body. You were right to treat them right away. We can heal most of the physical injuries in a couple of days if all 4 of us work around the clock. But with the damage to his mind and magical core, he won't wake up for at least a week, and he will not be fully healed for about a month. He will need a massive regime of potions, including some necromantic potions to treat the injuries to his mind. She wrote out a list and handed it to Snape. You are the potions master in residence. Here's a list of what we need. Severus nodded. Do as you see fit, healer. I dare say he is not going to object to it. Severus wished to, but knew he could not kill the Dark Lord because the castle was teeming with Death Eaters, and it would be a fool's errand to try and finish him when there was a possibility that he could return to life. He could again use whatever means he had used previously to return to a body, and then they would not know if he returned. He had only one option, that being to resume the Dark Lord's duties in his absence until the school holiday was over. Then he would have to delegate the duty to someone else. He had also wondered what happened to the 60 Death Eaters that accompanied the Dark Lord on his raid until he read the morning edition of the Daily Prophet. He was in awe of the teen who gave Voldemort the thrashing of his life. He could understand how Voldemort had got those injuries. He also winced when he read that all 60 of the Death Eaters were either dead or in captivity. Greyback had sent word that he would be returning post-haste to rein in the followers of the Dark Lord who might attempt to desert while the Dark Lord recovered. Severus knew that no one who once entered his service could escape unless the Dark Lord was dead, which he was not. He had also retrieved a prophecy orb from Voldemort's clothes and had to resist the temptation to try and listen to it. This was the wretched thing that had taken Lily away, the same wretched prophecy that had brought him to the predicament he was now in. He could easily listen to it and know what was in it, but then it would make him a target because Voldemort knew he had the prophecy with him. He decided to let the wretched thing be kept in safety till the Dark Lord woke up. He gave it to Parkinson. Keep it safe till the Dark Lord wakes up. Guard it better than your life and he may reward you for your efforts. If you fail, I will send flowers to Pansy with my condolences. London. Before the day was done, the Ministry released a press release to be published in all the Wizarding daily newspapers across Wizarding Britain and Europe. The world would know what Wizarding Britain was facing. The article was written by Percy Weasley and proofed by Frank before it was released to the public. It was brief, precise and to the point. The version which appeared in the evening edition of the Daily Prophet was as follows. Wizarding Britain at war. Last night, an attack on the Ministry for Magic by the self-styled Lord Voldemort and 60 of his followers was thwarted by Ministry forces led by the Guild of Aurors Master Auror Alistair Moody. Of the followers known as Death Eaters, 50 were slain and the remainder are in custody. Voldemort himself was the only one to escape. He is still at large, location unknown. In direct response to the return of this terrorist, new security measures have been put in place and the Minister for Magic, Frank Longbottom, a veteran of the previous war, called an emergency session of the Wizengamot. For a transcript of this meeting see page 8. Minister, now General, Longbottom introduced the motion for invoking emergency war measures. In his impassioned plea, he outlined the Ministry's efforts to prepare to meet the threat of the returning terrorist. He pointed out that the threat was real and present and asked the members of the Wizengamot to grant him the powers he needed to act and stop the threat before it could grow any further. The debate which followed was brief and was concluded quickly. The only member to speak against the motion was Lord Lestrange. His objections were addressed most eloquently by DMLE head Madam Bones. A motion to invoke the Emergency War Measures Act passed with 82 in favor, 20 opposed and 38 absent. More about the absentees on page 4. By this act, Wizarding Britain has formally declared war on the terrorist Lord Voldemort and his followers known as Death Eaters. Minister Frank Longbottom is now General Longbottom, in command of forces engaged in this conflict. Unlike the previous conflict with this same Dark Lord and his forces, Ministry Aurors are fully authorized to use deadly force to defeat or capture enemy troops, although use of the unforgivable curses will still result in a one-way trip to Azkaban. It was also revealed during this session that no witch or wizard can be compelled to take the dark mark under the Imperious Curse. As a result of this revelation, amnesty has been revoked for all persons who claimed the Imperious Curse as a defense for being branded with the dark mark and engaging in Death Eater activities in the previous war. They are being located and will be brought in to stand for trial for their crimes. In addition to the usual war measures, all enemy forces captured alive will be interrogated under Veritaserum before a war tribunal to determine their guilt or innocence with regard to war crimes, treason and espionage. In a reversal of previous war tribunal policy, these proceedings will be a matter of public record with only details vital to wartime security redacted. For more details about how the new war tribunal will work, see page 10. Finally, the assets of those who are found guilty of war crimes against Wizarding Britain will be seized by the Ministry and used to fund the war effort and pay reparations to victims of acts of terror. We at the Daily Prophet wish Minister Longbottom and his forces good fortune in this conflict. There were a few more stories which were equally exciting, if not so long. Death Eaters flee justice. After the failed attack on the Ministry the night of Yule, many known and suspected Death Eaters have disappeared. As Ministry officials have called at their homes and places of business, many of them are suspected to have fled in an effort to avoid being brought in for questioning or being placed under arrest. Little is known of where they have gone. Friends and family left behind claim to know nothing about where they may have gone or if they are gathering at a central location. The Ministry is investigating. Officials at Gringotts have refused to comment. From the expressions on their faces, we can speculate that a number of vaults have been emptied recently. War Tribunal formed. The Ministry released a press note last evening whereby it informed the wizarding world that a 3-member war tribunal to deal with the threat of Death Eaters has been formed, consisting of General Longbottom, head of DMLE Madam Bones, and the head of Auror's Master Auror Alistair Moody. The tribunal will act in place of the Wizengamot in matters of war crimes, espionage and treason. Those brought before the tribunal will be given the opportunity to present their defense, retain counsel as per normal legal proceedings. In another unprecedented move, the Ministry has made it mandatory to interrogate every accused under Veritaserum so that there is no room for error or of justice being denied to someone, like it had happened with Sirius Black, Regent of House Rosier. There is a debate going on about what procedure will be adopted with those who were granted amnesty at the end of the last war. There is speculation that they will be brought in for questioning and heavy penalties will be levied against them for being involved in terrorist activities, while those who are found guilty of heinous crimes such as murder will be executed. There was another article which covered the arrest of the Ministry workers and the Lords of the Wizengamot. Death Eaters in the midst of the Ministry. The Ministry released another press note last evening whereby it informed the press that at least 40 employees of the Ministry in addition to 20 Lords of the Wizengamot have been arrested for being branded with the dark mark. These individuals were identified and arrested by measures which were put in place within an hour of the attack on the Ministry. Details of these measures are not available as they are considered to be top secret. The prisoners are being held for questioning. The lead investigator, Gawain Robards, who was appointed the chief investigator for the Ministry immediately after the emergency war measures came into effect, will make recommendations as to who will stand trial before the war tribunal. Many more suspected Death Eaters have failed to come to work. It is suspected that they have all gone into hiding in an effort to avoid facing justice. Aurors are looking for them, questioning family and known associates. General Longbottom has made it clear that none will be considered guilty by association. However, those who are found to be harboring or hiding Death Eaters will be charged for obstructing justice. Black Townhouse. A meeting of the Order was in progress where most of the members were busy reading the paper. After about an hour, Harry turned to Dumbledore. "Professor, what are we going to do now? It looks like General Longbottom has everything covered." Dumbledore took a deep breath before he started speaking. "The Order of the Phoenix will not be doing anything openly. We will continue to gather intelligence, recruit and train quietly. We will leave the battles and arrests to General Longbottom and the Ministry forces. Should we discover anything important, we will report it. Should we be called upon to fight, we will be ready. Our purpose is not to fight in a war but rather to put an end to Tom Riddle. To that end, we must find the last Horcrux. What's more, we must do so quietly. Tom must not realize the true threat to his continued existence until it is too late. The new war tribunal has their work cut out for them. Besides the prisoners we took during their raid on the ministry, there were 60 more identified and arrested the next morning. They are also looking for alternatives for Azkaban to start shifting as many of those as they can because there are many prisoners who were sent there for petty offenses. It would be a shame if Tom rescued them to make them do his bidding. It is almost a certain thing that the Dementors will defect to his side once he shows up there, so we need to have alternate facility to hold the prisoners. Harry asked him earnestly, "What are the orders for me then? I attract far too much attention to do any espionage for the Order. Neither do I hold a place in the ministry to be eligible to sit on the tribunal." Sirius spoke up, "As far as anyone can tell, you will do what a boy of your age is supposed to do. You may be a war mage, but you are also still a 15-year-old who goes to school. You will go on the holiday that you were planning after the New Year ball and have fun. I have made all the arrangements. The only thing for you to do is to decide who, of your friends, will accompany you." Harry eagerly asked him, "When are we going? Will you and Emmeline be coming along? Who else is coming?" Sirius shook his head. "I presented an application for leave to my boss, Alistair Moody. He flatly refused it, saying that the trainee Aurors need me more than I need a vacation, especially when things seem to be heating up at the moment. As it is, Moony and Nymphadora will be your chaperones for this trip since there are no other elders who can be spared at the moment. I will try to find a couple more chaperones for you though, if I can." Harry deflated a little, but Sirius cheered him up. "Don't worry, Harry. When we are finally free of Tom, we will go for a world tour. Right now, dealing with Tom and his band of fools is important." The meeting was dismissed a little later because most of them had work to do. Dumbledore announced that there would be no more regular meetings. Members would receive weekly updates about what the ministry was doing. Emergency meetings would take place only if something of bigger magnitude was happening. Susan came at about 11 o'clock and he immediately hugged her, taking in her fragrance and key, at her tenderly. After having expressed his joy, he took one of her hands and guided her to the meeting room. After Creature had served them with enough refreshments for an army, Harry turned to her. "Sue, let's plan our holiday." She was excited. "Really? What do we need to plan? Where are we going?" "Padfoot told me this morning that he cannot come with us because Moody is not ready to grant him leave, but Moony and Nymphadora will be escorting us and be our chaperones. We are to decide the guest list though." She nodded. "Let's do that then. You start with people you want with us on this trip. The first ones on this list are of course Ron and Hermione with Neville and Hannah. I would also like to call Ernie, but I do not know if I am ready to bring Lilith Moon along. I would definitely call Terry and Mandy though, and maybe, if she would consent, then Luna Lovegood." Susan beamed at him. "My list is much the same as yours. But I must admit that I had not thought about Terry and Mandy. They should be there, having been associates in pranks with us. I thought you would have called the twins though." Harry shook his head. "Sorry, no. Those two would not give me a moment's peace if they came. I want to spend a week in peace with my friends. I do not know when will be the next time that we will have such peace again." She nodded. "So when are we leaving?" "The morning after the New Year ball, that will be the 1st of January. I suppose Sirius has arranged portkeys for us to go. Now we only need to inform our friends about this. We are not going to flow there because we are keeping the location a secret in case we need to use it to hide." She readily agreed. "We will call our friends on the flow later today, then. For the moment, what do we have on the agenda?" Harry smirked. "Today, we are going to tell the world about the story of an obscure half-blood known as Tom Marvolo Riddle. I sent letters to Luna and Professor Hughes. They will help me to write his story and spread it to the world. In fact, I asked our friends to be here because you all deserve to know about it." She nodded. "Harry, I understand why you are doing this. Will you also talk about that night in the graveyard?" He nodded grimly. "Since he has been forced into the open, I believe that now is the time to do so. I am not ashamed of it. If it will help people despise him more and abandon his cause, then all the better." She caught him in her embrace tenderly, whispering words in his ear. "I know it is the hardest thing that you can do. I have seen the pain you were in when you mentioned Cedric and how he died because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I promise you that I will be here, with you the entire time, helping you any way I can." Unknown Castle. Severus was annoyed. Since the Wizengamot session the previous day, there were many more Death Eaters who had taken up residence in the castle. He had wanted some solitude to find a way to slip a potion to the Dark Lord and maybe finish him in his sleep, but there were some complications with that line of thought. Firstly, there were healers around the Dark Lord at all times. Secondly, most of them were excellent potioneers. They would have known if he tampered with the potions. Thirdly, if he killed the Dark Lord now, there was no way to ensure that he would not obtain a body again. If that happened, they would not know of his return. Fourthly, once he was branded with the Dark Mark, trying to betray the Dark Lord could be fatal. The Dark Mark was a way to ensure that his faithful never wavered in their faith towards him. He wanted to make these new residents leave the castle, but one look at today's newspaper and he understood why they all were suddenly eager to stay near their lord. The ministry was hunting for them. This was the only place where they could be safe because the secret of the location was safe with the Dark Lord. He was unconscious in the master bedroom being tended to by the healers, and they had made very little improvement so far. They had only been able to treat the burn injuries that he had received. They were planning to treat his bones next. This was a delicate task because he had so many of them broken. These were not mystics or the healers at St. Mungo's, so they did not have the skill to mend fractures to the spine, skull and femurs without causing further damage to the delicate nerves and blood vessels running through them. They decided to use a Muggle technique called traction, vanish the bones one at a time and regrow them using Skelegrow potion. The process was going to take days rather than hours. It would have been immensely painful if the Dark Lord was awake. After about 5 days of regrowing bones, then and only then would they try the necromantic potions to try and bring him out of his coma. The good news was that with their Dark Lord unconscious, at least he wouldn't try to kill them while they were working on him. Greyback had returned from the continent this morning, and his return had stemmed the flow of werewolves abandoning the Dark Lord. Right now, they were planning some payback for the ministry for taking out 60 of their numbers. Severus was encouraging them to do it. He was planning to send a Patronus to Dumbledore with the information. In a single sweep, another chunk of the Dark Lord's forces will be off the streets. When they held their council in the dinner hall of the said unknown castle, Erwin Yaxley, one-time candidate for Minister of Magic, was saying, "I say we annihilate Diagon Alley. That will send a message to the ministry that we are not going to sit and watch." Walden McNair, the erstwhile executioner for the ministry, said, "Don't forget that at this moment we are no match for the Aurors, who are given free rein to deal with us. They can use lethal force without thinking twice. They are better trained and disciplined than we are. The Dark Lord was going to train his troops starting next month, but the ministry forced our hand before that." Snape said in his deliberate low tone, "Do you expect us to sit here while they keep calling the Dark Lord by his name and mock us? The ministry is deliberately egging us on to see if we will avenge our Lord." Selwyn said, "No. They will pay for it. I agree that we need to strike back at the ministry. Until we can improve our capabilities, some targets are out for obvious reasons. Hogsmeade is out because it is too close to Hogwarts, where Dumbledore can face us alone and win. Then there is the Order, which has always stood in between us and Wizarding Britain, even at the cost of the lives of its members. The ministry is out because of the wards, which we cannot even begin to analyze unless we are going to risk being stunned and caught. I for one do not fancy being tortured by Alistair Moody. The last time I heard, he is using dark arts liberally on many of the Dark Lord's followers. We cannot attack Harold Peverell or the Minister's Manor or Bones Manor because they have protections around them that rival Hogwarts. Without the Dark Lord to lead us, we will be like lost sheep ready to be slaughtered. The only option is Diagon Alley because the general wizarding populace is still not ready to face and stand against us." Severus replied, "It is settled then. We will raid Diagon Alley, but we will have no more than 20 Death Eaters involved. This will be a lightning raid. We will apparate in, cause as much havoc as we can and disapparate out before the ministry can respond. Shock and surprise will be our main weapons. A small contingent will be sufficient for the best effect." Greyback growled, "I don't care how many you send, but I want to be part of the group." Severus shook his head, "You are not going. You are the one who can keep the rest of his followers in line. Force them to stay if you have to. If by any chance we lost you, the Dark Lord will be furious and we will lose a major chunk of our forces." Others nodded in assent, and it was agreed that after 2 days, 20 Death Eaters would raid Diagon Alley. That evening Severus sent a Patronus to Dumbledore telling him about the plan. Dumbledore relayed the information to Moody, who selected 20 Aurors for this mission. The plan was relatively simple. 4 groups of Aurors with 5 Aurors in each will be hiding in selected shops in the alley waiting for the raid. When the Death Eaters arrived, anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards would go up instantly while a team of 10 Aurors would evacuate people through the flow network. The Aurors would be using lethal force and they would duel to kill rather than take prisoners. The Ministry holding cells could not take more than those who were already in there. Moody wanted to lead this mission personally, but Frank had to remind him that he was part of the War Tribunal and as such, they could not spare him. Alice was put in charge of the mission. Proudfoot and Kingsley would be her sub-commanders with groups of 10 Aurors each. You want a story? Harry, Susan, Hermione, Ron and Neville were sitting in a little flat in the suburbs of London waiting for their guests. The apartment that they were in was not theirs. He had rented it through the goblins. The black townhouse was under a Fidelius charm and spreading the secret too much could compromise their safety, so they had made this arrangement. A group of 5 hired hit wizards were stationed nearby to deal with any threat which may manifest itself. The hit wizards were hired for the security of the greenhouses. Remus had freed up a few of them to act directly under Harry's orders. Harry had Flo called his friends asking them to join him this afternoon. The apartment was within walking distance from 12 Grimmauld Place, so it was easy for them to walk there without getting worried about their safety. In addition to the hit wizards, the room was laced with all sorts of protective charms and enchantments. A knock on the door attracted their attention. Harry looked at the faux glass on his table. The images in it were distant and blurred, which meant whoever was on the other side of the door was not an enemy. He walked up to the door and asked loudly, "Introduce yourself." A melodious sing-song voice answered, "It is I, Luna Lovegood, with Professor Martha Hughes at the door, asking for an entrance. I had met you first time on the train at the start of this academic year and you found it funny that Sirius Black is actually Stubby Broadman, as was reported in an article published in the Quibbler." Harry cautiously opened the door. He was relieved to see Luna and Hughes on the other side of the door. "Welcome, Professor and Luna. I am sorry for the inconvenience, but I had to check you are who you claim to be." They entered behind him. As they sat, refreshment arrived on the table by itself. When they had made idle chatter for a few minutes, Professor Hughes turned to him. "I must say that I was curious and excited at the same time when I got your letter. Voldemort's past has been a murky subject. There is no information available about his life prior to what is generally known. I would bet that only a handful of people know his origin." Harry nodded. "I can understand your curiosity. I could not think of anyone better than you two to tell this story. I called you here because I want to tell where he came from and what his history is. This way, the morons who follow him would know who they are following in their pursuit of idiocy. I also think that the world should know what happened on that night when he returned. After I am done with my narration, there will be no doubt left that he does not follow any ideals other than his own relentless pursuit of power." Martha Hughes nodded. "Do go on, Mr. Peverell. We can do it this way. First you can tell your side of the story. Then I will ask any follow-up questions to cover topics which might have been left out or to get clarity for some of the topics which need attention." He nodded. "All right then. Let's do this. Let's start with his real name and his blood status. His real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. He is a half-blood. His father was a muggle named Tom Riddle. His mother was a squib, Merope Gaunt of the infamous House of Gaunt. We believe that she was a squib because there is no record that she ever attended a magical school. His father was the son of landlords in the pleasant village of Little Hangleton. The Gounts had family gold ages ago. They only married among their family to preserve their blood purity, or so they say. Insanity is a trait which ran in their family. The Gaunt family gold was long gone, squandered generations ago. Merope lived in a squalid shack with her father Marvolo and her brother, Morphin, just outside of Little Hangleton. They treated her worse than a South Avenue, constantly baiting her because she could not use magic. She had taken a shine to Tom Riddle, a handsome muggle who was the son of the Riddle family which owned most of the land in Little Hangleton. When Marvolo and his insane son, Morphin, were arrested and convicted on charges of muggle baiting and assaulting a ministry official that left Merope alone in the shack, she seized the opportunity to make a bid for freedom. Without her father and brother bullying her, she successfully brewed a love potion and bewitched the handsome son of the landlords. They eloped. About a year later, Tom Riddle showed up in Little Hangleton saying that Merope had bewitched him. Merope was left alone in London and she lost her will to live. Sometime in December that year, her son was born in an orphanage and she only lived long enough to name her son Tom after her husband and Marvolo after her father. Abandoned by his father before he was born, bereft of his mother just after his birth, he was raised in the orphanage. Even before he had a wand or any formal training, he was able to do enough magic to terrorize his fellow residents there. He stayed there until he received his letter from Hogwarts. He attended the school from 1938 to 1945 where he was sorted into Slytherin. At the beginning of his 5th year, he was appointed as one of the prefects and that was the year when the Chamber of Secrets was opened and Myrtle Warren died when she was in the wrong place at the wrong time from the basilisk glare when the chamber was opened. He was given an award for special services to the school, supposedly for helping to identify the student who opened the chamber. Only Professor Dumbledore suspected that Tom had opened the chamber himself and had framed an innocent boy. He left the Chamber of Secrets sealed. Opening it again while he was still at school could have drawn attention to him. In his 7th year, he went on to become the head boy. His school friends later went on to become the first Death Eaters. His teachers generally agreed that he was very bright, quite talented and could do most anything he wanted to after graduation. Some even speculated that he could become Minister for Magic if he wished to. After graduating from Hogwarts, he worked for a few years with Borgins and Burke. A few years down the line he quit that job to travel abroad. That was the last anyone heard of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Very few facts are known about the years that he traveled. A few things which have come to light are that he went to practitioners of necromancy and other dark arts to study under them extensively. When he re-emerged years later, calling himself Lord Voldemort, his appearance and personality were so changed that nobody connected him with his former identity. He also went about and actively eliminated anyone who knew him before his transformation. The few exceptions were those who were too powerful or too well protected for him to destroy outright. He was vanquished, ending the First War by some ancient forgotten magic. He did not die outright because he had some fail-safe to ensure that he would not die so easily. He spent years as a wraith barely alive, recovering from the injuries he sustained when he was vanquished the first time. It took him a long time to recover enough to be able to try for a comeback. The last few years, he tried various means to return to a body but until last June, they all failed. Finally last year, he wove an intricate plan to return to a body and kill me in front of his followers. He planted an escaped Death Eater at the school. He managed to enchant the Goblet of Fire in making it think that I was the only entrant from a 4th school so that I would have to compete in the Triwizard Tournament. I don't know the details about how it works, just that I was compelled to participate even though I was underage and did not enter, nor did I wish to participate. My first thought was that someone had entered me into the tournament so that I could be killed. It wasn't a bad guess, but it was only half of the plan. I came close enough to being killed at least 3 times during the tasks. In the end, Cedric and I took the cup at the center of the maze together. It was a portkey and it was supposed to take us to the judges' stand outside the maze. Instead, it took us to the graveyard in Little Hangleton where Peter Pettigrew and Tom Riddle were waiting for us. By the time we realized who was coming toward us, my head felt like it was splitting open and I could barely stand. On Riddle's orders, Pettigrew killed Cedric because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He dragged me to the tombstone of Tom Riddle Sr. and tied me there securely. After that he performed a necromantic ritual which somehow transformed Voldemort from a baby-sized, nearly helpless reptilian thing to the man he had been before he was vanquished. After his resurrection, he summoned his Death Eaters. With his followers as witnesses, he spent quite a lot of time explaining how Pettigrew had found him, returned him to a rudimentary body and helped him execute his plan to regain his proper body. He even explained why nobody's blood but mine would do as the final of 3 key ingredients for his resurrection spell. He tortured me with the Cruciatus curse while I was bound, wandless and helpless. He ordered Pettigrew to untie me and return my wand. His plan was to toy with me, then kill me in front of his followers. First, he used the Cruciatus curse. Then he used the Imperious curse to force me to beg for mercy. That was when the first thing that he did not expect happened. I resisted then entirely threw off the effects. Next, he tried the Cruciatus curse again. That was when the second thing he had not planned happened. I dodged the curse and used a gravestone for cover. I came out from behind the gravestone and tried to disarm him, but he was too fast. His killing curse met my disarming spell in midair. I can't explain what happened next. Somehow, the shades of Voldemort's most recent murder victims appeared, one at a time. They told me that the Triwizard Cup would take me back to Hogwarts. Cedric's shade requested that I bring his body back with me. They kept Voldemort busy and distracted while I made my escape. In the darkness and confusion, I bowled over Pettigrew and brought him back with me. The interview which followed the narration went for 2 hours. Then Professor Hughes left telling him that it would take a little editing before the work would be sent to him for final approval before it was sent to other publications. Luna was ready to publish everything in verbatim in the Quibbler. Harry was satisfied either way. He supposed that the story was so long that the Daily Prophet would have to publish a special edition altogether. The Quibbler was a magazine and could publish it in its entirety. Luna even told him that she would ask her father to publish the story in this edition and not keep it for long. He should expect a copy of it in the morning of New Year's Day, which was sooner than Professor Hughes would be able to vet and send it to the Daily Prophet. She would need to meet Professor Dumbledore to recheck a few facts and gather credible evidence. In return for the favor, she was getting to put her name on the story as the one who interviewed him along with Luna Lovegood. With the interview done, they returned to the Black Manor where the elves had cooked enough food for an army and everything was devoured to the last morsel. Thereafter Harry asked his friends if they were in the mood to go out and everyone was. This time for a change, they tried Muggle London instead of Diagon Alley. Neville Flo called Hannah telling her to take the night bus to Grimmauld Place in London since she did not know the location of the townhouse and they could not give the secret to her because none of them were the secret keeper. Hermione took the lead this time, suggesting that they take one of those double-decker buses which they could use for a tour around London. It was barely 2 in the afternoon, so they had a lot of time on their hands. Harry himself had never seen Muggle London properly since the Dursleys never took him along unless there was no other way. He had not learned his way around London while he was with them. He felt that the tour would do him some good too. They passed 2 hours taking in all the sights that London had to offer. During the entire tour, Susan sat with him and held his hand. At times, she whispered words in his ear giving him goosebumps or stole a key, when she knew their friends were not watching. Yes indeed, things were going perfectly with Susan and life was good for the moment. "Will you play the matchmaker?" Sirius met them at the gate to the townhouse. He gave the secret to Hannah, inviting her also. Once they were inside, Sirius turned to Harry. "I had hoped you would be more careful, pup." Harry raised an eyebrow. "What is the matter?" Sirius took a deep breath, trying to control his anger. "You know how dangerous it is at the moment. You were in Muggle London without any security. The 6 of you are important to our side and yet you threw caution to the wind. It is thanks to Auror Grey who was following you that we knew where you were. General Longbottom has told me to tell you in no uncertain terms that your security is not to be taken lightly. You will not go anywhere without informing Alistair Moody, who is in charge of your security when you are not in the school." Harry clapped him on the shoulder and looked him directly in the eye. "You seem to forget that I dueled with and beat Tom just a couple of days ago. I know that he will recover, but not today. Even with the best healers, he will be licking his wounds for at least a week. What's more, I never go anywhere without security, but they are much more subtle than the Aurors." Then he looked around the entry hall at his friends. "With Tom out of commission and his followers in disarray, I thought this would be our only chance to be kids for some time." Sirius said to him soothingly, "Pup, after the beating you gave him, I am sure that he will not take you so lightly again. Besides, as Dumbledore said, he is unconscious at the moment, so his followers may attack you in a group and I can bet that you cannot fend off 10 at once unless you were willing to expose our hidden world by performing some ancient magics in the middle of Muggle London. Also, I do not think that your friends can fight as well as you can. You are putting them at risk by going out without informing us about it. I am not going to try to stop you from doing anything, but please keep it in mind that even you have some limitations." Harry thought about it for a moment. Yes, he was confident that he could take on 10 Death Eaters at once. Yes, it would create a lot of work for the Obliviators if he was forced to do so in the middle of Muggle London. Although he was reasonably sure that the Mystics kept a watch on him at all times, it was hard to spot them. Maybe they weren't as omnipresent as they would like Harry to believe. And it was true that Harry had his limitations still. He was a war mage, but he was nowhere near the level he wanted to be. He was still learning things from the memories that the mystics had supplied to him. Every time he watched one of those memories, there was something new he learned. He knew that he was already good enough to beat Tom in a straight duel. But the old snake was a coward, a liar, and quite crafty. He had been in the business of terrorizing people for more than 50 years. He would throw away his followers like so many bits of chaff in the wind to get at Harry. Harry, on the other hand, valued his friends. He would lay down his own life to protect them. Tom knew that. All he had to do was have one of his minions grab one of Harry's friends and he would have a distinct advantage. Harry shook his head, as much to stop the musings as to deny what Sirius had said. I am not the one that needs all the protection. If they make a grab at me, all they will get is a fight they can't handle. He gestured to his friends who had been listening the whole time. The real danger is that he might get smart and try to grab one or more of my friends. If he had a hostage, that would be some real leverage. We need to protect them. Then he nodded to Sirius. So, any time that any of us travel outside of Hogwarts or Hogsmeade again, we will certainly let Master Auror Moody know. Sirius smiled. That is like a good boy, son. Now have you decided upon the list of people you want to invite? Susan answered for him. We are yet to decide upon the list, Sirius. Maybe tomorrow morning, we will have an answer for you. Sirius nodded. Just to tell you, if there are more than 3 boys and 3 girls, I may need to find some new chaperones, so please give me sufficient warning. Susan nodded. Sirius said under his breath, not even married yet and already taking his correspondence, which got the rest of the friends laughing. It was a known fact that the lady of the house was supposed to look after the societal obligations of the family. That duty would fall to Susan after they were married. Sirius then turned to all of them. Now I wish to ask a favor of you all, if you are willing. Harry nodded. You do not need to ask, Padfoot. Sirius started speaking seriously. Harry, as you well know, Remus does not connect with people easily due to his furry little problem. Even when we were at Hogwarts, he spurned the advances of many beautiful witches who wanted to be with him. He believed that they would scorn him if they came to know about it. Even Lily and James tried many times to convince him that he should not think too much about his problem, but he has been adamant. Recently, Nymphadora started having feelings towards him, but he has been avoiding her, not willing to enter into a relationship with her. I asked him about it and he feels the same towards her, but he is being a prat and does not want to take the next step. He is fearful that his condition may be transmitted, so he does not want to encourage Nymphadora and her advances. I want you all to try and do something about it. He has had his share of sorrows and I wish for him to have happiness now. If anyone in the world deserves a small bit of happiness, it is him. They all nodded. However, Neville asked what had been on their minds. How will we do it? Sirius grinned. You are all young and clever. You will think of something. I want your permission. The next day, Bill and Fleur arrived as he had invited them. His usual posse of friends were there and he decided to include them in the meeting. They were going to be there anyhow because they were the members of his order and he was not one to keep small things secret from them. After they were greeted properly and the elves had served them with refreshments, Harry turned to Bill. Bill, you were asking for some favor from me the other day. How may I help you? Bill nodded. Yes, I was. You see, shortly after the tournament, Fleur, who had graduated from Beauxbatons, came to Gringotts to work in the bank. We met in the course of work and we eventually started seeing each other. I started courting her and I told the family that I am going to marry her. Harry nodded. She certainly is lovely. I am happy for you. So, what do you need from me? Bill said to him hesitantly. You see, Harry, the problem is that I have to ask for permission. Harry raised an eyebrow. Permission? I am sure Mr. Weasley would be delighted with this union. Bill said. Yes, he is delighted, Harry. Father has already agreed to this. But I need your permission. You are the patron of our family in your role of Lord Black, so we need you to bless this union since the house magic would only agree after you have agreed to it. Being the Lord, we have to ask your permission and it will fall upon you to negotiate the conditions of our marriage. Harry shook his head. As far as I am concerned, Bill, you have excellent judgment and you may marry whomever you please. You may count on my blessing. Since House Weasley has been restored, your father is the patriarch and lord of the house. I will ask him to negotiate the prenuptials with Monsieur Delacour. Of course, if Arthur needs me to back him up, I will be happy to step in. Bill smiled. Monsieur Delacour is an agreeable enough gentleman. I'm sure that won't be necessary. Harry frowned in concentration. Something had been bothering him and it was time he asked about it. Bill, correct me if I am wrong. It seemed to me, the other day that Mrs. Weasley was a bit cold towards Fleur. Maybe I imagined it but I am pretty sure, she was less than enthusiastic. Fleur smiled sadly. She feels intimidated that I will take her son away. I love Bill but I will not do anything of the sort. I was attracted to Bill because he was not influenced by my charms at all. She feels that he is not making a proper choice of mate by selecting me. Ronald, who had not said a word till then, shrugged. I can sort of understand what you are getting at. He then turned to Fleur. I have seen how she and Ginny behaved towards you and I tried to make them see reason once or twice but to no avail. Harry noticed Hermione making a sour face and decided to raise this issue with her later. Right now, he had something to ask of them. You do not need my permission, Bill, but for tradition and good form, I am giving my permission anyway. I will ask Mr. Weasley to enter into negotiations for your marriage on terms amenable to you both. Is it enough? Also, can you and Fleur get away from work for a week or two? Bill nodded. Thanks for saying that you would ask Father to enter into these negotiations, and yes, we can get leave for a week, but why? Harry grinned. Actually, I am planning a vacation trip and at the moment, I am short of chaperones, so I want you both to take the part. Bill replied, I will think about it and let you know by tomorrow. Can I ask where we are going and for how long? Susan replied, we are going to Ireland for a week and we will stay at a manor belonging to House Black. We will leave on the morning of New Year and return on the 8th. So, if you are willing, please come prepared for a week-long vacation. Since it was time for lunch, Harry asked Dobby to lay the table for them. After a heavy lunch, Harry turned to Fleur. Fleur, I need some help from your father, Monsieur Delacour. She asked him, what is it? Harry replied, General Longbottom has tried to ask for help from the French ministry in case things turn for the worse, but he did not receive any satisfying answer to his request. We are as of now trying to get into talks with the ICW, but the ICW is reluctant to interfere in a mere rebellion, so I want to ask you to talk to your father and ask if he would mobilize some support for us if we needed it. She took some time to think through things. He cannot guarantee anything in his capacity as head of DMLE in the French Ministry of Magic. Perhaps he can find support among some of the families. However, I cannot assure you of any help from his side unless I had the chance to talk to him. I can also try to mobilize some support from my friends at Beauxbatons in the meanwhile. Harry nodded. That is better than I expected. Please tell Monsieur Delacour that I would enjoy the pleasure of his company here at the New Year ball and the invitation will reach him in due time. I expect him to be here as a guest of honor for me. She smiled. I will let him know to expect an invitation from you. He spoke to her further. There is another favor I need to ask of you. Do you by any chance know if Victor Crumb would be interested in visiting Wizarding Britain for a contract with Puddlemere United to play in the Quidditch League? Ron spluttered. Why would we need him here? We have decent players in the league. How is it of any concern to you anyhow? Harry chuckled. I need to have a talk with Victor. Ron and I want him to stay here at least till the war is over. Professor Dumbledore told me that before all is said and done, we will need more wands on our side. Victor's family is very prominent in Bulgaria and they can get help to us if needed. On the side, House Potter owns 55% of Puddlemere United, so it is in my best interest to get the best seeker in the world to play for my team. Diagon Alley. Life in the alley seemed to be going on as usual. But, if one looked closely, people were looking about themselves more, talking less and hurrying faster. People were not strolling singly or in twos, looking in all the windows, but rather scurrying in small groups, making their purchases and hurrying off. The news that Voldemort was back in the state of war was making its presence felt among the shop owners and patrons of Wizarding Britain's busiest commercial district. What was harder to notice were the few wizards scattered here and there, who were sticking to the shadows and not shopping at all. Even less conspicuous were the Aurors hiding in plain sight, mixing in with the shoppers, waiting for the wizards in the shadows to make their move. They had received intelligence that there was going to be a raid today and they were ready for it. A bang went off suddenly somewhere near the entrance to Knockturn Alley. The Aurors tensed, but they stayed put. They were under orders from Alice to do nothing until she gave the order. Nothing of the mayhem that a Death Eater raid would have caused followed. As it turned out, it was just a child playing with a Muggle cherry bomb. What the Aurors did not know was that the Death Eaters were looking for the reaction to the bang of the firecracker. If it had brought Aurors to the scene, they would have postponed or cancelled the raid. As it turned out, the situation was attended to by an old Auror who had been on regular patrol there since the end of the last war. Everybody knew old Jenkins. If you weren't careful, you could forget he was even there. Knowing that there were no Aurors in the alley other than the regular patrol, one of the Death Eaters walked out of Diagon Alley to inform his companions that the time was right for their strike. The major problem with the Aurors was that they did not know who was with Death Eaters and who was not, so they could not take preventive measures. About 10 minutes after the bang, several things happened at once. Death Eaters appeared in the alley with a pop. They started creating mayhem by shattering storefronts and setting them on fire. Unknown to them, a number of Aurors put up anti-disapparition wards and anti-portkey wards. The remainder of the Auror force, in pairs, put up shields and protective barriers while their partners got the people off the streets and began evacuating them through designated flows. The next moment, Alice's voice rang out, "Charge!" The fires all went out as suddenly as they had started. The wands of 20 Aurors who had been trained by Mad-Eye Moody and Sirius Black spoke as one. The bone crushers struck at the hapless Death Eaters like a hot sword slicing through butter. They were too tightly packed to even try to dodge. Some of them had the presence of mind to shield. The ones who were not behind shields went down like so much wheat before the sickle. The next moment, the survivors tried their portkeys while the Aurors came out to engage them in duels. Kingsley came running out of Florine's ice cream parlor, followed closely by 5 Aurors. Hestia Jones burst out of Flourish and blots down the alley, followed by the 5 under her command. Proudfoot followed soon, running out of the Wizarding Travel Equipment shop. Nymphadora led her contingent of 5 out of Madame Malkin's. Another team of Aurors led by Gawain Robards was hastily leading the few civilians who had been trapped to the shops where the active evacuation flows were located. While they were being evacuated and sent away, the shopkeepers closed down their storefronts so the Death Eaters would not come inside and harm them or the people who were making their exits. The Death Eaters were so stunned that they ignored the evacuation efforts. Their plan had been a quick raid, cause some terror and retreat. Now they were besieged by a force of 20 Aurors, some of whom were veterans of the previous war. Their portkeys did not work. They had no doubt that disapparition was just as impossible. The first volley had already decimated them. Now they understood the fate that the raid on the Ministry had faced just days earlier. With their shields up, they were ready to give as good an account of themselves as they could. Kingsley shouted out, "Formation Alpha." The Aurors spread themselves out in a semicircle around the group of Death Eaters while a stone wall appeared to seal off their retreat. In the few seconds that it took for the Aurors to dash to their positions, the Death Eaters tried killing curses, bone exploders and blood-boiling curses, but everywhere the curses went, some obstacle appeared to take the curse before it could reach its target. What happened next was more like a firing squad than a duel. The Aurors did not cast single spells, chipping away at the shields. They cast spell chains of Shield Breaker, Reducto and Bone Crusher. The first volley reduced the Death Eaters by half. The second volley finished them off. From beginning to end, the Battle of Diagon Alley had lasted about 15 seconds. The Aurors worked in pairs, one standing guard while their partners sifted through the carnage for survivors. Some of the newer Aurors who were not yet battle-hardened had to run off to be sick. The mass of flesh and blood that had been Death Eaters just a minute ago was too harsh a reality for them. The shattered remains of 2 of the Death Eaters were still alive, but they would not be much longer unless they received immediate medical intervention. Alice, who had stood back, ready to defend any Auror who got into trouble during the fight, pressed her badge to summon medics and a cleanup crew. A minute later, with the wards dispelled, the medics and cleanup crew arrived. The medics attended to the survivors, but their chances were not good. It did not matter, really. If they survived, it would only be to stand trial and be executed anyway. The cleanup crew went about the grim task of identifying the dead and cleaning up the remains. Some of them were so pulverized that identifying them had to depend on what they were carrying. They gathered up all the portkeys they could find on the off chance that they might still work and reveal the location of the enemy base. The wands of the fallen were gathered up in the hopes that they could help identify their owners. Perhaps Ollivanders could tell their identity by inspecting their wands. He remembered every wand he ever sold, after all. The Aurors had suffered a few injuries, most of them minor. A few of the new Aurors had to be treated for shock. Their casualties had been light. It looked like the new Auror training had paid off. By the time the cleanup was done, it was nearly impossible to tell that a battle had taken place. Alice and Kingsley stayed until the last window of the last storefront was restored to its pre-battle condition. That evening, the newspaper carried the story about the raid on Diagon Alley. Ministry forces overwhelmingly defeated a number of Death Eaters who attempted to raid Diagon Alley today. We have been asked by the Ministry not to disclose details of the battle here. What we can say is that 18 Death Eaters were killed outright during the battle. 2 more survived, and were taken into custody. They were severely injured and are not expected to live. Shop owners and shoppers alike were impressed by the rapid response of Auror forces dispatched to deal with the situation. Minister Frank Longbottom was quoted to say, "We will not stand idly by while Voldemort's followers terrorize our people," continued on page 6. The populace of the wizarding world was satisfied with their leader, General Longbottom, who was not in a mood to parley with the scum but annihilate them. They wanted a leader who could make hard choices, and he was just the man at the helm of affairs. Shopping. Who invented the idea? Susan told Sirius that evening that the group going to Ireland would be 4 boys and 4 girls, and Bill and Fleur had agreed to act as their chaperones. Sirius agreed to their proposition. Since they had not had an opportunity to sit and talk since they had come home from Yule celebrations, Ron had decided to stay back. Neville had stayed too because the Green Hues was boring with Alice and Frank at work most hours of the day. Augusta had some other social engagements to keep her busy. Susan arrived early in the morning with Hannah in tow. She found Hermione in her room and woke her up with a water jet to her face. Then together the girls went looking for the boys. The boys had stayed up, talking until late into the night. When they finally went to sleep, they all crashed in the same room. Creature had produced 2 bunk beds for them. Since he was not going on his morning runs, there was no reason to wake up early in the morning. Harry with the others was still sleeping when Susan decided to find her boyfriend and make him amenable to her demands. Susan did not know about the wards which he placed at the door of his room, nor did she anticipate that she would walk into one. With the marauders being wary, Harry had become creative, and the ward would become active if someone other than him tried to open the door of his room during the night when the ward was active. As soon as Susan touched the door, she was petrified, with her arms snapping to her body rigid. Hermione, trying to unpetrify her, touched the door, and immediately she was also petrified. Hannah started shouting, which brought the boys out of the room, wand in hand and looking concerned. Before Neville could cross the threshold, Harry caught his arm. With the slightest movement of his wand, the ward was deactivated, freeing the girls. Neville ran to Hannah to hug her and patted her back, soothingly whispering words of encouragement in her ear, while Harry released Susan and Hermione from their petrified state. Once they were over the shock of being petrified and were sitting for breakfast at the dining table half an hour later, Susan asked him, "What was that all about, Harry?" Harry replied, "That Sue was the ward that I put outside my chamber every night because that is the way my mind works these days. I make sure that no one can get the jump on me, something that I learned after a few unforgettable lessons." Susan asked curiously, "What lessons?" Harry shook his head, "Sorry, Sue. I can't say. That is all classified information. Whatever gave you the idea to invade my room like that anyway?" She sighed. "Did you forget that you are supposed to take me shopping?" He asked, confused. "Shopping? For what?" She swatted him playfully on the head. "Shopping for the ball and the trip. I cannot go to the ball that you are holding tomorrow, and have graciously invited me as your date, I might add, without a proper gown to wear." He asked, mock confused. "Invited you as a date? I do not remember that happening. Besides, why do I have to go with you to shop for the ball?" Neville elbowed him. "Mate, stop digging your grave. If your lady says that she wants to go shopping, then you have to go shopping." Hannah cooed, "That's a good boy. Neville dear, how about we leave for Green Hues so you can make yourself presentable for the shopping trip?" Neville dutifully stood and followed her to the flow while promising to meet at the Leaky Cauldron in an hour. Hermione was looking at Ron skeptically. Ronald put up his hands in surrender before she could say anything. "I am coming with you on this shopping trip, Hermione. You do not need to worry about that. She smiled brightly. "Oh Ronald. You understand me so well." When Susan glared at him, Harry cringed. After he had made a mistake, Neville and Ron had learned their lessons and appeared to be the good boys. That left Harry looking like the idiot who could not understand how a girl's brain works. Before they left, Harry checked in with Sirius to let him know that they would be shopping in Diagon Alley. After Dobby served them a sumptuous breakfast and they had their fill, Harry and Susan flowed to the Leaky Cauldron followed by Ron and Hermione. As had become the practice, Harry was under glamour charms with Susan. They took a private parlor in the Leaky Cauldron where they waited for Neville, Hannah, Terry and Mandy. They spent the rest of the day going through shops, buying stuff that caught their fancy and things they just liked. Most of the time was spent in Madame Malkin's selecting Muggle clothing because it was not necessary for them to wear wizard clothes all the time. By the time they were done, Harry was swearing to never ever agree to go shopping with a woman again. It was a task which should have been taught at Addersporum because it tested his patience so thoroughly. In addition to working as the porter, he also had to try on a trunk full of clothes. When it came to pay for their purchases, Susan insisted that it was his duty to pay. When he raised an eyebrow, she explained that as her betrothed, it was one of his duties. Also, it was his punishment for being an idiot in the morning. The ball. Finally the day of the ball arrived. Most of the guests had been sent invitations from Sirius which would act as port keys at the appointed hour. Not just anyone was told the flow address of the manor for security reasons. The manor was being patrolled by 10 hit wizards who were excused from the Rosier plantation for the night in addition to 10 Aurors led by John Dawlish that Moody had sent to provide security at the Black Manor due to a large number of important wizards gathering there. Moody himself was invited and Harry had no doubts that he would enjoy the ball by barking orders to security rather than dance. The Black Manor was huge. The upper floors had access restricted except to family and a few selected family friends. Unknown to most of the guests, the members of the orders were also allowed limited access to certain parts of the upper floors. Unlike Potter Manor, the flow was set in a separate building which was about 200 meters away from the main building. The flow building was also the designated spot for the port keys which would be coming in. Harry, Sirius, Andromeda and Remus were to receive the guests as they came through. Their names would be checked against the guest list and then they could sign the guest book. After that, they were shown the way to the main building. A couple of Aurors would be placed in the building where the flow was located. Similar to Hogwarts, apparition was blocked on the manor grounds. Also, similar to the Ministry, anti-dark mark wards had been placed in the flow room. Anti-portkey wards would be put up as soon as the last portkey came in. The plan was that as each party guest wished to leave, they would do so by flow. The Muggle-born guests, whose homes were not connected to the flow network, presented another problem. They would have to flow to a public flow such as the Leaky Cauldron in London or the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade and make their way home from there. There were a limited number of guest rooms on the ground floor of the manor for those who liked to party to excess and would need some rest before traveling. The party was expected to go until quite late. As soon as it was morning, Harry and his friends would be leaving by Portkey for Ireland. The plan was for the friends to have a week-long getaway before returning to school. Bill and Fleur had agreed to join them as chaperones since they felt the holiday would give them time to know each other a little better before they were married. Harry was in fact anticipating a couple of marriages would happen before the final battle took place. Black Manor. The day of the ball finally arrived. Sirius had engaged the services of a catering outfit from the continent to decorate the place as tastefully as possible. The caterers worked with professional pride and efficiency. It only took them a day to decorate the ballroom and the ground floor of the manor. Most of the guests would begin to arrive by Portkey at 6 o'clock. Some of the closer friends had arrived during the day. The Tonks, the Weasleys, Remus, Susan, Neville, Hermione, Hannah, Terry and Mandy were already there. Since the elves and the caterers were taking care of the decorations, setup and food preparations for the ball, Harry and his friends had free time to do whatever they pleased. Ron suggested that they play a pickup game of Quidditch but sadly, nobody but Harry had a broom with them. Besides, the girls thought they would get cold, flying around. They eventually agreed to go for a walk around the grounds of the manor instead. Winter had definitely come to the Black Manor. Snow lay everywhere on the ground and in some places it had drifted as high as their heads. There had been no wind during the last snowfall. The bare branches of the leafless trees wore a coating of the white powder. The pines wore a thick mantle of snow in their boughs. In the brilliant winter sunshine, the effect was dazzling. As the temperature was a bit above freezing, Hermione noticed that the snow was good for packing. She bent down and began to form a large snowball. It didn't take long for the rest of the teens to catch on to what she was doing. In a few minutes, in teams of 2 or 4, they were all rolling huge snowballs with plans to make the world's biggest snowman. After about an hour, they levitated the final snowball to form the head of a 20-foot-tall snow giant. After making the snowman, they decided to make teams and have a snowball fight. The game went on for about 2 hours. By the time the game ended, they were all red-faced and their clothes were wet from uncounted hits from the powdery projectiles. Harry ended the snowball fight by animating the snow giant and having it drop its own head on the other team. "That's cheating," Ron spluttered as he emerged from the pile of snow that had been the snow giant's head a second ago. When Harry was able to stop laughing, he said, "Nope. We never made up any rules. That means there's no such thing as cheating. Besides," he said looking at the lowering sun, "it's time we went in and got dressed for the ball." It was about 4 o'clock when they all filed back into the manor, red-faced, soaked and laughing. Sirius sent them to their rooms to get ready. Harry had already dried his clothes on his way to his room. He thought it would only take him a few minutes to hand off his outdoor gear to Dobby and get dressed for the ball. But that is not the way it went. When he arrived in his room, he was greeted by Dobby and 2 other house elves who had their orders from Sirius. His outfit for the ball was all laid out already. But before he could get dressed, he had a haircut, his eyebrows trimmed, a shampoo and a thorough scrubbing. By the time the elves were done with him, even his unruly hair had been tamed. As a finishing touch, they gave him a manicure, cleaning up his ragged cuticles, then shaping and polishing his nails to perfection. When the elves had finished their work and Dobby approved, then and only then did they begin to dress him. His outfit consisted of a white silk shirt, black trousers, a set of black robes with emerald trim and accents, made of the finest silk that could be found with his house crests on them, a cloak of the same color and a pair of dragon hide boots. When Harry looked at the results in the mirror, he wondered who this well-groomed young man staring back at him might be. He dismissed the elves, thanking them for their work. Of course, they were terribly embarrassed about being thanked by their lord. When Harry started to leave the room to go downstairs, Creature popped in holding a small staff. Bowing, the ancient elf presented the staff to Harry. "This be yours, Lord Black. The ceremonial staff to show that you have power under the roof." Harry accepted the staff gracefully, then inspected it closely. It was made of wood and worked with precious metals. The head was in the shape of an adder. When Harry arrived downstairs, he found all of the men and boys there, but not one of the girls or women for that matter, and he was worried. He asked Sirius, "Where are the ladies? Why are none of them here? Are they all right?" Sirius laughed heartily. "Pup, they are all still getting ready. Has no one ever told you that you could give them hours to get ready and they will still need 5 minutes more?" Everyone laughed at this statement except for a voice which said, "What was that you just said, Sirius Black?" Sirius turned to find Emmeline dressed up in a sky blue gown, her straight hair falling down her back. Her expert and understated makeup was just enough to draw attention to her already beautiful features and a smile to top it all off. Sirius gave voice to what was obvious to all the other people in the room. "Emmeline, my dear, you look absolutely radiant." Harry stepped forward and pretended to kiss her hand. "My compliments. You certainly do look lovely. With you in the room, I am certain that nobody will even notice that I am here." She waved him off. "You are such a charmer, Harry, but it will not work on me. I am dating a man who can give a compliment in any situation and better ones than that." Sirius walked up and hugged her. He said playfully, "Don't be so heartless to him, dear. He has a chance to improve now that he is under my tutelage." Remus, who was sitting in a chair nearby, rolled his eyes. Yeah, aren't you the same guy who took a year to ask Marlene out on a Hogsmeade weekend?" Harry snorted while Sirius blushed. To his credit, Sirius rallied valiantly almost instantly. "I was a child then, Moony. I did not wait for a year because I was afraid. I was waiting for James to pluck up the courage to ask Lily out. Besides, you're the one to talk. When have you ever asked a girl out?" Emmeline countered him. "As I recall it, James gathered courage for 3 years before he asked her out in 4th year, and then she turned him down. You started going out with Marlene in 5th year. By that calculation, you were the one without courage. Harry was a little puzzled about something and he asked Emmeline, do you not mind when he talks about Marlene? I mean he intended to marry her at some point in time and maybe still harbors feelings for her. She smiled and mussed his hair, you are yet to learn a lot about life, Harry. Yes, I do get sad at times about it but we are together now. That is what matters. Life is too short to hold grudges. We can either keep grudges or we can go out and live our life as we want. I am choosing to enjoy everything that life has to offer me. Before the talk could continue anymore, Sirius poked him in the shoulder and pointed to the top of the staircase where Susan stood. She was dressed in a form-fitting robe which accentuated her figure. It was hard to say what color the robes were because they were iridescent, reflecting different colors depending on how the light hit them. The overall impression was that they were silver, setting off the burnished copper of her hair. Her hair, which she was wearing in loose ringlets down her back, held out of her face by a circlet of gold which matched the necklace that Harry had sent her as a Christmas present. She was also wearing the earrings that Sirius had sent her. To finish off the outfit, she was wearing a pair of peep-toe pumps that matched her robes. Her makeup was subtle and it only enhanced her natural beauty. Harry's mouth was hanging open as she descended the last few steps and sidled up to him. When she reached him, smiling, she gently put her finger under his chin and closed his mouth. Close your mouth, Mr. Peverell. We are not a codfish. Sirius and Remus were laughing at his condition while Ron was looking dumbfounded, not sure if he should hit his friend on the head to bring him out of his trance. Finally Emmeline had pity on him and she shook him, bringing him out of his trance. Wake up, lover boy. You have your whole life in front of you to fall in love with her. Susan blushed at the compliment while Harry hugged her, saying, all the radiance in the world today cannot equal you, Sue. If the pleasantries are over, maybe you would like to pay attention to your guests, Lord Black, came a voice from the doorway. Harry saw Amelia standing at the doorway to the meeting room. He rushed to greet her formally. She, instead of offering him her hand, hugged him and said, it is good to see you two bonding so well, Harry. After he was done greeting her, Sirius approached him. Pup, go to the Flow building and greet your guests. I will be there to take over in an hour. Harry took Susan's arm and they walked to the Flow building together. While they were going, Harry took stock of the security as he walked nonchalantly towards the Flow building. There were hit wizards patrolling the property while 2 were placed outside the entrance of the main building. 3 Aurors were present inside the Flow building, standing in dark corners under disillusionment charms. Other Aurors were present in different parts of the manor, watching over the guests, keeping out of sight in the same way. Only someone who was extremely sensitive to magic could sense them standing there. He stood with Susan at the designated spot where people would be coming by portkeys that had been sent to them. Sirius had arranged for the portkeys to have 3 different landing zones in the building and the guests would arrive at 2-minute intervals. They would alternate between the 3 zones and that would allow up to 6 minutes each for them to sign the guest book, discreetly have their identities checked by security and be directed to the main house. What they did not need to know was that anyone who attempted to crash the party would be stunned and delivered to a holding cell until their true intent could be determined. The first one to arrive via the portkey was Luna Lovegood, who landed gracefully with the Biangoma on her shoulder. She hugged him and pecked him on the cheek before she greeted Susan and then turned to him. Thank you for inviting me. Harry, I have never been to a ball before this year. The Biangoma tells me that it will be a great year indeed. Harry asked her with a raised eyebrow. The Biangoma told you. What happened to the Nargles? She smiled. The Nargles are busy making little Nargles, so they gave their responsibilities to this Biangoma. Has Ginny arrived? Susan answered. She would be inside the main building. Go on, we will join you soon. The next were Ernie and Lilith. Lily's father had been invited too and he was coming by himself a bit later. Ernie and Lilith had taken the portkey which Harry had given to them. Harry liked Ernie very much as their families had been allies since before the time of the Vikings. He was also on good terms with Lilith since she had joined the Order of the Snow Leopard. He greeted Lilith while Susan greeted Ernie. They were sent inside promptly because the arrivals were speeding up. What Sirius had not carefully scheduled were the people who knew the Flow address and arrived that way. A few like Frank, Alice, Moody and a number of senior oars had flowed in while other guests continued to land every 2 minutes by Portkey. During his hour on duty, the time went by in a blur. Harry thought that more than 100 guests must have arrived. An awkward moment came when Daphne arrived with her family. She was dressed in a blue gown which accentuated her figure. She was clearly dressed to impress. Her hair was loose and falling below her shoulders. Her blue eyes beamed with joy when she saw Harry. She hugged him a little too tightly and too long for his comfort while she murmured in his ear, "It is good to see you, Harry. I have missed you so much during this vacation." Susan saw what was happening. She said to Harry in a pointed tone, "Harry, we still have guests coming." Daphne extricated herself from him hastily while Cyrus and Roxanne had a mysterious smile on their lips. Harry greeted the two of them and then turned to Astoria, who was looking impishly amused. Harry sent them to the manor to clear the way for other guests. Susan was incensed at Daphne's forwardness with her betrothed. If she had her way, she would have whipped out her wand and given the Ice Queen a huge nose and a scorching case of acne. But she thought better of it. She would have to talk to that girl soon and make it clear that Harry was hers. The next to come were the Creevy brothers by Portkey. When they came in, Colin started talking to him excitedly. "Harry, we stayed at Hogwarts for Yule. You should have seen the pranks." Harry cut him off before he could go any further. "Colin, I would love to hear about it, but at this moment, I am busy receiving my guests. Can we talk later?" Colin reluctantly agreed and Dennis dragged him away. Harry was interested to know how much things had progressed between Colin and Ginny. Something told him that they would be perfectly matched to each other. Dumbledore came next. He gracefully landed when his Portkey arrived and Harry greeted him joyfully. "Lord Dumbledore, welcome to the Black Manor." Dumbledore looked like the grandfather that he always did and answered his greetings with a smile. "I thank you for the hospitality you have shown to me under your roof, Lord Peverell." Minerva, Pomona, Aurora, Bethsheda, Martha Hughes and Phileas Flitwick were also invited and they all arrived minutes after Dumbledore. Harry had invited Vikram but the mystic had refused, saying that they were not ones to socialize more than necessary. The next to come were the Delacours. Sirius had sent the invitation to them at Harry's request. Fleur stepped forward and kissed him on his cheek. "Harry, let me present you my papa Sebastian Delacour, my mama Apolline Delacour and of course you know Gabriel." Harry shook hands with Sebastian then pretended to kiss Apolline's knuckles saying, "Charmant my lady." Gabriel did not let him say anything but hugged him warmly. Susan had a brief moment of annoyance but it passed swiftly. Harry turned to Sebastian. "Monsieur Delacour, let me present to you my betrothed, Susan Bones." Sebastian greeted her warmly and said to Harry playfully, "Are you not a little young to get betrothed so soon?" Harry chuckled. "Yes, I am a little boy still." He had turned to look at Fleur when he emphasized on little boy and Fleur smacked him, "And I have learned my lesson since then to never underestimate you, Harry." After the Delacours were on their way, Susan asked him, "What was the little boy thing?" Harry chuckled at the memory. "Shortly after our names came out of the Goblet of Fire, I was sent into the chamber where the other champions were. Fleur had addressed me as little boy while talking to her headmistress. That changed quickly though. She learned her lesson at the first task. He received many other guests during his hour-long shift. Then Sirius took charge of receiving the guests. Andromeda had agreed to take the final shift and greet the late-comers. Sirius had timed the Portkeys so that those who were invited by Harry came in the first hour. Those who were invited by Sirius would arrive later. In that way, Harry was saved the trouble of making the acquaintance of everyone who came by Portkey. He only greeted those who he invited. Dinner was being served in the ballroom. It looked more like a dinner hall at the moment. There were several well-placed expansion charms. Little circular tables had been arranged for most of them except for a long table where the guest of honor and other important dignitaries were to sit. By about 8 o'clock, everyone had arrived. They were being served dinner before the dance started. Harry had an aversion to meat and wine. He had to appear to take some in the view of the guests or that would have been bad manners. Harry would have been happy to sit at one of those little circular tables with his Hogwarts friends, but his position as one of the lords of the Wizengamot and as the host made it imperative for him to sit at the long table. He sat at one end of the table while the other end was taken by Sirius as they were the hosts. Monsieur Delacour was assigned a seat beside Harry as per his preference with Frank on the other side. As they sat talking, Sebastian asked him. Harry, Fleur told me you wanted to ask something of me. Harry nodded. May I assume that you have read the Daily Prophet recently, monsieur? The terrorist known as Voldemort is back from the dead and active once more. I had to fight him just a few days ago. The Ministry has a considerable force of 200 Aurors at the moment, but what is worrying is that he has more. And he is still recruiting. I do not know if you have heard, but the most savage werewolf of recent times, Fenrir Greyback, has been recruiting for him on the continent. Just a few weeks ago, the Ministry hunted down and eliminated 30 of the worst type of criminal werewolves who had fled justice on the continent and come to Britain illegally. We need more wands at our side because I know the time will come when we will have to fight a decisive battle against him. It may not be possible for us to defeat him without the strength of numbers. General Longbottom has tried to ask for help from France, Germany and Bulgaria, but so far got nothing. Sebastian turned to Frank. Is this true, monsieur? Frank nodded. We have had no help from any other country so far. They fear that Voldemort will turn his wrath towards them if they helped us. We are on our own and we need help. You are the head of DMLE in France. You are also well connected in your country. You can gather help for us if we need it, so I implore you to think about it at least. Sebastian nodded. I will think about it, monsieur. Dinner lasted for an hour. Everyone had their fill. Then it was time for the dance. At a signal from Sirius, the guests all rose from their seats. The remains of dinner disappeared. The head table moved to one end of the room, laden with drinks and refreshments. The majority of the small tables disappeared and the remainder of them lined up along the sides of the room. An 8-piece band seemed to appear out of nowhere and set up on risers at the opposite end of the room from the refreshments table. It all took about 2 minutes and the dining hall had become a ballroom once more. Tradition dictated that the host opened the dance with their partner. Susan took Harry by the arm. While the band finished tuning up, she whispered in his ear, "Are you going to be all right starting up this dance? I heard that you were a disaster at the Yule Ball last year." Harry gave her his best lopsided grin and said, "I will try not to step on those pretty pumps you are wearing." He then led her confidently out to the middle of the dance floor while the guests applauded, whistled or cat-called according to their nature. The band counted off, then struck up a slow waltz. From the very first note, Harry led as the young couple glided effortlessly around the dance floor. Those who had been jeering quickly changed their tune when they realized that Harry could really dance. After about 12 bars, Sirius joined them with Emmeline, the two couples perfectly synchronized as they revolved around the floor. A few bars later, the rest of the head table joined them with their dance partners. Susan, pleasantly surprised that her partner was more graceful than the average troll, asked Harry, "When did you learn to dance like that?" Harry's emerald green orbs looked directly down into her sparkling blue eyes and he chuckled, "Please don't distract me, Sue. I'm afraid that I'll lose count." She smacked him playfully on the shoulder, "Get serious." Then she raised an eyebrow, "Do you mean to tell me that your friends who don't know anything but war actually taught you to dance?" The first dance ended. The wizards bowed to their partners as the witches curtsied in reply. Those who had been watching the artful coordination of the first dance now walked onto the dance floor as the band leader counted in for the next tune. It was a popular dance number that was getting a lot of airplay on which radio, and there was a dance that went with it. Harry and Susan changed poses, and when the first note rent the air, they were off. Even Mad Eye took a few minutes away from bossing the Aurors to join in and dance with Amelia. The dance step would have been pretty basic all by itself, but the music was fast and there were endless variations on how people moved, leapt and spun as they somehow managed to avoid colliding or stepping on each other's toes. The footwork, which included a stomp, and the arm movement, which included a clap, were part of the percussion. The dance number ended after about 5 minutes and the crowd went wild with cheering, clapping and whistling. The band pumped their fists in the air 3 times in acknowledgement, and not wanting to lose any momentum, they struck up the next number. Harry and Susan were a bit breathless after the dance, so Harry led her from the dance floor to take a break and get something to drink. The refreshments table was at the opposite end of the ballroom from the band, so it was a bit quieter there. "Harry, where did you learn to dance like that?" Susan asked him while trying to catch her breath. "You were amazing. You never missed a beat." Harry's mind flashed back to all those laps around the lake while the mystics tried their best to keep him guessing, then all the dance lessons. Harry fondly said, "My teacher of wizarding etiquette drilled it into me." She taught me that a proper gentleman must know how to dance. It took a lot of cursing and hexing from her to get to where I am today. Every time that I stepped on her toes, she caned me. She looked amused. What was she, a squib or something? Why did she have to resort to using a cane? Harry winced in memory. It was not a regular stick of wood but a slim, flexible branch which hit very painfully and it left bruises on my backside. She was a witch all right, but she told me that I would not learn my lesson if she used magic to punish me. The Muggles have some forms of punishment which would be a torture to us. She chuckled. Look at you. Harold Peverell, the war mage who can make Voldemort tremble, is afraid of a cane. Harry scowled. You would not take it so lightly if you were disciplined that way. May I have this dance, Lord Peverell, said Astoria Greengrass, who had detached herself from Dennis Creevey. Dennis was already asking some other girl for a dance. If Harry recognized her correctly, she was Rose Zeller, the scion of the House of Zeller. Harry looked at Susan, who just shrugged, meaning it was his choice to agree to it or not. Harry agreed. It would be my pleasure, Astoria. But I have to tell you that my keeper for the evening is very possessive and will want me back soon. Susan scowled but said nothing. She kept watching everyone around them while Harry went to dance with Astoria. When Justin approached her, Susan, may I have this dance? She agreed and went to dance with him. Justin once had a bit of a crush on her which had ended last year. She came to know of it when he had asked her as a date to the Yule Ball. She had told him that she had her eyes fixed on someone already and he should find someone else. Harry, have you decided? Astoria asked him. Decided what? Harry asked, a little confused because he did not know what she meant. You had told me that you do not yet know what you feel towards Daphne and wanted to take some time to sort through your feelings. I wanted to know if you have thought about it. She reminded him of the day when she had told him that Daphne Greengrass, one of the prettiest witches in Hogwarts, harbored a major crush on him. Ah yes, Astoria, now I understand what you are asking. That is something that I should discuss privately with your sister. This concerns me and Daphne. If she asks me anything about it, I will talk to her about it. Astoria huffed. All right, keep your secrets. I suppose that I will have to bribe Tracy to get some answers. Now, can we have this dance properly before I have to return you to your keeper for the evening? After they had danced for about 5 minutes, Astoria dutifully returned him to Susan. Here is your date, Eris Bones. Can we trade partners? Susan passed Justin to him and started dancing with Harry again. What did she want? She asked him. She was asking about things that really do not concern her. I told her just that, he answered her vaguely. Susan knew immediately that he was not telling her everything. She decided not to press him right now because she was happy with things as they were. Everything would happen in its own time. Susan, can I borrow your date for the evening? Asked Ginny, who was dancing with Colin. Sure Ginny, she said and passed Harry to her. Colin went to find Luna Lovegood. Conrad Duvant asked her for a dance. Conrad was from the ancient house of Duvant, a capable wizard whose family had sat in the neutral faction for ages. He was also a good dancer and danced gracefully with her while Harry danced with Ginny. Harry, we have had so little time together this year, Ginny was saying. I have a lot on my plate, I suppose, Harry replied. Besides, it seems to me that you have a lot going on too. Like running the Harry Potter fan club, for instance. She blushed until her face very nearly matched the color of her hair, then spluttered, What? How do you know about the club? It is a well-kept secret. I know that you didn't hear about it from Hermione. Harry chuckled. You are right that I did not learn about it from Hermione nor any other member of the club for that matter. But I have my ways that I may go anywhere unseen and unheard if I want to. I sat in on one of your sessions and learned all about it. We can talk about that another time if you like. Then he gave a glance to where Colin and Luna were dancing. Meanwhile, I hope that you are genuinely interested in Colin. That you are not just talking about running the Harry Potter fan club. She gave him a smack on his shoulder. Stop teasing me. I really like Colin, Harry, but we have to see if we are good for each other. For now, we are just going with the flow. To answer your other question, we do not discuss the club every time we talk. We are just running it. Most of the columns are written by other people. He returned her to Colin and went to find Susan. She was sitting with a butterbeer in her hand. He sat beside her and taking one of her hands, he keyed it lightly, asking, Has no one asked my lady for a dance? She took a deep breath. I only want to dance with you, but you do not seem to have time for me. Harry took her by the hand and said, there is nothing I would rather do than dance with you, my lady. The couple took to the dance floor. The two of them managed 3 dances in a row before they were interrupted again. If you do not mind, Susan, can I borrow Harry for a dance? Asked Daphne. Of course Susan minded. But to say so would have been unladylike. Of course, I won't mind, Daphne, but only on the condition that you will return him to me promptly after a dance. Daphne happily agreed and Harry started dancing with her. Harry, I was terrified when I read about the duel that happened in the ministry. I wanted to come find you that day, but I have no idea about where you live. Father told me that your place is protected by a Fidelius charm, so I could not know. Were you scared? She asked him. Harry took some time before answering her. Yes, Daphne, I was a little scared, all right. Only a fool would not be scared. The little fear we have helps us to stay alert and stay alive. When we are afraid, we do not make mistakes or try to be the hero. I was facing the worst Dark Lord in recent history, so I was obviously scared, but not much. I realized that he is not as scary as they make him out to be. After a few moments when they were quiet, he asked her, how has your vacation been so far? It has been very good, she replied. Father has planned to take us to France tomorrow for a week, so I am excited about it. I hope I will be seeing you at Hogwarts in a week. Yes, we will be seeing each other in school, he replied, that is, unless Voldemort has recovered from his injuries already and decides to attack us here at this moment. She chided him, that's not very funny, Harry. At least do not spoil the mood now. Things have been very tense since he came out in the open. Mother wanted Father to close the apothecary in Diagon Alley and work by all order after she read about the raids on Diagon Alley yesterday. He had not even told her about it when he returned home on the day of the raids, and she took him to task for it. When they had danced for 2 songs, Susan realized that Daphne was not going to release him anytime soon. She motioned for Hannah to go and get her betrothed. Hannah grabbed Neville and approached Daphne. She said to Harry, you have danced with everyone today except for me, Harry. Do I have horns on my head, or am I walking around in an invisibility cloak? Harry said, not at all, Hannah. I thought that you would want to dance with Neville alone all night so no one else can claim him. So I had to console myself with whomever I could find. Neville protested, oi mate, why are you digging a hole for me? He then turned to Daphne, Heiress Greengrass, may I have the pleasure of a dance with you? Daphne gracefully accepted and Harry accepted Hannah's hand. When they were dancing, Hannah said, Susan told me to go and get you and I had not danced with you yet. Hermione took hold of him after that dance and they danced for some time before Susan, who was dancing with Ronald, reclaimed him. Fleur, who had been dancing with Bill Weasley and sometimes Charlie or one of the twins, borrowed him from Susan. When they were dancing, she asked him, have you talked to Papa? He nodded in affirmative. He told me that he would consider my request and will help if he can. Thank you for the help. I owe you one. The dancing went on for nearly 3 hours. Harry danced with Susan when he could, but there were a lot of lovely ladies who waited their turn and kept him busy. The band did an excellent job of testing the endurance of the dancers, then mixing in some slow music to give the couples a chance to dance closer. At 2 minutes to midnight, the band stopped playing. Sirius got everyone's attention. Since my son does not feel very comfortable addressing a gathering of people, this onerous task has fallen to me. A few chuckles greeted his statement. He continued, I want to thank every one of you for joining us in this festivity tonight. The houses of Peverell, Potter, Black and Rosier are very glad to have been your hosts for this ball and are hopeful of organizing more balls like this in the future. I do not have too many words to say on this occasion because I have always more been a man of wand than words. So I will conclude by asking you to join me in counting down to the new year. Harry welcomed the new year with Susan in his arms and a key on her lips while standing on the grounds of the manor. The caterers had cast warming charms on the grounds so it was not very cold out there. Harry wanted to key her under the stars while saying goodbye to the year gone by and welcome to the year which was coming. After another round of dance, they were taking a walk in the grounds. Sirius found them walking around the grounds and sent them to their beds. That will be quite enough lollygagging, you two. You won't believe how soon the morning will come and you have a portkey to catch to Ireland in the morning. Making a shooing motion with the backs of his hands, he said, "Off to bed you two. Get going." Diagon Alley. For the first time since Harry had gone to the Mystics, he slept without any wards around his bed. He had been bone-tired last night and did not care to set up any wards. Sirius woke him and at his forehead, "Wake up, son. Come downstairs soon. We don't have much time before you have to go." When Harry descended, he found Emmeline was at the table. Moony was waking others up. Terry and Mandy joined him shortly. Nymphadora brought Hermione, Susan and Hannah downstairs. Bill brought Ronald. Remus had to wake up Neville after he defused the ward that Neville had put around his bed. Soon breakfast was underway. Harry asked Sirius, how many stayed behind last night. Almost all the Muggle-born students stayed. They were sent to stay in the guest rooms where spare beds had been prepared for them. There was another attack in Diagon Alley last night. An Auror was injured and 2 Death Eaters were killed. We could not risk sending them to public places in the dead of night without any protection. We will send them on their way later today. Ronald was looking grumpy and blurry-eyed from a lack of sleep. He muttered, whose idea was it to get up at this ridiculous hour of the morning anyway? Bill ruffled his hair, chiding him, "You can catch up on your beauty sleep once we get there, Ron. It's not as if there aren't any beds for you lot." "Are you coming along, Bill?" asked Ronald. "Oh yes. Mother wanted me to keep an eye on her ickle Ronikins to make sure he stays out of trouble," he said, making others laugh. "All right you lot, eat quickly and join me in the entrance hall. We will flow to London before you leave England," Sirius said while getting up and dragging Emmeline with him. They reached the Flow building after an hour and Sirius was there alone. Emmeline had flowed to her house to get ready and go to the ministry afterwards. He turned to them, "We are going to flow to the Leaky Cauldron. From there, we will go to the Portkey Point in Diagon Alley. There we will receive the port keys." One by one, they all went to the Leaky Cauldron. They took the exit to Diagon Alley. There was already a guard set up for them in the Leaky Cauldron. They were escorted undercover to the Portkey Point. The Portkey Point was set up to one side in a side alley so that no one would arrive in the middle of Diagon Alley and drop on someone's head or something equally awkward. As they all reached the Portkey Point, another Auror was waiting for them with pieces of rope in his hand. Sirius leveled his wand at him. "What did I tell Alistair Moody when we met in his office?" The Auror calmly replied, "You told him that your son would always beat him in a duel." Sirius took the portkeys from him and the Auror merged into the shadows. Harry understood that he was under the protection of Aurors or mystics at all times when he was out in the open. In fact, once or twice, he had spotted an Auror on his tail but did not say anything because it would have served no purpose. This way, he at least knew what his protectors looked like. He however had not been able to spot a mystic yet. Sirius was saying, "Now you lot, behave and enjoy the vacation. The week will be gone before you even know it. Wizarding Britain is not going anywhere. It will still be here when you return with all its problems, including the recent Dark Lord infestation. The purpose of this vacation is to enjoy it as much as you can. I will be disappointed if you failed to do that." The first to go were Remus and Nymphadora. Harry and Susan went 2 minutes later. Next were Neville and Hannah. In another 2 minutes, Terry and Mandy went. Finally, Bill and Fleur vanished. Ireland. The portkey deposited them outside a manor which looked like a little palace. The grounds around the property were vast and spread out for acres. The manor was built entirely out of cut and polished basalt blocks. It looked beautiful, impervious, regal and timeless all at the same time. There was a grand main floor with 15-foot ceilings and 2 more floors above that. The outer wall was built of the same polished stone blocks stacked 20 feet high with guard towers at the corners and smaller towers on either side of the main gate. The stone was so carefully cut and fitted that it was hard to see the seams between them. Each wall and every tower was topped with stone crenellations made of black and pink veined granite polished to a glossy shine. The main gate was built of a mixture of forged metals with the Black family crest worked into its bars. Harry's jaw dropped in wonder at the workmanship. He took a few steps forward to touch the gate and see for himself if it was real. As he touched the crest, the portcullis points slid free of their slots in the ground and the gate lifted smoothly upwards. Harry could feel the wards as he passed under the gate and realized that the gate was the least of the measures for keeping unwelcome guests out. Harry noticed that the others had not followed him inside. He turned to see them standing outside the gate. He asked, "What happened? Why are you not coming in?" Remus replied, "Call for the head of the elves here, cub. His name is Dory. Ask him to bring the ward book. You will need to add us to the list of the persons who are allowed access to the building." Harry could not remember doing anything like that when he visited the Potter Manor for Susan, but shelved that thought for later. He called loudly, "Dory." An elf who was older than Creature answered his call. His skin was hanging on his body in folds. His eyes were sunken. He could barely stand. His body shook as he bowed. "Dory welcomes Master to the Black Manor." He said to him kindly, "Dory, please fetch me the ward book." Dory snapped his fingers and the book appeared in his hands. He handed it to Harry. Harry took the book and first removed all the names of people allowed access to the manor that he did not recognize. Then he added the names of those who had accompanied him here today. After they were all in, the portcullis slammed back down. Harry turned to Dory. "Are you the only elf here or are there more?" "There are 4 elves in total, Master. Laurie, Sunny and Kinney are the other elves. We all do different work." Then another tremor shook the old elf's body. "Master, I have grown old and want to retire." Harry knelt down in the snow so that the old elf did not have to look up at him and told him, "I cannot condemn you to death by freeing you. How else can I help you?" Susan addressed him, "Harry, you do not need to give him clothes for retirement. Just give his duties to another elf and tell him that he is retired now. That will be sufficient." He turned to Dory. "Is there someone else you can recommend in your place?" The elf perked up. "Sunny can handle these duties, Master. I would have suggested Kinney, but she is making little elves." Harry raised his voice, "Sunny." The elf who appeared was quite a lot younger than Dory. He spoke with a voice that was loud and firm. "You called, Master." Harry addressed him, "Sunny, I place you in charge of the elves at this manor." He turned to Dory. "Dory, I am pleased with your dedication and your service. You are hereby retired. You may continue living in the manor as you wish." "Master is too kind," said the old elf as he bowed. Then he vanished with a pop. Sunny showed them to their rooms. They all wasted no time getting into bed and passing out. Every one of them had stayed up late at the ball and needed a bit more sleep to feel really fit. The plan. The manor was situated in a valley, ringed by forested hills, making it a picturesque location. As Sunny told him, it was a holiday home for an Irish family who had married their daughter in House Black. The manor was given as part of her dowry, so it belonged to House Black now. It was a 3-story structure and was surrounded on 2 sides by a lake which was almost as wide as the lake at Adrishporum. On the other 2 sides, it was flanked by hills, making it easily defensible in case there was an attack. When they woke up in the early afternoon, Remus had all of them come to the meeting room. There were no tables but comfortable sofas for them to sit and even some mattresses on the ground with quilts to wrap themselves in. The atmospheric charms cast in the room were working perfectly, but there was no harm in wrapping themselves in quilts when it is snowing outside. Sunny had some hot chocolate for all of them. They all sat contentedly on the mattresses or the sofas as they pleased. Remus started speaking after they all had made themselves comfortable. "So, tomorrow you are going to start enjoying your vacation. I hope you will enjoy it to your heart's content. There are a few rules which have to be followed. While we are designated as your chaperones, but we are not going to keep following you everywhere because we trust that you are all mature enough not to engage in activities that will bring you shame. Rule number 1 is that there will be no, and I really mean no, books opened during our stay. Just so you do not go looking for books, Sirius has had the library emptied already and I took extra care to remove any books which might have been in your trunks." Hermione looked distressed at this announcement. Remus continued, "The second rule is that you cannot spend all day by yourself. You have to mingle with other occupants too. The third rule is that you all have to do what I ask of you. There will be no exceptions. This rule will apply to Bill and Fleur too. Is that clear?" They all nodded to agree to his rules. They were pretty simple rules that they could abide by and yet enjoy their vacation. It was a pity that it was snowing. They would have liked to go flying on their brooms. They could have fun by other means though, and they were determined to do so. After Moony had his say, he retired to his room. Harry called a meeting with Fleur, Bill and Nymphadora. He included Susan in it because she was inseparable from him. He started addressing them. "What I am about to say must not reach Moony's ears. Firstly, Nymphadora, would you speak honestly to what I am about to ask?" She scowled. "Don't call me Nymphadora. Yes, I will answer your questions unless they are too personal. Harry grinned. It is your name. What else am I supposed to call you? Now to the question, Padfoot told me that you fancy Moony. Is that true? Susan smacked him on the head. Of course it's true. Didn't you see how she was trying to stay as close to him as she could during the ball? Harry turned to her and said in his sweetest tone, I only had eyes for you, sweetheart. So I did not notice anything or anyone else. Fleur swatted him on the arm. There will be time later to flirt with her, Harry. Stay focused here. He nodded. Right. Our goal then, is to make Moony realize that he is being a prat by keeping her at arm's length. I propose that we have Bill show interest towards Nymphadora to make him feel jealous. If that doesn't work, we will come up with something else. Bill hesitated. I can understand that it is a noble purpose, Harry, but why do I need to be the scapegoat? Harry chuckled. That should be obvious, Bill. You are extraordinarily smart, not to mention that you have a way with the witches. Bill asked, why don't you become the scapegoat? Harry shook his head. No, I couldn't even get a date for the Yule Ball last year, that is until Parvati had mercy on me. Besides, I give lousy compliments. I am just a little boy, after all. Fleur rolled her eyes. Will you ever stop using that little boy again and again? I said I had made a mistake once, Harry. If you were a couple of years older, I would have asked you to the Yule Ball last year. You would have been far better than Roger Davies, who was drooling all the time. Susan mock glared at her. Can you please keep your hands off this one? He is already mine and I do not share. Harry pulled her closer to him in his arms. He keyed the side of her head, saying, you do not need to be jealous of anyone, Miss Bones. I am yours, today and forever. Fleur spoke then. Fine, Bill can act like he is interested in Tonks here. And I will play the heartbroken girl if that is what you want. But what if this does not work? Harry waved her off. It should work. Just follow the plan I have made. If this one fails, I will follow any plan that you come up with. The Rift. The next day, they decided to explore the manor as well as the grounds and woods outside. As they agreed, they divided into pairs. Harry went with Susan. Neville paired up with Hannah. Ron and Hermione went together. Terry was with Mandy. Harry did not know if there was anything between Terry and Mandy, but he thought it was the perfect time to find out. Each pair took a chaperone with them. Harry chose Moony to start working his part of the plan with him. They walked off towards one of the hills. The other couples did the same. They had decided to spend 2 hours or so out on the grounds before they returned. They found a place, sheltered from the wind, between the trees. In a few minutes, they had cleared the area of snow, adding it to the drifts around them. It did not take them much longer to set up a fire pit in the middle of the clearing, conjure some comfy chairs, get a fire going and set up some charms so that the clearing was comfortable and warm. They each took their seats to take in the warm glow of the fire while enjoying the sight, scent and sound of the forest in winter. Moony had closed his eyes, lost in thought when Harry asked Susan in slightly louder tones, Sue, do you know why Bill and Fleur were fighting this morning? Susan, who knew about the charade, replied, I do not know the whole story. I suppose it was because Bill was overheard saying that he thought that Tonks is very beautiful and an aura to boot. I don't know if it is true, but Fleur claimed that he was going to break off their engagement and court Nymphadora. Remus's countenance showed no visible change, but Harry could see a subtle twitch in his jaw and guessed that the werewolf was listening to every word they were saying. Harry continued, if it is true, I will have to ask Arthur to cancel marriage negotiations with Monsieur Delacour. It would be awkward of us to start it and finalize things only to end them abruptly. However, I do think that Tonks would complement him nicely. Wouldn't they be perfect together? An aura and a curse breaker, both adventurous and loving life. Susan dreamily replied, oh yes, they would be perfect together. But what about Fleur? What will she do? Harry looked a bit surprised. Are you kidding me? She is a really talented witch, bright and charming. She's not too hard on the eyes either. She'll be fine. Susan shook her head. No, Harry, she is quarter Vila. Vila do not choose their mates lightly. Once they have done so, they do not change their mind. Harry did not want to lay it on too thick. It would have made Remus suspicious if they went on too long about Tonks and Bill. Harry took in a deep appreciative breath of air as he surveyed the scene and asked, Sue, do you like the manor? I like it a lot myself. Here, in the middle of nowhere, it is quiet and peaceful. We can live as we please and there is nobody around to tell us otherwise. I would like to come back here as often as I can. She nodded. Yes, I like it here. Since we have come here I sort of forgot that we have a war brewing back in England and that our families are embroiled in it. I wish I did not have to go back. Harry gave her a genuine smile. I promise that as soon as we have taken care of Tom and his followers, we will come back here and have a nice long vacation. 2 hours later, the fire was burning low and Moony was snoring softly in his chair. Harry woke up Moony. Remus, we need to go back. It has been 2 hours. Back at the manor, there was a different scene going on. When they entered the room, Neville was scowling at Bill. Mate, some chaperone you were. You left us there by ourselves for the better part of an hour, telling us that you would be back soon, leaving us waiting. Where did you disappear to? Bill looked like a deer caught in wand light. Neville, I was coming back. Then I found a thestral. I started to play with it and lost track of time. Terry spoke up. Really? I didn't know that we are thestrals. Harry asked him, what do you mean by that, Terry? You look pretty substantial to me and you do not have wings either. Why would you call yourself a thestral? Mandy answered. Harry, Bill left Neville and Hannah and came over to where we were. As soon as he came over, he spent the whole time talking to Tonks here. When we asked about Neville and Hannah, he vaguely replied that they were grown up and could manage without him. Hannah turned to Bill. If you had left us to go to Fleur I would have understood that, but why to Tonks? I mean, she is not your girlfriend. Harry was watching Remus as the scene played out. The werewolf looked pretty uncomfortable with all the talk. Fleur went berserk meanwhile. What were you doing, William Arthur Weasley? Why would you go to her and not me? Remus calmed her down. Fleur, if you want to fight, please do it with him somewhere alone. We do not want to hear your differences being made public. With that Remus left them. When he was gone, Harry turned to the others. Did we overdo it? Do you think it has affected him at all? Fleur replied. He sure was uncomfortable. But I do not think he will ever speak out this way. We will have to think of something else. Mandy said, if you all agree I have a plan. Do you love her? The next morning, Bill and Fleur were not talking to each other. Harry and Ron told Remus that they were all going out and that they did not need chaperones for the moment. As it was, 2 of their chaperones were in a bad mood. They didn't need their mood to ruin things for them. As planned, the girls stayed back except for Mandy. She went out to the woods while the boys went out exploring. Bill stayed back ostensibly to heal the rift with Fleur. Nymphadora told Remus that she had to report to the Aurors that everything was fine and she was off to do that. As Sirius had told him, there were Aurors looking after their security and not showing themselves. Their shift changed every 8 hours. 12 Aurors had been employed for this purpose with 4 Aurors in each shift. Nymphadora was to report to them once every 8 hours that she was fine. She could do that with her Patronus, but she had gone to inform them personally. About 20 minutes after Nymphadora was gone, Mandy came running back to the manor. She was out of breath, panting, her robes torn in places, her face and arms scratched from the thorns of the plants she had run through to get here. She saw Fleur and tried to speak while she was gasping and trying to catch her breath. Flew Fleur. Fleur caught hold of her and asked her, what has happened? Why are your robes torn? What made you run like this? Hermione hollered for Remus, who came running, his wand in hand, and asked her desperately, what happened, Miss Brocklehurst? She lunged for him and hugged him tightly. Professor Death Eaters in the valley. They were trying to take me captive when Tonks came out of nowhere and started dueling them. She told me to come and ask for help. Remus urgently said, tell me where they are. Then he turned to Bill. Where are the others? Have they returned? Bill shook his head and he cursed loudly and barked orders to him. Bill and Fleur, it is your duty to keep the girls safe. I will go and rescue Dora. If the boys come back in the meanwhile, tell them to stay here. Taking the directions from Mandy, he rushed to the east where Mandy said she came across the Death Eaters. There on the top of the hill, Tonks was battling with 2 of them while 2 more stood guard over their prisoners. He could not believe his eyes. The boys were already captured. Harry had a gash on his forehead. He was unconscious and chained up with the others. Blood rushed into his eyes and he ran forward growling throatily. In the time it took him to reach them, the 2 dueling Tonks had subdued her and tied her with chains. One of the Death Eaters who had bound Tonks turned in time to send a banishing charm his way, throwing him back. As Remus stood again, he started speaking, "Oh. The might of light now depends on you, Remus Lupin." Remus had not heard the voice before and said to him, "Whoever you are, if you do not release them at this moment, then I swear by Merlin that—" The one who was talking to him taunted him, "You are not in a position to make threats, Lupin. If you do not throw your wand on the ground this moment, my friend will not hesitate to blow her head off." The other Death Eater dug his wand into Tonks's head to emphasize the point. Remus threw his wand away. Tonks shouted, "Remus, no. Why did you do that? They won't spare any of us anyway." One of the Death Eaters picked up Remus's wand. He turned to the one standing guard over Nymphadora, "Blow her head off first. She talks too much." Remus fell to his knees, "No, please don't hurt her." The one nearest to him cooed, "Ooh, they are love birds." Tonks snapped, "We are not lovebirds." The one covering her asked her evilly, "Oh really? Then it should not upset you when my friend offs him." Tonks' eyes spread in terror and her voice quivered, "No, please no. I beg you." The fourth one said, "So they are lovebirds, or at least she is." He turned to Remus, "Do you love her?" Remus shook his head, albeit hesitantly, "No, I do not." The one standing closest to him and covering him at one point turned to the one covering Nymphadora, "We are wasting time here. Start killing them and start with her. Our work here is done. We only needed Potter and we got 3 others. We will be handsomely rewarded." As the man had uttered, "Regic." Remus jumped from his place and tackled him to the ground. They were entangled, but the one who had been covering him immediately petrified him and started laughing, "Such bravado, but useless. It is indeed love. Now my mind is changed. I think I will torture her slowly while he watches, and then I will kill him when she has succumbed to our torture." He turned to Remus, looking into his eyes, and asked, "Any last words you want to say to her?" Remus had never been so helpless in his life. He was wandless, petrified, and there was no way that help could arrive for them. For a brief moment, he wondered what had happened to the Aurors. Perhaps the Aurors themselves were the Death Eaters and had brought their cohorts here. Their biggest hope, Harry and his friends, were bound and lying unconscious, otherwise Harry could have saved them single-handed. It did not help that their captor stunned them every 2 minutes. Also, Remus knew that Bill and the girls maybe could get them free, but he had left them in the manor and had ordered Bill to keep them there. Even if he could send a message to them, it would be too late by the time that they could arrive. Perhaps it was the end of their lives. His captor meanwhile had tied him down with heavy chains and unpetrified him. "Say what you wish to, Remus Lupin. Mind you, it is the last thing that you will speak." He turned to Nymphadora and started saying earnestly, "Dora, I want to tell you something today because I do not think I will get another opportunity to do so. Ever since I met you, I have been smitten by you. I was entranced by your charms and everything you did is endearing to me. I had been dead inside after that fateful Halloween night, but you made me feel alive after you stumbled into my life. I wanted to tell you how I feel about you, but there is no future to our story. I am a werewolf and I am afraid that I would have transferred this condition to our children if we ended up married. I kept my distance. If I could, I would have married you in this moment." His captor stood aside and said, "What is stopping you from stepping forward and snogging her brains out then, Moony? Go ahead, you have my blessing." Remus noticed then that the chains which had been binding him had vanished. "And our best wishes too," said Susan, who had came walking up from behind him with the others, and they were all watching the scene while Remus pled to Dora's life. He looked up to see that Harry was standing in front of him. The one who was covering Nymphadora was Neville. Ron and Terry were standing guard over the captives, but who the captives were, he did not know. What is th? He could not finish his words because Nymphadora had lunged for him at that moment, gutting him, and the others started whistling and catcalling them. After about 5 minutes, when Remus managed to extricate himself from her, he turned to Harry, "What was this, cub?" Harry gave him an ear-to-ear grin. "Padfoot told us that you were being a prat and not willing to accept your feelings toward her, so we had to do this. I came up with the ruse that Bill was trying to pursue Nymphadora to make you jealous and take action. But that was taking too long. So, Mandy came up with this brilliant plan." He was still astounded at the lengths they had gone to. "But I could have harmed you seriously, Harry. It was dangerous, and who are these captives?" Harry said to him somberly, "Moony, I really do not like to brag, but I do not think that you could defeat me in a duel, so we decided that I should fight you instead of anyone else." He then turned to the captives. As to these, they are homunculi that we had conjured and made them look like us. We knew you would not look closely and walk right into our trap. And that is just what you did. Remus smiled. I owe you for this one, cub, and I intend to pay it back with interest soon. Harry waved him off. Promises, uncle, promises. The rest of the day, they spent in the sitting room lounging on mattresses laid down for them. Remus had Nymphadora sitting in his embrace covered with a blanket while Susan sat with him. Neville had Hannah with her and Bill had Fleur. Terry and Mandy were sitting apart from each other. Hermione and Ron, despite having been dating for the last 6 months, were still maintaining a distance from each other. Harry did not even know how their love story had started. He had just seen them walking into a broom closet one night and they were yet to come out with the details of their relationship. Harry decided that it was time they both went public. He decided to do something about it before they went back to London. Remus told them a story about the first time that Sirius asked Marlene for a date. There was Padfoot shaking in his boots and afraid to approach Marlene to ask her out. James and Wormtail had a bet that Sirius would not be able to ask her out. Soon other students knew about the bet and they all started making their own bets either on James's side or Wormtail's. What Wormtail did not know was that James had told Sirius about the bet and had promised to split his winnings, so Padfoot had to ask her out. The real problem was getting her by herself to approach her, because Sirius was extremely popular among the witches and he was conscious of his reputation. He did not want other girls to know if Marlene turned him down. That way, his reputation would remain unblemished. On the last day when he was supposed to ask her out and win the bet, he decided to ask her when she was coming from the girls' washroom on the 4th floor. The tiny problem was that she always seemed to be with a large group of girls. To deal with that problem, Prongs donned the invisibility cloak and waited outside the door of the washroom without being noticed. He threw in a couple of dung bombs at the opportune moment. Moments later, the girls cleared out of the washroom. In the confusion, Sirius stopped Marlene. He had to ask her 3 times before she managed to make out what he was saying. Marlene said yes almost immediately. Later Sirius split his share of the winnings with her. This set everyone laughing, trying to imagine how it would have looked. Harry managed to ask him between his laugh, "You mean to say Sirius had done an underhanded deal with her and she agreed to it?" Remus nodded. She was already interested, but when she knew that he was going to make a pocketful of galleons with her help, she made a deal with him. Sirius split his winnings and spent his share on their date. Harry turned to Nymphadora. "Sirius has told me that Remus never showed any interest in any witch while he was at school or later for his own reasons. Did you date someone?" She blushed. "Harry, I don't know if that is an appropriate question to be asking right now. But yes, I dated a boy during my last year at Hogwarts." When she did not reply for a few moments, Bill asked her curiously, "Don't keep us all in suspense, Tonks." "Who was it?" She replied, "Charlie Pruitt, your brother." Ron almost shouted, "What? He sure didn't ever let on." Hermione slapped his shoulder. "Honestly, Ronald. Why would he need to tell you?" Unknown Castle. The Dark Lord was still in a coma. The healers said that they were finished mending his body and they were on to administering the necromantic potions to him, but there was no way of knowing when he would wake up. They had assumed he would wake up in a week, but when he did not wake up on the 7th day, they left it to the fates. This was the first case where a patient had been brought to them in such a condition and not already dead. There was no knowing what the result would be. They hoped that the Dark Lord would wake up soon and the potions would be helpful for it. That was the most that they could do. Meanwhile, Severus was taking stock of the Death Eater numbers, looking for chinks in the armor. He knew that the Ministry had captured portkeys from the Death Eater casualties. But, showing his shrewdness, the Dark Lord had put their destination in a forest from where they would be able to apparate to the castle. He had foreseen that perhaps some of them might be taken captive. If the portkey with them was confiscated, it would bring Aurors to his hiding place. In fact, the Ministry had tried sending a team led by Alistair Moody which had landed in the forest. It was found that all the portkeys were made with that destination as the end point. Investigations had been made in the surrounding areas, but it yielded nothing for them. Meanwhile, Severus had stopped organizing or authorizing any followers from carrying on raids of any sort. True, he could have got many more of them killed if he encouraged them to go out and act foolishly. But Voldemort would have been suspicious if he found that his followers kept acting idiotically and Severus did nothing to stop them, thereby getting them killed. However, there was almost always a raid or an ambush somewhere in London undertaken by some over-enthusiastic Death Eater on their own volition. In the last 5 days, 10 Death Eaters had been killed or taken prisoner apart from those involved in the battle in the Ministry Atrium or in the Battle of Diagon Alley. Dumbledore had asked him to see if Nagini could be killed or abducted from the castle. Severus had asked the reason from Dumbledore. He told him that while Nagini lived, Voldemort could not die. She was his tether to this plane. Severus had tried to find a way to do it, but to his woe, she was always around Voldemort in the master bedroom and there were healers around him all the time. Maybe later, he could get a chance at killing the Great Snake. Ever since Severus had come to live in this castle, he had started to think about what his life had been reduced to. He was a brilliant student. He could have made a name for himself as a potion master, but he could not resist Voldemort's view of the perfect world where wizards would not have to hide. He had been ensnared by those dreams, even killed for him. There was no guarantee that he would have changed if it had not been for Lily's death. If the prophecy had not been made, he might have gleefully cast the killing curse at James Potter and all his friends. Severus loathed his older self but knew in his bones that he will have to answer one day for Lily and James's death. He would accept whatever fate may bring for him. "Mr. Snape," said the healer who had just entered his chamber, "have you brewed the potions as we required you to?" Severus nodded. "Indeed I did." "What is the condition of the Dark Lord now?" She said indifferently. "He should be back in the world of the living within a day or two, but I must accept that I was shocked with the amount of damage that was caused to his body. I mean, he is the greatest Dark Lord and a mere child did that to him." Severus frowned in anger. For her benefit, he is no ordinary child. He is a menace to us. I must agree with you a bit though. I had not expected him to be so powerful. When the healer left, his musings changed to the teen. When Harold Peverell came to Hogwarts 4 years ago, Severus had some beaked pleasure for a moment or two seeing him looking so malnourished. But as time passed, he realized that the boy was a wonderful child who had been dealt a cruel hand by fate. Sadly, that did not stop Severus from being vindictive towards the boy. He still looked very much like his father, James, who had been his nemesis during his time at Hogwarts. By ill-treating him every way possible, he was getting back at a man who had been dead more than 14 years now. He still looked out for the welfare of the boy. Even though he had realized his mistake some time ago, he still had a part to play. That involved continuing to mistreat young Lord Peverell in every situation where word might get back to Voldemort. There had been a lot of change this year. The brat showed what he could do with proper guidance and people to look after his interests. From the first class this year, he had been unstoppable. He did things which Severus could not even begin to imagine. With his performance in academics at Hogwarts, he had thought that Draco would face a worse fate than he did in the duel. Compared to what Harry could have done, Draco really only got a reminder of who the new Lord Black is. What his capabilities were could be known only by asking either Dumbledore or Voldemort. Dumbledore liked his secrets. That left only Voldemort, i.e. is when he woke up from his coma. He had been to the cottage outside of Hogsmeade, a few times during the summer, for the training program that was being held for the students, but he had not seen Harry there. Dumbledore had told him that Harry was being hidden somewhere that Voldemort could not find him. He had not probed further. Now, he was beginning to realize that Dumbledore was forging the weapon to kill Voldemort, a weapon which was effective and deadly. Merlin forbid, if it turned towards Severus, then there would be no one who could save him. He could not wait for Voldemort to wake. Ministry of Magic. The War Tribunal under the new regime was going to have its first meeting today. There were a lot of prisoners who were to be brought to trial this day. Frank had decided to first deal with those who had been granted amnesty under the previous regime. Then they would move to those who were caught in the atrium of the ministry. There were a lot of names which sounded familiar to him, but the most prominent were Lucius Malfoy, Thaddeus Nott, Roland Gibbons. The tribunal sat to judge the prisoners. Dumbledore had arrived to witness the proceedings, along with a few other wizards, as he had done during the previous war. There were a few more people in the witness stands who had come to see what the ministry did to them. For security reasons, the ministry had made a few changes. There were no flows connected to any of the chambers of the houses in the Wizengamot or to the offices of the ministry officials. Every flow was redirected to the atrium. There, without exception, every visitor, employee and official was frisked with the probity probe. It was custom-made to check for the dark mark or any concealed item such as an extra wand. No one was allowed to carry their wand inside the chamber except the chief warlock, minister of magic, the head of DMLE or the head Auror. The Aurors who were on security could stay just outside the doors. Since no apparition was possible within the entire ministry, there were not that many threats. There were Aurors placed at the lift entrances and in the corridor which gave access to the lowest level where the courtrooms were. Access to the Department of Mysteries was completely restricted except for the Minister of Magic, the Unspeakables and a few visitors who had to be approved in advance. Narcissa and Draco Malfoy were present in the chamber this day in anticipation of the hearing for Lucius Malfoy. There were family members there for other prisoners who would likely get their hearings today, filling up the seats of the spectators' gallery. It was not easy to find barristers to represent accused Death Eaters with the current political climate. But with enough gold, a reputable lawyer, Jenna McCormick had agreed to take their cases under certain conditions. At the designated time, the judges arrived at their places. Frank rapped his gavel, let the first session of the War Tribunal commence. A moment later, he started addressing the gathered people. The first matter listed today is that of Lucius Malfoy. Aurors, bring the accused in. Kingsley Shacklebolt went out. He returned a moment later with two trainee Aurors bringing Lucius Malfoy between them shackled in chains. They sat him on the chair where chains shackled his wrists, ankles and chest, holding him securely in place. The Aurors went out again. Frank turned to him, Lucius Abraxos Malfoy, you have been brought before this war tribunal to be tried on the charges of being a Death Eater, of harboring known offenders, aiding, abetting, of attacking the Ministry of Magic with intention to overthrow the rightfully elected government. How do you plead? Lucius still had some stubbornness left in him. He sneered rigidly, not guilty. Frank took a moment before he started saying again, since you have pled not guilty, you will be questioned under the influence of Veritaserum in the presence of your attorney. He turned to Gawain who was sitting on one side, Chief Investigator Robards, you may proceed. Robards forced Malfoy's mouth open. He shoved 3 drops down Lucius's throat. He waited for a few moments to ensure that he was properly under the influence. He asked Malfoy, is Draco Lucius Malfoy your nephew? Lucius shook his head, no, he is my son. McCormick stood at her place, I object to his line of questioning. This question has no bearing on this case. Frank turned to Robards, Investigator Robards, in order to test if the accused is under the influence of Veritaserum, please ask relevant questions. Gawain nodded, I apologize. Do I have permission to proceed? Frank waved his hand telling him to proceed. He turned to Lucius again, Mr. Malfoy, are you a Death Eater? Malfoy replied in a monotone, yes. Mr. Malfoy, did you take the mark willingly at Voldemort's orders? Malfoy fought to avoid answering the question, but the potion had done its work, the Dark Lord did not order me. I begged him to give me the dark mark. Robards wrinkled his nose in disgust. He said, what offenses did you commit under his orders? Lucius started telling, I used to torture his captives for information. I was sent on scouting missions. I was sent to bribe, coerce and intimidate others to further his plans. Thus far, I have not had to kill anyone. Robards continued, did you ever cast any of the unforgivable curses in his service? Lucius replied, I used to torture his captives with the Cruciatus curse. Robards asked him again, what happened on the night when Cedric Diggory died? Lucius started retelling, I was summoned by the Dark Mark just after the Dark Lord had already regained a body. He tortured Potter with the Cruciatus curse. Then they dueled. Something unexplained happened. Potter escaped and took Pettigrew with him. Robards continued, what happened on the night of Yule when you attacked the Ministry with Voldemort and his Death Eaters? Lucius replied, I was summoned by the Dark Lord to gather his faithful. The plan was to prepare for a campaign at the Ministry of Magic to obtain a prophecy orb from Potter. The Ministry was waiting for us. I was disabled by Sirius Black who amputated my wand hand with a cutter which also destroyed my wand. Not long after that, a bone crusher disabled my other hand while I was trying to stop the bleeding with my backup wand. Robards continued, where is Voldemort hiding now? I do not know. I suppose that he is hiding in a location which is secured under a Fidelius secret. He is the secret keeper. There are many Death Eaters with him in hiding. Is there any way we can get in the castle? No, the Dark Lord has placed nasty wards at every entrance and exit of the manor which only allow one with the dark mark to enter. Anyone else would die a horrible death if they tried to enter the place without his leave. Robards then turned to Frank. I am done questioning him. I rest my case here. Frank turned to McCormick. Do you want to ask any questions or tender any evidence of his non-complicity in the entire affair, Miss McCormick? She stood at her place and said, yes, I do have a question or two for the accused. Frank said, very well then. Ask your questions. She proceeded to stand in front of Lucius. Lucius, have you ever regretted entering into the service of Voldemort? His eyes went wide at this question. Of all the defenses she could have come up with, did she not know what would happen to him if word of this ever got back to the Dark Lord? But he had to answer, yes. She asked her next question, please then, tell the court about when you have regretted serving Voldemort and why. Lucius shivered then began to weep. He plundered our family vaults. He threatened me and my family with torture, death and worse. He tortured me to amuse himself. He spouts pure blood propaganda while making up one excuse after another for murdering pure blood families. By the time I realized what he really is, it was too late. And now, when any of this gets back to him, he scanned around the spectators, and he will kill me and likely my son and wife too. She shook her head, thank you Lucius. That will be all. Then she turned to the tribunal, for mercy's sake, I ask the court for leniency. Once engaged in the service of Voldemort, these people have no choice but to continue to serve him, even if it costs them everything and everyone. I rest my case. With the accused being interrogated under the influence of Veritaserum, there was nothing else that she could do. Lucius himself had admitted his wrongdoing. He would be punished according to that. For the number of crimes that he was accused of, life imprisonment in one of the maximum security cells in Azkaban was the punishment which could be inflicted on him. She decided to intervene if he was sentenced to something worse than that. That was the deal that she had made when she was hired by the Malfoys. She would save him from being sentenced to execution through the Veil or the Dementor's Key. That was the most she could promise to them with Veritaserum being used so abundantly on the accused. The tribunal debated upon the degree of punishment for a few minutes. Moody was of the opinion that they should just chuck Malfoy through the Veil and be done with him. Amelia wanted him to be sentenced to the Dementor's Key. Frank said that they would not stoop to the level of the Death Eaters. They would award punishment according to the law. After they were done deliberating, Frank pronounced a judgment, Lucius Malfoy, on the basis of the evidence, that being your statement under the influence of Veritaserum you are found guilty of being a Death Eater, of attacking the Ministry of Magic and casting the unforgivable curse. The maximum punishment is incarceration for life in Azkaban in one of the maximum security cells. There is no other punishment which befits you than this, your disillusionment with Voldemort notwithstanding. By this judgment, you are sentenced to incarceration for life in Azkaban and a penalty of 2 million galleons is levied on you which shall be payable within a period of 1 week starting from today. Should you fail to pay this fine, your estates and vaults will be confiscated. Aurors take him away. Thaddeus Knott was also sentenced to the same punishment with the same amount of penalty. The same was with Rawle and Gibbons. In one stroke, the ministry had successfully gained 8 million galleons for the war while stripping the Death Eaters of the same resources. What was even better was that if they failed to pay, the ministry could seize their estates which would be bought by others, preferably lords of the Light faction. As soon as the trial was over, Narcissa rushed home to pack her belongings. She was planning to go to Switzerland this same day. She would meet with the gnomes. They would pay the penalty that was needed to be paid so the manor would not be sold. She had already decided that they were done with wizarding Britain until the war was over. They would hide in a small country in Asia Minor where no one could find them. When the war was over, she would return. Draco however would have to return in a week for Hogwarts. At least he would be safe there while she sorted out living arrangements and protection for them in Europe. Maybe next year, she could ask Durmstrang if they would take a transfer student. Their arrangements to go into hiding had been prepared months ago. Lucius had made the arrangements in advance so that if they needed to make a getaway, they could do so at a moment's notice. The gnomes had seen to the arrangements. She was content that he had fulfilled his obligations towards his family. There was also something that she needed to ask of Lord Black. She decided to come back under the cover of night. Ask the boon she desperately needed. Maybe, if she succeeded, then her son would be spared. What she did not know was that when the Death Eaters came calling at Malfoy Manor to deal the Dark Lord's form of justice to Lucius's wife and child, they would find the Aurors waiting for them. Amelia and Mad Eye would never pass up such an opportunity. The next day, the Daily Prophet carried the news with glee. Lucius Malfoy convicted. By Alexis Stellar. In the first session of the newly formed War Tribunal, the infamous Lord of the House of Malfoy Lucius Abraxas Malfoy was convicted of being a Death Eater, casting the unforgivable curses and attacking the Ministry of Magic. He was sentenced to life incarceration in Azkaban. He was also fined for 2 million galleons. Failure to pay the fine within a week will result in seizure of the Malfoy estates and vaults. See page 6 for the trial transcripts. Under the influence of Veritaserum, he gave a detailed account of his crimes while acting under the orders of the wizard otherwise known as Lord Voldemort. Continued on page 8. This however was not the creme la creme for the day. There was news in a box on the front page which excited people while making them anxious at the same time. Coming soon. An account of the life of Voldemort, the self-proclaimed Dark Lord, as narrated by the boy who lived, verified by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, penned by Martha Hughes, Professor of History of Magic at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, assisted by Luna Lovegood, special correspondent for the Quibbler. People were excited to know what the duo of the boy who lived and the Victor of Bavaria had to say about him. Of course there was no one else who could know as much about him as Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore. To top it off, the Daily Prophet had ceased publishing any story without a memory or a source to back it up so it would be authentic. The Quibbler had just published its weekly edition this morning. It was grabbing the attention of people with the same news that the Daily Prophet was going to publish soon. Voldemort's Origin Revealed. By Luna Lovegood and Martha Hughes. A few days ago, I was invited to a lunch by Harold Peverell Potter Black Rosier Weber, aka Harry Potter, aka the boy who lived, aka the boy who stole witches' hearts, along with Professor Martha Hughes, the newest member of the faculty at Hogwarts. She teaches history of magic, succeeding Professor Binns, who finally passed on to his next great adventure. In the said meeting, my Byangoma told me that I would be told earth-shattering news. What was revealed is indeed a slap in the face for the purebloods who pledged their loyalty to him without knowing his origins. As Lord Peverell told us, his real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, a half-blood descendant of the House of Gaunt. He is the son of a Muggle and a Squib. Yes, you read it right. The said Dark Lord is son of a Muggle and a Squib. Our esteemed pure-blood's key, the hem of his robes. What is more is that his mother gave birth to him after she had bewitched a Muggle using a love potion. The Muggle left her after she stopped using the potions. He grew up in a Muggle orphanage surrounded by Muggles. For all intents and purposes, he was no better than a Muggle raised. Yet our esteemed purebloods bowed to him. If the above does not sound hypocritical to you yet, then you would be disgusted to know that he killed his Muggle father and grandparents when he was a student, then framed his uncle, Morphin Gaunt, for the murders. In a clash with Lord Peverell a few years ago, he confessed that he did not believe in blood purity but power. All he wanted was to grab power. He showed those rosy dreams to his followers who followed him like mindless sheep, funding his campaign, pledging their loyalty to him. They served his interests with mindless devotion. For more on the interview, please see p. 20. That edition of the Quibbler sold out. It was going to reprint. Barnabas Cuff was hoping that the story that they were going to print would garner more attention, bring in more galleons for the Prophet. Their story would contain quotes from Dumbledore, maybe some evidences which would make it more desirable than the story which was published in the Quibbler. It was a pity that Martha Hughes was insisting that Luna Lovegood's name to be included as one of the writers. Azkaban. Lucius Malfoy was given a cell in the uppermost floor of the dreaded prison. The cell was dreary, far too small for a man who was used to the comfort of manors. The room was hardly 10 by 10. There was no bed for him to sleep on either. There was a straw mattress on the floor with a thin, worn-out blanket. There was only a hole in the floor to do his business. The most dreaded thing about the top floor was that the Dementors visited there every day for an hour in the dead of night. As the Aurors brought him in, one sneered at him, "Now you are in your proper place, Death Eater, right with your brethren. I hope that you perish here." The other was laughing for some reason and it irked Lucius. He snapped, "What are you laughing at, mudblood? The Auror gave Malfoy a hard poke in the ribs with his truncheon, and said, "Mind your manners, convict." Then slammed the cell door shut, leaving the erstwhile Lord Malfoy to meditate over his sore ribs. As they were leaving, the first guard asked the second one, "What were you laughing at anyway?" The other replied, "Peter Pettigrew was in the same cell when he was ed by Dementors." Of course Pettigrew had been portkeyed out of there by Sirius and Remus to meet his fate with the werewolves on the night of a full moon. But Lucius did not have to know the truth. What they said would keep him fretting all night. As Lucius was trying to fight the chill which was in the air due to the constant presence of Dementors nearby, while lying on the straw bed in his cell, someone from the adjacent cell asked him in a whisper, "Is it true that the Dark Lord is back?" Lucius replied, "Yes, the Dark Lord is back. I had the fortune to see him return." In response to his answer, a cackle was heard. A cackle so nefarious and full of malicious glee that it shook Lucius's bones. He shuddered. He recognized the master of that voice. It was Bellatrix Nameless, who seemed to have gone mad. "Master will soon come to release me. Time for blood traitors and mudbloods to die." That night, Bellatrix kept cackling, shrieking that her lord would come to free her soon. That she would have her revenge on them. Chief Auror's office. Moody called Rufus Scrimgeour into his office. When Rufus entered, Moody was grumbling about something incomprehensible. Rufus did the formal salute to him as his superior. "You called, Head Auror." Moody pointed him to a chair. "Take a seat, Rufus." As Rufus sat, he could see Moody was lost in contemplation. "What has got you worried, Alistair?" Moody showed the quibbler to him. "Did you read the story printed today?" Rufus nodded. "Indeed I did, and I found it hard to believe. If it had not come from the duo of Peverell and Dumbledore, I would not have believed it. What an irony." Moody smirked but then schooled his features. "Xenophilius does not know that he has invited trouble in his home." Rufus asked him, "How so?" Moody looked at him as if he was talking nonsense. "You are a senior Auror. Use your brains. Voldemort does not want his true identity known. He will definitely go after Xenophilius and his family for publishing the article." It dawned on him what Moody was saying. "So what should we do, Alistair? You know Lovegood does not view us with favor. Keep 2 Aurors posted in Ottery Street. Catchpole all the time. They can keep a watch on the Rookery and the Weasley home. If they notice anything out of the ordinary, we can apparate in with a strike team to round up any would-be troublemakers. Do not waste a moment to go to their aid. Is that clear?" Rufus nodded. He said authoritatively, "Yes, sir." With that Moody dismissed him. His next plan was to visit Barnabas Cuff to see to the security of the Daily Prophet. If Moody thought their security needed some help, he would assign a couple of Aurors there. Ireland. Unaware of the happenings in Wizarding Britain, Harry Potter and his friends were planning a hike in the woods. For a change they were going Muggle, or as much as they could manage to do without magic, like lighting a fire with a matchstick, living in a perfectly Muggle tent, sleeping in a sleeping bag without warming charms, cooking by hands, etc. For food, the elves had produced enough for them to eat for a week even if they ate at their normal rate. Most of it was already cooked except for a few things. They left Remus and Nymphadora at the manor, telling them to take a day for themselves. Harry would call Remus on the mirror if something was amiss. They had 2 chaperones between the 6 of them. If it came to escaping, Harry could apparate. So could Neville, Bill and Fleur. If a situation came up, each of them could take a person's side along and 2 of them could take an extra and apparate away. As they were making their final preparations, Hermione looked through the gear, then asked, "The snow is pretty deep out there. Do we have any snowshoes or cross-country skis?" The rest of the group looked at her like she had just grown another head. Then Terry said, "I think I know what you're talking about, Hermione, but I don't think that any of us have ever used them." Hermione explained, "They are 2 different ways of traveling through deep snow without sinking into it. Muggles use them. Cross-country skiing is a popular winter sport. The skier is propelled by means of poles and either fish scale texture on the bottom of the skis or by wax that sticks to the snow under load or slides over the snow with lesser load. Snowshoes are lightweight frames with webbed material to spread out your weight and prevent you from sinking into the snow. Of course, there are also snowmobiles, but they are smelly, noisy, and we don't have any." Harry piped up, "The Muggles I lived with never did anything like that, Hermione." She answered Harry, "Well, of course they didn't. They lived in the south of England and the snow almost never gets deep enough for the really good winter activities. Neville spoke next. It sounds like we could cover ground more quickly with the cross-country skis. What do you think? Hermione said. Either one is a lot easier on you than plowing through deep snow. Yes, you can travel faster on the skis, but I must warn you that it takes a lot more getting used to than snowshoes. Hermione must have forgotten who she was talking to. None of these people ever backed down from a challenge. It didn't take 5 seconds for everyone to agree that cross-country skiing was the way to go. It took a while for her to transfigure the skis, bindings, boots and poles out of some bits of firewood. It took considerably longer for her to explain the structure of the skis, how they had to be sprung for the weight of the skier and gear that they had to go flat under the full load of the skier's weight and be curved under half load or no load. Then she told them about the age-old pros and cons of fish scale versus wax. That fish scale gripped when pushed backward and slid forward, while wax gripped when it was pressed down but slid under half load. Finally, it was settled. They decided to go with the cross-country skis with fish scales. They set about the work of transfiguring their skis, poles, boots and bindings. The skis were the trickiest part. At first, they just copied what Hermione had done. That worked out pretty well for Fleur, Hannah and Mandy, except that Hannah got the fish scales going in the wrong direction. Susan, being more petite, needed a lighter spring to her skis. The boys all needed heavier springs to their skis, and Harry heaviest of all. Hermione made the rounds, inspecting everything and helping them make corrections until they all got it right. When they were done, Harry placed permanency runes on everything. With the gear sorted, Hermione took them all outside and started teaching them the basics. They were all enthusiastic students. It didn't take her much more than an hour before they were able to make good progress on their skis without falling over. She took only a few more minutes to teach them how to go down hills while controlling their speed with the snowplow maneuver. After a break for lunch, they all piled on their camping gear and headed out into the hills. Harry led the way, making clear tracks in the snow as he went. The rest of the teens followed him in a line, staying in his tracks. Bill took up the position as the rear guard. Going this way, they made rapid progress. They found a spot some way up a hill from where they could see nothing on the floor of the valley. While Harry was reminded of the deep valleys of the Himalayas, these had nothing on them. They were endless depths, but here, the manor was situated on the valley floor. When they found a spot big enough to pitch their tents, they all removed their skis and stuck them, tails down and tips crossed, beside the poles, in the snow. Harry and Neville started to erect their tents while the others started on their own. After putting in the 5th pole, they were frustrated with the slowness of the work. Neville asked him in an undertone, "Would you complain to Moony if I hastened the pace of our work?" Harry smirked. "Did you just read my mind? I was going to ask the same of you." They turned to find that the others were all digging holes to erect the poles. Harry whipped out his wand and cast Erectus. The tent started pitching itself. Within a few seconds, they were done. They turned to find the others looking amused. Except for Hermione, who was frowning. Harry asked her innocently, "What's wrong, Hermione?" She scowled. "We were not supposed to use magic for any of the chores." Harry shrugged his shoulders. "Fine, you and the others can do it the way you want. I am here to have a look around and enjoy this place, not to labor in erecting a tent." Hermione asked him, "How can you get away with using magic anyway? I mean, won't the ministry find out about it? We will be issued warnings for this." Harry smirked, then started saying, "Hermione, do you mean to tell me that you have not read about how the trace works? What the ministry knows is what spell has been cast in an area where there is an underaged witch or wizard. If there are adult witches or wizards in the same area, they cannot tell who cast it without an on-the-scene investigation. That is why I got a warning when Dobby cast the hover charm at the Muggles' home. What's more, they don't worry themselves about it because they assume that any adult witches or wizards in the same area are supervising them. Bill and Fleur are here. We won't get any warnings for using magic while they are about. Besides, since my participation in the Triwizard Tournament, I have been considered to be an adult by the ministry. I do not have the trace on me anymore." Ronald did a face palm and said, "That's how Fred and George have been developing their products all these years." Hermione turned to him, "What do you mean?" Bill answered her, "Most of their products are based on magic. If they did not work on them at Hogwarts, it is clear that they did so at the Burrow. That means they must have found a way around it years ago." Realization was dawning on Hermione. Harry could sense a rant coming. To avoid it, he hastily said, "Anyway Hermione, me and Neville have erected our tents. We are going inside. You, Ronald and the others can try erecting it the Muggle way, if that's what you want to do." Bill and Terry had already erected their tents with magic. With all the other tents already up and a look from Ron that asked, "Are you really going to be the only one that does this the hard way?" Hermione gave in and set her tent up by magic too. "Is Harry a cook?" They had brought some cooking gear with them, but no camp stove. Hermione had done some camping with her parents, but her mother had always done the packing. She had no idea of what to do other than an open fire. It was Bill, with his experience from camping at dig sites, that came up with a solution. In a few minutes, he had dug a hole through the snow and plant cover. Next, he lined the hole with stone, small rocks which he summoned from the surrounding ground. He built the back and sides of the oven out of more small rocks and held them in place with clay, leaving one side open to allow fuel and air flow. He built a stone chimney up the back to vent the smoke just above head level. Finally, he added a cooking surface that was arched underneath and flat above. The surface was made smooth and level by adding clay to the surface. This work would have taken a skilled craftsman days to complete, and the choice of materials would have almost certainly have led to a catastrophic failure, but Bill managed to fuse the whole thing into one functional piece of ceramic. By the time the stove was done, Harry and Ron had gathered enough firewood to keep the stove hot for several hours. Neville and Hannah gathered edible fruits and root vegetables. Neville's extensive knowledge of herbology helped him to know where to look and how to gather them. Hermione and Bill worked together to set the fire and get it lit. Fleur, Susan and Terry worked at dicing vegetables and making other preparations for cooking. When they returned, Harry expressed his wish to cook. When everyone expressed astonishment, he shrugged, saying that Mrs. Fig had taught him to cook when he was little. That he had cooked for the Muggles for years. That was the first time since he had left Privet Drive that Harry cooked food. Once he had asked Sirius if he needed to cook in Grimmauld Place. Sirius had threatened him at one point to not even think about it. He had told Harry that it was all right to know how to cook, but he did not need to cook for anyone unless he really wanted to. After a sumptuous dinner, they all decided to strap on their skis and go off in pairs. For some reason, Terry was showing a lot of interest in Hermione. It irked Ron. Terry was paying attention to everything that Hermione did or said. It was clear to everyone that he was hitting on her. Surprisingly, Mandy was not bothered by it. Susan, who had noticed what was going on, asked him, "Harry, Terry has been flirting with Hermione all day long, but you haven't said anything to him. Do you not care about Hermione?" Harry laughed. "She does not need my help, Sue. If it came to it, she can deal with him herself." They took their course through the woods. Harry spotted a thestral and he started petting the bony, winged, horse-like creature. Susan quizzically asked him, "What are you doing, Harry?" Harry replied fondly, "I am petting a thestral, Sue." Her eyes were spread in surprise. She asked in a small voice, "Can you see them?" "How?" Harry had a moment of pain in his eyes, but it was gone before she could notice. "They are called the Horse of Death because only one who has seen someone die can see a thestral. I can see them since the third task." Susan was opening her mouth to say something but closed as she understood what he was saying. She asked, "But where can you find them, apart from the wild, I mean?" Harry eyed her skeptically. "Have you never wondered how the carriages of Hogwarts move?" She answered, "They are enchanted to move by themselves, Harry." "No, Sue, they do not move by themselves. Thestrals pull them. Since most of the students have never seen anyone die, they cannot see them." She said, "Can I feel them?" Harry took her hand and moved it across the thestral's body, making her feel every inch of it before he brought her hand near its nostrils. Susan shuddered lightly when it breathed out. Leaving the thestral behind, they moved further into the forest. Finding a place to sit, Harry conjured 2 chairs. He removed his skis and set them up in the snow the way Hermione showed them earlier. She eyed him. "Whatever happened to going Muggle?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Are you going to sit on the hard ground in this weather?" "Because I do not see that we have brought any mats." Susan removed her skis and set them up the same way as Harry. Then she vanished one of the chairs, and pushing him into the remaining chair, she sat in his lap, then cooed in his ear, "This is the perfect seat for me, Mr. Peverell." Harry quivered with excitement. She continued, "It is so peaceful to stay like this, having no trouble. Why do people turn to evil, Harry?" He took a breath before answering her, "When it gets right down to it, Sue, I think it's all about fear. People who give into evil have let fear overcome love, hope and trust. Their hearts are empty because if they loved someone, they could lose them and suffer pain. By contrast, those who choose the path of light, we know that whatever loss we may suffer, it is worth it to have loved. The way I beat Tom in our last confrontation was that I showed him what it is to love. His soul is so dark that the touch of light disabled him, stopped him and defeated him. He has no friends. He loves no one. He has only minions which he controls and intimidates with his power. The more power he has, the more people he can control. He thinks that if he has enough power, nobody can hurt him. The quest for power at any cost has made him insane. And it won't do him any good because no matter how powerful he becomes, there will always be someone who can exploit his weaknesses and blind spots and defeat him." She asked him, "Harry, where will we be living once Voldemort is dead and we are done with Hogwarts?" He eyed her, "What? You don't like Bones Manor?" She chided him, "Sure I do, but I like Potter Manor even better." He was opening his mouth to say something before she started to key him. Neville and Hannah decided to stay in their tent. They talked about their life forward. While Harry had his life sorted, Neville was not even close. Hannah had made him lie down with his head in her lap while she ran her fingers through his hair. Neville was intently looking at her saying nothing. Since the silence was getting heavy, she asked him, "Neville, I assume that being Dumbledore's apprentice, you would not take an ordinary job. Being announced as his apprentice is like saying that you are his successor. So what have you planned for the future? Will you be entering into the political arena?" Neville took his time to form a reply, "Han, I have not really thought about it. I mean, I just started having the best time of my life this year. My parents being revived, you being a part of my life are the things that I am enjoying at the moment. In the near future, we have a war to fight. We will have to stay alive at the end of this war to think about the future. If we make it through the war, I would like to teach students." She snorted, "You teach? Don't take this the wrong way, but you are a fighter, not a teacher." Neville said skeptically, "Have you forgotten that Dumbledore is called the Victor of Bavaria? He is a teacher. Of all the wizards in the world, Dumbledore was the one to defeat him. When Dumbledore stepped in, the war was over quickly. Fighters like Lord Black, Lord Potter and Lord Longbottom had been fighting him, leading the British contingent. They had at times been able to injure, cause considerable damage to his forces, but he was bested by a teacher." Hannah pacified him, "All right, calm down. I was just yanking your wand, but if you feel like being a teacher then I agree with your decision." He asked her, "What have you thought about for yourself?" She answered instantly, "I decided about that years ago, Neville. Susan and I decided that fighting was not for us. We wanted to be healers. More recently, Susan started enjoying fighting, but I cannot fight like you all do. I think I will try to become a healer. When you are teaching at Hogwarts, I will convince Poppy Pomfrey to retire and take her place at Hogwarts." Neville snorted, "She will outlive all of us, Han. I don't think that Madame Pomfrey will ever retire. But I do like your choice of a career." Hannah pointed out, "You haven't told me what you intend to teach." Neville turned to her, "Do I know anything better than herbology? I am not that good in defense, I am really pants at transfiguration, I bungle up my potions, and charms is too complicated for my own taste. Besides, there are many people better than me at charms." Hannah smacked him lightly, "Don't put yourself down. You are second only to Harry in defense. I have heard that Professor McGonagall has not had a single chance to berate you for any of your transfigurations this year. You have not bungled a single potion since Harry put Snape in his place. Charms is not hard. You could teach any subject you choose. I can sense that this war will leave places vacant for new recruits when all is said and done." Terry had decided to tail Hermione for the time being. She was not one to sit in a tent and laze around. Hermione strapped on her skis and dragged Ron along with her. Taking a look at the direction Harry and Sue had gone, she struck out in a different direction, blazing another trail through the woods. Terry had decided to tag along with them, saying that he wanted some exercise too. Mandy had opted to go with Fleur and Bill to ask them something. When they had skied along for a while, they came into a clearing. The forest looked beautiful with the view around them. The weather had cleared for a bit so they could see down to the floor of the valley, which looked like a picture on a postcard. In awe of the beauty of the place, Hermione muttered, "This looks like it has come out of a poem." Terry nodded. "Do you mean the one where the poet walks into the forest, comes upon a trail which leads into the denser parts of the forest, then sees a picturesque scene?" Hermione turned to him. "Did they have such poems in wizarding literature?" Terry waved her off. "Not really. Wizards do not get involved in such things under their own name, but many a wizard wrote poems or stories under pseudonyms. They were published in the Muggle world. I have come across such poems besides a few written by Muggles." That sparked a conversation between them of literature which made Ron feel left out. He had never indulged in literature as the other two were doing. When he had heard enough, he snapped, "I did not know that Ravenclaw read anything other than coarse books." Terry smirked. "Perceptions, Ron. They are dangerous things. Yes, we Ravenclaws value knowledge, but we prioritize things. We stop to enjoy little joys, unlike Gryffindors who believe in the head-on approach to any conflict." Hermione, who seemed to have been irked at the interruption, turned to Ron. "Out of school, we all are just children." When they returned to the manor, Ron was miffed with Hermione. She seemed to not care about it. Terry was jovially talking to her, making animated conversation. Harry noticed that a rift had formed between Ron and Hermione. That was apparently noticed by others too. Bill asked Hermione, "Did something happen between you two to set Ron grumbling, Hermione?" She seemed to realize for the first time that everyone was gathered around, leaning to listen to her answer. She said bluntly, "Ron has no taste for literature. His mood was soured when Terry started talking literature with me. I did not know that wizards liked things like this." Moony had sensed the tension. He tried to diffuse it. "Enough about that. How was everyone's day?" Harry replied dreamily, "I had the best day ever, Moony. I think I won't mind another day like this." He turned and winked to Susan, who was blushing red as a tomato. Ron was scowling. "We went skiing through the woods up in the hills. She spent the whole time talking to Terry about poems and stories. I think that she forgot that I was even there." Harry asked him, "Why does it matter if she talks to Terry though? I mean, she is free to talk to anyone, isn't she? It's not as if she is your girlfriend or anything." Harry had deliberately said it to provoke Ron into admitting their relationship. Before Hermione could say anything or stop him, Ron had snapped at Harry, "You know it, Harry. Why are you asking?" Harry asked innocently, "Ron, I don't remember you telling me anything. In fact, Susan, who is with me all the time these days, does not remember anything like that. Do you, Sue?" Susan shook her head while trying to school her features into an impassive expression. "I do not remember anything like that, Harry. In fact, as far as I recall, Hermione came alone to the ball. Ron had come stag too." It was all too much for Ron. He burst out, "We have been dating since last summer, Harry. How many times have you seen us together? Why are you asking?" Hermione did a facepalm. She waited a few moments to see if Harry was going to say anything before she started to speak. "He was just egging you on, Ron. He wanted us to accept our feelings for each other. We did that." She turned to Terry, "Isn't that why you have been hitting on me the last few days? You were a willing accomplice in his devious plan, weren't you?" Terry was grinning widely. "Of course I was, though I had a hard time convincing Mandy to go along with it." Mandy zapped him with a stinger as he said this. She scowled at him, "And you have never been quite so attentive towards your girlfriend as you were to her. You will pay for this once we are back." Terry looked hopefully at Harry, who shook his head. "Sorry mate, I don't get into sparring matches with angry witches." This elicited a chuckle from all of them. Unknown Castle. The healer who was diagnosing Voldemort was knocked backwards with a blast of magic as Voldemort suddenly regained consciousness and sat up. He started bellowing, "Potter! I will kill you. I will tear you limb from limb." One of the healers was tending to the one who got blasted. Another healer scurried off to find Snape. Voldemort had the last healer by the neck and was shaking him, as he growled, "How dare you touch me? Do you not know the wrath of Voldemort?" Severus bowed low to him, "My lord. He was only trying to heal you." Voldemort released his grip and let the healer crumple to the ground. He turned to Severus, "Robe me, Severus." Severus conjured a robe which he held up while Voldemort shrugged into it. The healers had done their job well. His body was as fit and functional as ever. There weren't even any scars. Properly attired, Voldemort then asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" Severus answered firmly while looking him in the eye, "Lord, it has been fully 9 days. After the battle at the Ministry, you appeared outside the castle by means of the portkey which you carry. You were badly injured. The healers had to regrow many of your bones because they were crushed badly. They could not be worked on without vanishing them." Voldemort winced at the memory. "I remember now. I was fighting Potter in the atrium. He turned out to be more powerful than I expected. We walked into an ambush that the Ministry forces had laid for us. Did anyone else survive? How many returned?" Severus lowered his eyes. "None, my lord. Of the 60 who went with you, only 10 survived. They were all captured. 9 of them are in Azkaban for life. The Ministry has made it an offense to have the Dark Mark. It is punishable with life in Azkaban now." Voldemort remembered something. "I took the Orb of Prophecy from the brat, Severus." "Where is it?" "I placed it with Parkinson for safekeeping, my lord," said Severus. "Go. Send Parkinson with the prophecy to me, Severus. Make sure that no one disturbs me unless I call," he ordered. As Severus went out, Voldemort could not help but think about the duel which he had fought. No, it was not a duel but a one-sided fight because he had not anticipated that the brat would be so powerful. He had not even dueled with him but played with him as one plays with a child. He had answered every curse or hex with one of his own. Voldemort had failed to even hit him once in a straight, fair duel. Then there were the spells that he had performed. Nobody had ever defeated him in a battle of wills like that. He had even quenched his fiendfire. That was not an easy thing to do. The fire whip which he had used was too powerful. Voldemort had to squander much of his energy to produce obstacles to avoid being ensnared, or he was sure that Harry Potter would have beheaded him with the fire whip. Then the way he had trapped him in a ball of fire, it had even scared Voldemort. If the brat had used more power in his spell, there was no way Voldemort could have escaped it by overpowering it, but that had been his undoing. To overpower the spell had consumed a lot of his reserves. Then the mage shield which he had used to block the lightning bolt had nearly finished him off. The intensity of the bolt was such that it had jolted him to his core with the impact. The high-powered spells which followed had nearly broken down the mage shield. The boy had magically exhausted him while he looked like he could go on forever. The boy had played with him. There was no bigger shame for Voldemort in the world than to have been played by a mere boy. For the next time, he would have to be at his best to stand a chance against the boy. The only spell which he got past the boy was the Bone Breaker which he had cast after he pulled the playing possum trick. Even that had not been able to stop him. Perhaps it was not even the extent of his powers but only a part of it. Every spell which he had faced from the brat was meant to kill. It was only after putting all his power in it that he had been able to stay alive. The cage of water which he had formed to imprison him was such complicated magic that even he could not stop himself from being in awe of the complexity of it. If that was not bad enough, he had not anticipated that the boy would know anything about mind magics. And yet, he had trapped Voldemort in his mindscape so easily. Then injured his consciousness to the point of nearly extinguishing it altogether. Voldemort despised love. The boy had burned him with that feeling. It was like somebody was burning him slowly. If he had to feel one more moment of that, Voldemort was not sure if his consciousness could take it anymore. The Horntail had been the worst. It had been the most agonizing experience that he had ever felt in his life. The boy, no, he was not a boy anymore. The other man had dealt with him so toughly that even Voldemort could not match it by himself. True that he was cruel but never so tough. He had killed every one of his foes swiftly, then moved on. It looked like the boy was making him pay for all the injuries he had ever given, for all the death he had caused, all the agony he had spread. The boy was making him live it tenfold. Perhaps that was what Dumbledore meant when he said there were worse things than dying. Suffering unimaginable torture, knowing you could not die, was one of the things worse than dying. Voldemort was sure that the boy would not have let him die before he had finished torturing him, even if Voldemort could die. At least with death, one could be liberated of the pain, but being immortal, bearing the pain was too much. For a moment during the fight, Voldemort had wished that he could die. The way he was being pummeled by a boy had been the most humiliating thing to happen in his life. He wanted to make sure that another thing like that would never happen again. He would have to be more careful next time they fought, or the boy would make him kneel. There would be nothing more humiliating than that. Once someone had told him that he would be a grand sorcerer power-wise. Voldemort had never been more elated than at that moment. The boy's power felt like it was at another level altogether. When he was studying necromancy somewhere in ancient Greece, his master had told him that a necromancer needed fear only a wizard who was his equal or better. A grand sorcerer's better could only be a mage, but the boy was more than that. He could have defeated a simple mage by use of his repertoire of dark spells and dirty tricks. But the magic that this boy was using was not accessible to an ordinary wizard, nor was the knowledge to use those magics so common. No, the boy had dabbled in his family magics, or rather one magic, i.e. the magic of Peverells, or in some other magics which were just as ancient and deadly. As they say, introspection is the first step towards reclaiming what one had lost. Voldemort was ready to admit to himself that the other man was not an ordinary wizard anymore, but his equal, or maybe his better. The only bright star on the horizon was that he had got the prophecy. At least he had got the thing he had wanted. Now he would find a way to defeat the brat. But he would have to use every ounce of his cunning and all his resources to get at him. Even if it meant killing every Death Eater he had, then so be it. Voldemort's musings were interrupted when Parkinson entered the chamber. He bowed low, presenting the prophecy to him. "My lord, here is the prophecy." Voldemort took the prophecy. He said coldly to Parkinson, "Leave me. Let no one disturb me until I call." As Parkinson retreated, Voldemort found his wand on a bedside stand beside his table. He picked it up. With anticipation buzzing through his nerves, he tapped the prophecy. Almost instantly, he knew that he had been duped. The orb fastened itself to his hand. There was a male voice instead of the female which Severus had heard. It was a male voice full of hate and venom towards him. A deep resonating male voice boomed out from it. "Did you really think that we would allow your scaly meat hooks to touch the true prophesy? The unspeakables send their compliments." From the moment that the voice began to speak, Voldemort tried in vain to hurl the orb from him. When that did not work, he tried to dispel the sticking charm. Then he ran out of time. The moment that the voice finished speaking, the orb exploded, spraying a fine mist throughout the room which quickly settled and covered everything. The acid fog had already eaten through his robes and the skin on his exposed hands and face. He screamed as the acid made itself felt, eating its way through his flesh. Severus was the first to appear in the doorway. Yelling, "Aguamenti," he quickly sprayed down Voldemort, diluting and neutralizing the acid. He then washed down the rest of the room to prevent further damage or a fire because things were beginning to smoke. The healers arrived a moment later and started tending to the Dark Lord. They administered a draft of living death so that he would not try to kill them while they worked on his new burns. Croaker had filled the orb with acid and enchanted it to stick, deliver its message, then explode the moment it was tapped. He didn't think it would do the Snake Man in, but he was willing to give it a try. The added bonus that Croaker could not have anticipated but Severus saw was that the Phoenix Feather Wand was burnt and dissolved into nothing. The Dark Lord's wand was destroyed. The healer who was examining Voldemort reported to Severus, "That was a powerful acid in that orb. The Dark Lord has third-degree acid burns to his face and hands and second-degree acid burns to most of his upper body. It will take a day or two for us to regrow the damaged skin." Severus curtly nodded, "Do as you see fit, healer, but remember that this should be done with a minimum of inconvenience to him." The healer reported further, "He will have to be moved to the infirmary. Most of the furniture in this room has been damaged or destroyed. The room will have to be emptied, repaired and the furniture replaced before this room will be habitable again." Inwardly, Severus wanted to dance the conga seeing the condition Voldemort was in. He shuddered for a moment, thinking what would have happened if he had given in to his temptation and opened the orb himself. He wanted to find the one who had pranked the Dark Lord, Key, his hand for the feat. He had hated Voldemort, but he absolutely loathed that wand. Now that it was gone, Severus was gleeful. The Dark Lord was without his best weapon. Severus nodded, "Very well, you shall have to tend to his injuries in the infirmary." Ireland. With everyone's relationship questions settled, there was no more need for ploys and conspiracies. The week went by in a whirlwind of winter camping, cross-country skiing and romance. Just for variety's sake, they tried the snowshoeing too, but it just didn't have the same appeal. Only one day remained before classes resumed at Hogwarts and it was time to pack up and head back to Wizarding Britain. They had every kind of fun that they could dream about within the rules set by Moony. Speaking of Moony, he spent most of his time lost in Nymphadora. Harry figured that he would soon have to ask for Andromeda to marry off the two of them. Harry had a curious fascination with Moony having a kid. He would spoil him rotten, but that was in the future. Nobody knew what the future would bring. All they could do was hope. The thing that Harry did most nights was star-gazing. It had started without planning too. He was in the kitchen getting some hot chocolate for himself when Susan came down from her room. As he had prepared a cup for himself, she snatched it from his hands. When he protested, she cooed, "Be a dear, Harry. Make one for me too. I love when you make it." Left with no other option, not that he did not want to, he made another cup for her. He found that Susan had put the first cup under a stasis charm, so it was still hot. They took their cups into the meeting room where they crashed on one of the mattresses. As always, she sat in his lap with the quilt covering both of them. He asked her, "Why are you still up? Could you not sleep because you were dreaming of me?" She rolled her eyes. "In your dreams?" "Actually yes, I was thinking of you. I wanted something sweet." Harry pulled her closer. "As it happens, Miss Bones, I was craving some dessert. May I have some now?" She melted into his arms. They broke it off after about 5 minutes when Harry disentangled himself from her embrace. "Sue, if we stay down here much longer, Moony will come and put us in detention." She snorted. "I suppose you are right. He has been looking for an opportunity to get even with you. What do you have in mind?" He smirked. "Come with me." Pulling her by her hand, he picked up some blankets on their way to the roof. Once under the open sky, Harry spread the blankets. They sat arm in arm with each other, looking at the stars and talking. When it got cold, their joints began to stiffen. Harry dug into his pockets and pulled out some leaves which he passed to Susan while chewing a few himself. They had applied the impervious charm to keep their seats dry while they sat there. The snow had let up and the clouds had blown away. The ice crystals that remained high in the air created a rainbow halo around the moon. After getting comfortable, Susan asked him, "Was there a reason to bring me up here?" He smiled. "Indeed there was. I like the stars, the openness of the sky. It makes me feel free as opposed to being in a room. Perhaps having spent most of my childhood in a tiny cupboard had this effect on me, but I like the open sky. I can see the stars and make up stories about them." She asked curiously, "Stories?" He replied, "Yes. You see, I had no friends when I was little, so I liked to think that I knew the stars. They were my friends. I would often name one and make up a story about him. My favorite star is Sirius." She snorted. "Just because he has the same name as your father?" He shook his head. "No, but because he is also known as the dog star." They kept talking until deep into the night. Eventually they both fell asleep. They woke up from their slumber when they heard Nymphadora saying, "Oh, you two are in so much trouble." Trouble, as it turned out, was that Moony had them grounded for the day. He kept them separated. Moony told him, "Go to your room. Do not come out until evening." Susan went on a hike in the woods with the girls. Harry spent the entire day pleading with Moony to let him go out with Susan, but Moony was adamant. He had no problem with them spending the night on the roof. What he was angry about was that they did not tell him where they could be found. That made everyone worry. It was not as if they were the only ones who were found out of bounds. Once Moony found Mandy and Terry snogging as if there was no tomorrow, to his consternation, just outside the door to his room. He had to tell them to find somewhere private where they would not be putting on a display for everyone else. No one had a problem with it, but decorum dictated that they should at least try to be discreet. Bill and Fleur were supposed to be their chaperones, but after the first day, they were never seen performing their so-called duties. Since Nymphadora took most of his time, Remus could only pay attention to the students. He did not care about the other set of chaperones. Bill and Fleur abided by his rules but spent most of their time together away from others. Once the students decided that they needed to find where the two of them actually went. So they followed the couple, of course. It turns out that Bill had enchanted a clearing into the perfect garden with fragrant roses blooming, the wind sweeping through Fleur's hair and the weak sunlight of winter making her skin sparkle. Bill produced a little radio from his pocket. He started playing wizarding songs on it while they both danced slow, graceful dances. They looked so beautiful together that their radiance could blind the world. Others kept eavesdropping on them for some time before deciding that it was time they too enjoyed the music. Without a word being said, everyone led their pairs into the clearing. An impromptu dance party started. Bill was surprised when he saw the others but did not say a word. Later Bill would tell them that they were practicing dancing for their wedding. It turns out Monsieur Delacour had accepted the hospitality of the House of Weasley and the offer of the union of William Arthur Weasley with Fleur Isabella Delacour. Hermione had been skeptical when others were expressing their joy about the news. Harry sighed knowing he had a long talk coming with the ladies in the House of Weasley pretty soon, if Bill and Fleur's marriage was to be successful. Speaking of Hermione, ever since they had decided to come out into the open, Ronald had started to show affection openly towards her. A peck on the cheek or a chaste key was becoming a common happening for them. The peak of adventure had come the day when Harry and Susan had to face mortal peril. It so happened that Harry and Susan had snuck away from the others without letting Moony know. Moony usually set some time for them to report back. He wanted them to let him know where they would be, but they wanted to take some alone time for themselves. This time they climbed to the peak of the hill. Finding the perfect spot, they sat talking. The woods were sparse there. There were little to no wild animals roaming about. They found it slightly eerie but paid no heed to it. They had brought blankets. Harry was lying on it, keeping his head in Susan's lap, talking to her. They had become so intimate with each other that they could talk through their eyes without ever saying a word. These holidays had done them a lot of good. They were talking, planning a vacation where there would be no one else except the two of them. Suddenly Harry's senses started giving him distress signals. He sat up with his wand in hand ready to begin fighting if it came to it. It turned out that it was a pack of the most dangerous animals in the magical world, Noondoos. Harry almost yelped at their sight. His mind was in overdrive, riffling through information on Noondoos that he was certain Pachupetti had given him. Ireland. Harry was going through all the information which he had about the Noondoo. None of it had anything about how to actually beat one. He could not recall if there was someone who had killed a Noondoo. The mystics had told him that they had come across the beasts at times and the only way was to retreat from them because they were magically impervious to almost every spell. Harry had no hate in himself to be able to cast the killing curse successfully, so he could not kill them that way. His only option was that of side-along apparition with Susan, even if he had to bypass the war wards around the manor and apparate inside directly. Being able to apparate directly inside when it was not supposed to be possible would lead to questions being asked, but he decided that he would rather face the questions than risk getting killed by these beasts. At the opportune moment, he would apparate away with her. He had stood protectively in front of Susan, hiding her behind him, but Susan, obstinate witch that she was, had her wand out in a trice and was standing side by side with him. He whispered to her, "Stay behind me, Sue." She refused. "I will not hide. We have promised each other to face threats side by side. I will not stay behind at this moment. Now what is the plan? How do we kill them?" Harry was keeping an eye on the beasts, which had started to form a circle around them. The beasts were keeping an eye on the two of them. Harry knew there was only one way out, and it was not going to be fighting. These beasts were powerful, too fast. He maybe could get one or two at most, but there were 5 of them here. Even if he had his armor on and his silver sword with him, there was no way he could think of to keep Susan from harm if they all attacked at once. He had already made a decision, but by the time he acted on it, several things happened at once. He had taken hold of Susan by her waist, then lifted her in his arms. Startled by the sudden movement, one of the beasts charged towards him. In that moment, Harry lost concentration. Knowing that apparating in that condition could lead to splinching, he changed his plan on the fly and took to the air instead. By the time the first beast got to them, Harry and Susan were already 10 feet into the air. However, Harry kept ascending. He remembered that Pachupetti told him that an ordinary Noondoo could jump up to 15 feet in the air while the powerful ones could do 20. They kept rising until they were 30 feet up before Harry stopped to take a moment to decide what to do next. He could apparate from here, bombard the beasts until they were all dead or scattered, or fly back to the manor. Susan in the meanwhile had closed her eyes, clutching him tightly. She was shouting herself hoarse, perhaps scared of the claws of the beast. Harry could not blame her for losing it. He also had been freaked out when the beast lunged for them. Instead of disapparating, he had taken to the skies. Before he could decide what to do next, he could hear spellfire below him and the beast snarling in response. He started descending cautiously to find what the commotion was about. At a height of about 15 feet, he could see that 5 wizards were fighting the beasts. He instantly recognized them from their gear. Their gigantic height, resembling small mountains in appearance, leather masks and unusual-looking wands were a giveaway for him. The mystics had come to his aid. These were some of the best of their lot. Harry had seen a handful of them in the battle in Burma. He thought to descend and join in the fun. A mystic flying on a thestral met him before he could land. He shouted to him over the din, "Do not land. Get out of here, Harry. Take her to safety. We cannot keep them at bay forever." He could see that the mystics were trying to trap the beasts rather than kill them. Perhaps they did not want to kill them, or maybe they really could not kill them. He knew that a well-placed Taditum could grievously wound the beasts. However, the mystics were not using any lethal spells at all. He had not realized that Susan had opened her eyes. She was watching everything unfold. Harry had understood the message that had been given to him. He recognized the mystic who had talked to him. It was Pashupati, the herd's keeper of Adrashpuram, who had come to his rescue. Harry wanted to stop and talk to the man, but as the mystic said, they could not keep the Noondus at bay forever. Susan had realized that they were not walking or standing on the ground, but flying. She shrieked, "You can fly." "How?" Harry shouted to her, "Keep your questions for later, Sue. Right now, we have to get out of here as fast as possible." He started flying rapidly towards the manor. He murmured an incantation so that the wards allowed them to pass through the air to land on the roof of the manor. As soon as they landed on the snow-covered roof, she started hitting him with her fists. "You idiot Harold Peverell. You could fly, yet you never told me." Not a word of warning, and suddenly we were hovering high above the ground without any support. Harry caught hold of her hands. Enveloping her in a hug, he said to her seriously, "Sue, we are fine now. Calm down, and I would appreciate it if you kept it to yourself that I can fly." She asked curiously, "Why? That is an achievement that you should be proud of." Harry shook his head. "Sue, if word were to get out that I can fly, it would find its way to Voldemort in no time. I do not want that to happen at any cost. You will just tell them that we had apparated inside the manor from the clearing, and you will say nothing about the wizards we have seen." She asked curiously, "Are they your friends?" He nodded. "Yes, they are my friends. They always come through whenever I need them." When they came down from the roof, everyone was in the meeting room talking about something. Everyone went silent as they walked in. Remus noticed they looked disheveled, out of breath. He asked Harry, "Cub, where were you? What is wrong?" Harry shrugged his shoulders. "We took a walk through the woods near the peak of the hill where we came into contact with a pack of Noondus." Almost everyone gasped. Remus took several moments to find his voice to ask him, "How did you escape them then?" Susan answered, "We apparated to the roof of the manor." Mandy, who had been interested in the manor and its ward schemes, had studied them a little, asked her, "Susan, the manor has anti-apparition wards around it and some very hostile war wards. How could you apparate directly to the roof of the manor?" Harry answered her, "I am the lord of the manor here. There are some secrets that I do not share with others. What I will say is that even for me it took a great deal of effort." Remus eyed him suspiciously. "Are you telling the truth?" Harry looked him in the eye. "Yes, Moony, we apparated to the roof of the manor." Remus sighed. "I believe what you are saying, Harry. The Noondu incident had been a day ago. Since then, Remus had stopped all of them from going out without telling him. If they did go out, they had to take a chaperone with them. That took some of the fun out of the vacation, but after a death-defying adventure with Noondus, Harry was sure that his wish list was pretty much fulfilled for the moment. London. The last 2 days had been absolute chaos for the wizarding world since the Daily Prophet had published the story of Tom Riddle. To think that the most feared Dark Lord in recent history was a half-blood was as ironic as it could get. The purebloods who had rallied under his banner could not find a place to hide their shame with the truth coming out into the open. As it was clear, a Tom Marvolo Riddle existed. He had been the head boy during the 1944-45 school year. It was plausible that he could have been the boy who became Voldemort. That, taken together with other details that the Daily Prophet had unearthed, it was clear that he was indeed the one who came to be known as Lord Voldemort in a later part of his life. The article had told of Dumbledore's first meeting with Tom, how the boy had shown a tendency toward cruelty even then. Then Dumbledore told them about how Voldemort had murdered his own father and grandparents because he hated Muggles. There had been a Few more stories about his time at school. How he had worked towards building his following by bragging to be the heir of Slytherin while concealing any information about being the son of a muggle and a squib. The black townhouse was getting a sack full of letters every day which were being vetted by the elves. Any letter which contained a curse or a portkey was handed off to the Aurors. The howlers were chucked straight into the fire that was kept burning for just that use. Other letters were kept to be answered later. Many of the letters, however, were from ordinary wizards and witches who expressed their solidarity with the boy who lived. Many promised to stand beside him when it was time to fight. Meanwhile, Sirius had started living in the cottage on the hill for safety reasons, just in case someone remembered that the Black Townhouse used to be somewhere around Grimmauld Place and the Death Eaters decided to keep a guard. The anomaly in the house numbers would of course be noticed, making people think. Muggles would consider it a mistake of the local authority while the Death Eaters would know something was amiss. Since everyone knew that Harold Peverell lived in a manor which was under the Fidelius charm, they would know that they were on the right track. No one was allowed to go out through the front gate of the townhouse anymore. They could only flow in or flow out. As it was, the townhouse was only used for meetings of the Order for the time being. Sirius had shifted Harry's trunk and other belongings to Potter Manor. He was planning to ask Hermione to live with the Weasleys until they were to leave for Hogwarts at the end of their winter vacation. Unknown Castle. Voldemort was sitting in his chair, seething. The healers had done their job well. There was no trace of the acid burns, but that was not the reason of his rage. He was reading the newspapers spread out before him. Every piece of news was a blow to him. Losing 50 followers was a loss he could bear, but the papers had dared to call him by his name. Then there was the news about Diagon Alley. It was almost pathetic as to how quickly his Death Eaters had been mowed down. The news about the War Tribunal sending 9 of his followers to Azkaban promptly and sending one through the Veil was worrying. It would kill the morale of his forces. Then there was the article in the Quibbler which was salt to his wounds. The article in the Daily Prophet made his blood boil. There, however, was very little information as to the whereabouts of his nemesis, Harold Peverell. The other man had beaten Voldemort so easily, which was something nobody had ever done. Of course Harsh had defeated him, but that had been obliterated from his memory. The brat had learned some really ancient magics. It worried him. What he was puzzled about was where the boy had learned it. Obviously Dumbledore would not have taught him those spells. Dumbledore himself was not one to kill someone unless he had no other choice. As he liked to say, there were worse things than dying. Severus too had missed something vital. Severus had told him that the old fool had been keeping the brat hidden somewhere but had not been able to find out anything more. Perhaps, Severus was not as close to Dumbledore now as he thought himself to be. His musings then turned to the prophecy orb which he had retrieved from Peverell. The other man had played Voldemort like a harp. He fell for it. The thrice-damned prophecy was either removed a long time ago or had not ever been there. The unspeakables had even fooled his followers. He understood now that the Ministry had laid an elaborate trap to lure him out. He could see that Dumbledore's mind was behind it. He had the penchant to understand how others worked. He perhaps had changed the prophecy with the fake one which Peverell had let him take. When Voldemort had got the prophecy, he had questioned himself for a brief moment as to why Peverell would let it be taken so easily after he had brought him to the verge of death, but in his greed, in his desperation to escape, he had banished the thought. Now he understood that he had been led around by the nose regardless of the fact that he had no nose. The only good thing was that he got a sneak peek into the Ministry's capabilities and Harold Peverell's powers. He would have to make preparations for his campaigns while keeping those capabilities in mind. He was also amused that the Ministry was fighting back. They hoped that the Ministry would be able to fight him effectively in the future also now that he had seen what they could do. Now was the time to do things rather than to think. He raised his voice and called, "Severus." Severus Snape entered the chamber, then bowed low to him, "My lord." He started speaking in his low menacing tone, "Severus, what have you done about the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler for publishing such outrageous articles about me?" Severus drawled, "I had sent 5 Death Eaters to the residence of Xenophilius Lovegood to intimidate him into retracting the outrageous articles published about you, but his residence was empty. While they were scouting around the property, they were ambushed by a team of Aurors. 2 Death Eaters were killed. The Daily Prophet has a security team of about 10 wizards who are always present in the building. An Auror has been permanently posted in the building in case they need reinforcements. Voldemort growled, "How many have we lost since Yule?" Sirius answered, "About 70, my lord. I have had forbidden them from any raids without your leave, but they did not pay heed to my words of caution." He gave such a ferocious howl of anger that it shivered Severus's bones. Voldemort tried to raise his wand to blast the wall of the room to vent his frustration when he realized that his wand was nowhere in his chamber. He asked, "Severus, where is my wand?" Severus hung his head to avoid eye contact while he delivered this devastating blow. He said in an indifferent tone, "My lord, when the orb exploded, spraying acid everywhere, your wand was the closest thing to it. There was no way to save it. It dissolved in the acid." Voldemort let loose such a guttural cry that it rattled Severus's bones. After he had been able to control his fury, he turned to Severus, "I want Ollivander here, Severus, no matter what you have to do. Now what have you done towards punishing Lucius Malfoy for his statement during the trial as was published in the paper?" Severus bowed low, "My lord, Lucius is incarcerated in Azkaban. He is beyond my reach. I dispatched 10 of your followers to kill his wife and son. They have reportedly left Wizarding Britain. They can be found nowhere." The Death Eaters were met by a team of 20 Aurors led by Sirius Black. "They killed every one of your followers. Knowing there is no use in sending more of your followers to die without serving any, cause I have since then forbade them from launching any more attacks without your direct orders." What Voldemort did not know was that Severus had sent a letter to the headmaster telling him that Death Eaters were going to raid Malfoy Manor. Since Amelia and Moody were already getting ready to lay a trap for them, they had authorized a strike force under the leadership of Sirius Black to meet with them when they attacked Malfoy Manor. Since the manor was protected by some nasty wards, the Aurors who could not enter inside had laid traps around the ward line of the property, knowing that Narcissa must have erected the war wards. While they were laying traps for the Death Eaters, the Flow Regulation Authority had turned off the flow connection to the manor so no one could flow in or out. They had certain knowledge that Narcissa and Draco were not in the manor anymore. When the Death Eaters came, they were cut down like the scythe going through the crops. Diagon Alley. Kingsley Shacklebolt could not understand why he was assigned to undercover duty in Diagon Alley of all places, but since it was his duty to follow orders, he was doing just that. He along with 5 other Aurors had been placed on undercover duty in the alley. They were told to keep an eye especially on Ollivanders. They were not part of the regular patrol, but they were to stay under glamour charms and mingle with other residents while keeping an eye on the citizens. Currently, Kingsley was dressed as an American in a 3-piece suit, a hat on his head, and he was as white as anyone else on the street. No one could recognize him as one of the most effective Aurors of the Ministry in his current disguise. What Kingsley did not have but Alistair Moody did was information which had came from the Order of the Phoenix. One of the Order spies had reported that Voldemort's wand was damaged beyond repair due to some incident which had taken place at his hideout. It was a strong possibility that Voldemort would try to abduct Ollivander and force him to make a new wand. He could not just walk into Ollivander's and buy a new wand like anyone else would have. There were no details as to how or when they would attack. Therefore, Moody had told Kingsley that he and a select group of 5 Aurors will be staying in the alley at all times. Another measure that the Ministry had taken was that anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards had been laid down all over the alley. They were active all the time, so even if the Aurors could not act swiftly, the Death Eaters would not be able to take him away almost instantly. One could apparate or take a portkey only at the designated points in the alley. Unknown to even Kingsley, a team of Aurors kept an eye on the designated points. Currently he was sitting in a cafe across from Ollivander's, keeping an eye on the wandmaker's shop. There were a few more Aurors undercover. They were in the different shops scattered around Ollivander's. Security for Diagon Alley in general had been beefed up. There was a regular force of about 10 Aurors placed in the alley in addition to the undercover Aurors. Kingsley's musings were broken when he heard a commotion further down the alley, but he did not move from his place. There were enough Aurors to deal with whatever was happening. When he heard spell fire being traded, he stood up from his place to go see what it was about. About 10 Death Eaters were in the alley. They were fighting the Aurors. These Death Eaters looked like they were not here to do a raid but to keep the Aurors engaged. They were shielding more than they attacked, taking every spell from the Aurors on their shields. He knew that the Death Eaters understood that trying to raid the alley was useless now with the Aurors being so prompt in response, so there was obviously something else going on here. No one was fool enough to die for something which could not happen. He decided to stay back to watch the end game of this idiocy when something else caught his attention. Two people who were former employees of the Ministry of Magic and were on the list of those being searched to be questioned had just walked towards Ollivanders. In a moment, he understood what their plan was. They were playing the game of distraction. The supposed raid was a ruse to keep the Aurors engaged. These two were sent to take the Wand Maker prisoner. He started walking towards Ollivanders with his wand raised, then noticed that Hestia Jones had also seen through the ploy. She was rushing to Ollivanders too. With a quick finite, as his features turned to normal, he ordered her, "Go to the Aurors. Tell them to use spell chains starting with shield breakers. I will handle these two." He could see through the window that the Death Eaters had stunned Ollivander. They were tying him up to bring him out. With a well-aimed stunner, one of them was downed. He could have used a dangerous spell, but there was an off chance that he could have hit Ollivander by mistake. After the first Death Eater was downed, Kingsley took cover behind a stone which was big enough to hide his girth when he crouched behind it. The other Death Eater, as he had thought, had come out of the shop to find the one who had attacked his companion rather than trying to enervate him. What a fool. As soon as the other Death Eater stepped out, Kingsley sent a bone breaker at him which hit him in the ribs. He could hear the distinct sound of his bones breaking. A stunner followed the bone breaker. The Death Eater was down. Fighting had stopped at the other end too. About 5 Death Eaters had managed to escape the Aurors by walking into the Leaky Cauldron, into Muggle London, from where they apparated away. The rest were either dead or stunned and grievously wounded. Kingsley was glad that they had got 2 of them alive. Perhaps they would be able to give them some news. If not, then Moody could torture them as he wished. "Are you all right? Hurt in any way?" Hestia asked him, who was coming up from the other end of the alley. They did not even get a chance to fire off a single spell, he replied. "I took them by surprise. Now come, help me pack them up to be delivered to the Ministry." First, he bound the Death Eater who had a few bones broken. Then they went inside to find that a shelf had been upended, wands scattered here and there. Ollivander had a gash on his forehead, but otherwise he looked unharmed. The other Death Eater had hit his head on the wall when he was thrown away due to the force of the stunner which had knocked him out. Kingsley picked up Ollivander in his arms and carried him outside where there was medical staff tending to the Aurors or wizards who had been injured. "Hestia, after the healers have tended to this one, take them to the Ministry," he directed her while a healer was mending the gash on Ollivander's forehead. A few drops of Dittany, a spell in the old wizard, was as good as new. Kingsley enervated him. He asked, "Are you all right, Mr. Ollivander?" The old wizard actually smiled. "All thanks to you, Kingsley Shacklebolt, or I would have been standing before Tom Riddle now. Thank you for saving me." He waved him off. "Think nothing of it, Mr. Ollivander. I was just doing my duty." "Did they by any chance tell you why they were here?" Ollivander shook his head. "No. I have no idea why they were here or why they wanted to abduct me when all the treasure is in the shop. Now if you will excuse me, I have to put my shop back in order." With that, Ollivander walked into his shop. Kingsley went to go to report to the Ministry, leaving Hestia in charge of the situation. Ireland. A letter arrived for Remus Lupin on the morning when they were supposed to return to London. The letter was from Sirius. It contained pieces of rope which would act as their port keys for returning to London. None of them were in the mood to return, leaving the manor where they did not feel even a tremor of the war brewing back home, but their life was in London for now. In the meanwhile, Remus had investigated if there had been any Noondoos in the hills as Harry had told him. He trusted Harry with his life, but he had to see to everyone's safety and make quick decisions if things turned for the worse. The news had been confirmed by the Aurors who were keeping guard on them. The Aurors said that they had heard spell fire and the howling of the beasts, but when they were close enough to investigate properly, the beasts were running away as if someone had chased them away. They had not noticed any other wizard or witch in the vicinity, however. That had made Remus wonder as to who exactly had fended off the beasts. This morning, Harry was already at the dinner table eating breakfast with Susan sitting on his lap and table laden with breakfast when Remus came down. No one else was there. He was curious. "Cub, what made you get up so early?" He replied, "We were up sometime about 3 a.m. Since we could not get back to sleep, we decided to spend the time talking." "Talking about what?" Moony asked. "Talking about approaching Aunt Andromeda regarding your upcoming marriage to Nymphadora, of course. I want a grand wedding with everyone being invited to it. May I assume that you do not want to delay it inordinately?" Harry asked, a smirk playing on his lips seeing Moony gaping like a fish. Remus tried to control his emotions, "But why? I mean, why do you need to go to such lengths? I want just a simple ceremony." Susan chided him, "Really, Moony? You are the steward of Lord Peverell. She is a black. A simple wedding. You should not waste all the chances of making connections that we could have. Think about how we can meet others, maybe solicit help for the war. We can invite people from other countries under the pretext of being guests for the wedding, recruit them to our cause. Not to mention, this will give me another chance to dress up prettily." Harry concurred with her, "Indeed. Think about it, Moony. If you want, I will convince Sirius to marry at the same time as you." Moony challenged him, "If you make Sirius agree to your suggestion, I will agree to be subjected to your whims." Harry smirked, "Agreed. Now where are the slackers? Will they travel on empty stomachs? Just because you do not take the pains of rotating your head on your neck to notice us does not mean that we are slackers," said Neville, who had just come down with the others. After about an hour, they were taking the portkey to London. Hogsmeade. The portkey deposited all of them outside the cottage on the hill in Hogsmeade. Harry looked around in confusion before turning to Moony, "What are we doing in Hogsmeade?" At that moment, Sirius apparated beside him, "You are going to be living here for the foreseeable future, pup." Harry hugged the man quite warmly, then let him go after a minute. "Padfoot, why are we going to live here? What happened to Black Townhouse? Or are you going to remodel it before your marriage?" Sirius snorted, "Marriage? Whatever gave you the idea that I am going to marry soon?" Before they could continue the conversation, Dumbledore had appeared among them wearing his eccentric robes. He joined in the conversation, "We can make small talk later. For the moment, Mr. Boot and Miss Brocklehurst need to get going." Bill and Fleur escorted Terry and Mandy to the Three Broomsticks. From there Terry and Mandy flowed to their houses and Bill and Fleur went to the burrow. Since there was going to be an order meeting, the children took to other rooms in the cottage. In the meeting room, Harry noticed that the table was the same as the one in the townhouse. He could not contain his curiosity anymore. He asked Dumbledore eagerly, "Professor, what has happened?" Dumbledore started speaking. "Riddle woke up about 9 days after he was injured at the Ministry. He opened the fake prophecy orb which you had let him take. It turns out that it was filled with a powerful acid. When it exploded, it burned his hands, arms, face and chest. His wand was also destroyed. His healers promptly shoved a sleeping draught down his throat again. Since then, he has been without a weapon. The articles about him have been published. They garnered much attention. His followers have been discussing the articles out of his hearing. I have been inundated with requests for interviews on the subject. I suppose such requests were also sent to you, but the mail ward on you stopped them from getting through. Your father left the townhouse because the general location of the townhouse is known to many witches and wizards. They might notice the missing house and make the connection. Therefore it was thought prudent to empty the house of everything for the moment except for a table and some chairs to conduct the meetings of the order. The order has been passing information to the Ministry. Many raids have been foiled due to the said information. Since the Battle of the Atrium, he has lost 70 followers. As many as 20 more have been sent to Azkaban for life, including Lucius Malfoy. His wife and son have not been seen in Wizarding Britain since. As per my information, they are hiding in a small country in Asia Minor. Now, did you have any death-defying adventures during your vacation?" Harry smirked. "Oh yes, Professor. Sue and I ran into a pack of Noondoos, but I was able to apparate both of us out of there before either of us was hurt." Sirius was shocked and asked a bit hotly, "Where were your chaperones?" Harry answered him earnestly, "It was my fault, Padfoot. I had given our chaperones the slip because I wanted to have some alone time with Sue." Dumbledore diffused tension before it could mount up. "All is well that ends well. For now, it is sufficient that none of you were hurt." With that Dumbledore took his leave while Harry turned to Sirius. "I know I should not have been so careless, but I had become overconfident. I promise it will never happen again." Sirius glared at him. "See to it that you do not break this promise, pup." I cannot even think of losing you. Now did you manage to make things happen between Moony and Nymphadora? Harry smirked. Call a meeting of the family, father. You will know there. A family meeting. Harry had insisted that the family meeting take place in the townhouse. For the time being, it was the current seat of residence. As such, it was also the seat of power. By evening, all the Blacks were there. While Moony was not strictly a Black, he could be present because he was steward to the lord of the house. When they all had made their presence known, Harry stood to address them. I do not know the formalities for an occasion like this. I will come straight to the point. During the vacation from which I recently returned, I discovered the meaning of life, love and other small joys which we often ignore. He turned to Andromeda. Aunt Andromeda, do you ever regret that you married for love? She shook her head. No, I would do it 100 times if the need be. He beamed at her. That is what I thought. He turned to Nymphadora. Will you tell them or should I do it? She rolled her eyes. Do you think I am afraid? No, I would say it 100 times that I am in love with Remus Lupin. Andromeda raised her glass. A worthy choice. Harry started grinning. That is good. Now we come to Sirius and Emmeline. Sirius asked him, what do you mean? Harry asked him innocently, do you mean to say that you do not wish to marry her after you have been courting her for months now? Sirius's condition was that of a person caught between a rock and a hard place. If he denied, Emmeline would kill him. If he accepted, Harry would insist on marriage as soon as possible. But perhaps it would not be so bad after all. James had been the happiest after he had married. He turned to Harry. I do wish to marry her, but I have yet to properly propose to her. I would like to do that with all pomp and grandeur. I had not expected it to be so sudden. Emmeline snapped at him. As it happens, he has just asked you. You are yet to propose. What are you waiting for? They talked about possible dates for the wedding, but Andromeda told him not to waste his brain cells on it. She would coerce the four of them into finding a date in the near future. The meeting ended with Sirius returning to the cottage while Harry remained in the townhouse. Before he went to sleep, Harry received a letter from a barn owl. It was a letter which contained no crest, so he had no idea about the identity of the sender. He cast a few detection spells at the letter before he opened it. It turned out that it was a plea from a family member. My lord, I, as a daughter of your house, am eligible for your protection. I have the right to ask a boon of you in that capacity. What I want to ask is of a sensitive nature. It cannot be asked for in a letter, therefore I urge you to grace me with a meeting in the Hog's Head 3 days hence at 8 o'clock in the evening. I swear on my magic that there is no deceit involved. I will not bring any cattle with me. Narcissa Cassiopeia Malfoy née Black. Lady Regent for House Malfoy. Harry thought about the letter for some time before he decided that as a member of his house, she was entitled to ask a boon of him. He was bound to give it if it was reasonable. He wrote a reply to her immediately agreeing to meet her in the Hog's Head while once more cautioning her against trying to betray him. Before he went to sleep though, he finished writing a letter which he had been working on for the last few days and sent it with Hedwig. If things went well then within a week, the Daily Prophet would be publishing an article which would change the perception of Wizarding Britain. Unknown Castle. Voldemort was furious. It looked like he had inherited the worst sort of luck since he had been reborn. None of his plans were succeeding. And now he was wandless. His foolish followers could not abduct a wand maker, an ancient old wrinkled man at that. Now, Ollivander's shop was always guarded by 5 wizards. There were some really nasty wards active around his shop, so he could not make another attempt at abducting him without losing more followers. There was only one way now, abducting a wand maker from out of Wizarding Britain, because every wand maker in Great Britain seemed to have disappeared. He would also have to start putting his plans in action as soon as he could manage, because the amount of time he lost would be equal to the amount of time the ministry had to make more preparations. The only good news was that the giants had finally made it to Wizarding Britain at last. They would bring some much-needed relief for him and his followers. He had dispatched Fenrir Greyback with a team of 3 Death Eaters out of Wizarding Britain to find a wand maker and bring him to the castle. There would be wands needed to be made in the near future for his followers after he had broken them out of Azkaban, unless their wands could be found in the inventory of the prison. Unknown to him, all the wands in the inventory of the island fortress had been removed by the ministry. For those criminals who had been moved out of there and sent to different places, their wands had been placed in the inventory of the Ministry of Magic. For those who were die-hard Death Eaters or had been recently convicted for life, their wands had been snapped and burned. Wands belonging to wizards and witches like Bellatrix, Dolohov, Rookwood etc. had been destroyed by the Ministry in an attempt to keep their wands from them. Dumbledore had used his influence as Supreme Mugwump to have other countries accept prisoners from Wizarding Britain until the time they could find another location to keep them, but only those awarded with light sentences could be transferred. Nobody was willing to harbor hardened Death Eaters and risk attack from Voldemort. A slightly positive development had been that Ermengarde was willing to take some of the prisoners, but the details were yet to be worked out. Sending someone to Ermengarde meant that they saw the last of those people, but since Ermengarde was under the authority of the ICW, they would have to come to an agreement before anything could be done. Frank was not of the mind to let the ICW have even a bit of influence over his dealing with Dark Lord infestation. For the present, Voldemort wanted a wand and information. There was literally no news about Harold Peverell in the newspapers. Now he was wary of his disappearance. Perhaps it was time that he took some time to hone his skills so he could emerge victorious against Peverell. He was freakishly powerful. He knew of the most ancient of magics. Only with his studies in necromancy could Voldemort hope to stand against him now. London. It was quite late when Harry finally went to sleep after finishing the letters he had to send without putting up any wards. Susan woke him up with a key. Harry woke up bleary-eyed, his lips locked with her. He pulled her into an embrace. "That is the kind of good morning that I like, Miss Bones." She extricated herself from his embrace. She pointedly told him, "Come downstairs to the kitchen. We are leaving for King's Cross in an hour." There were 4 Aurors on duty to escort him and Susan to King's Cross. He grumbled at being treated like a VIP, but Susan pacified him by telling him that it was on Moody's orders. General Longbottom wanted him to be protected at all times. Since Sirius had disabled the flow in the townhouse, they had to either walk to King's Cross or they could drive in Ministry cars to the station. The Aurors had chosen the latter. Within a few minutes, they were at the station, pulling their luggage on trolleys, entering the station. Last night, Sirius had told Harry that he did not need Harry to get up yet, but he had to get going to the Ministry because he was needed there. Moony was at the Rosier estate. That left just the 2 of them. The effect of Voldemort's return was clearly visible as soon as he stepped on platform No. 9 3/4 through the barrier from the Muggle side. The mood was gloomy. The usual chatter and excitement was absent. Students were moving together in groups. No one was staying back. He entered the usual last car of the train with Susan to find that his friends were already there. Ernie, Lilith, Daphne, Conrad, Justin, Mandy, Terry, Luna, and to his surprise, Isabel McDougal, who was sitting comfortably in Justin's arms. The last compartment was vacant for him and his group, so he slipped his trunk into the overhead luggage rack with Susan's. He had released Hedwig to fly to Hogwarts ahead of them since there was no need to keep her cooped up in her cage when her rightful place was in the open sky. Susan told him that she had never brought a cage for her owl. It had traveled to Hogwarts ahead of her every year. After stowing their trunks in the overhead compartments, they came down to the platform to wait for their friends. As expected, Neville and Hannah came together with an Auror guard. The Weasleys and Hermione came with about 10 minutes to go before 11 a.m. Harry frowned at Ron. "Could you lot not come sooner?" Ron grinned. "What? And break with tradition?" This elicited laughter from others. He also noticed that this was perhaps the first time that Molly Weasley had not come to see her children off to school. When he asked, Ron told him that she was making preparations for Bill's wedding, even if half-heartedly. If things go off without a hitch, then Bill and Fleur will be married sometime during Beltane. Luna Lovegood came to see them as the train was leaving London. When she saw him, she asked directly, "The Byangoma tells me that you met Noondus during your vacation. Did you like them?" Harry tried to adopt a serious demeanor for her. "Luna, I like the Noondus well enough, but not enough to try to pet one." That brought a smile to everyone's face. The prefects joined them about after an hour. As soon as they walked in, Ronald started saying all conspiratorially, "Guess what happened just now?" Harry was indeed curious. What happened? Malfoy sat quietly in the prefects' meeting. He did not raise his voice even once. He even tried to hand in his resignation to the head boy, who refused. He has not been talking to Parkinson either. Something about her father being a coward, Ron told them gleefully. Harry thought over his words for a minute before he started speaking. I imagine his father being sent to Azkaban had this effect on him. I had also heard that Parkinson is on the run, perhaps in hiding with Voldemort. Without his father behind him, Malfoy cannot go around bullying others. If people actually knew about how quickly his father had been bested, it would make him feel even more ridiculous. Hermione asked him, "You never told us about the battle in the atrium. What happened when you were facing him? Were you scared? What spells did he use? How did you counter them? How did you injure him?" Harry glared at Ron, who clamped Hermione's mouth and murmured into her ear, "Hermione, please breathe. You are getting into a rant." Harry was smirking. "I can see that you remain as inquisitive as ever. Okay, to satisfy your curiosity, I will try to answer some of those questions." He turned to Susan. "I know you have wanted to ask me, but you didn't because you want me to tell it in my own time." He started retelling of the battle in the atrium. The battle was only 10 days ago, but it feels like it was another lifetime. Most of the details are hazy. We had cast so much magic that day that I am sure Voldemort would have been magically exhausted for days. As for fearing him, I would accept that I was a little scared, but then being scared is natural. We laid a trap for him. When he appeared, I simply stepped out from under the disillusionment charm I had used, said to him, "Hi Tom." He looked furious because I had the nerve to call him by his real name. What I remember clearly is that I drew first blood. There is nothing else I remember for certain. From what I heard from Headmaster, he had about 100 broken bones, innumerable bruises, lacerations, a nasty concussion, second and third degree burns. I was the lucky one. I escaped with only a bone breaker to my offhand and magical exhaustion, which was cured by the next morning. It was the most arduous duel that I have fought yet in my life. Despite using magic, it took them 9 days to cure him. Harry deliberately left the part about mind magic out. He trusted his friends, but he was not going to create an opportunity for news about what he had learned from Tom during that encounter to get back to him. Hermione protested, "Harry, that is not fair. You have barely told us anything." He looked at her curiously, reading her surface thoughts. "Hermione, your mind is still an open book. Even though I am not casting a spell, I can read your surface thoughts. Until you are proficient in occlumency, I am not giving up a single detail. It is for your protection as much as it is for mine." Something different happened during that train ride. Neither Malfoy nor any of his cronies turned up at their compartment for their obligatory visit. In fact, Harry was pretty bored without the ferret coming up. He went to look for him. Malfoy was in a compartment with other Slytherins from his year. They all looked pretty subdued. Malfoy was sitting by himself looking out of the window. Parkinson was sitting cozily with Nott. Every now and then, she would give a glance at Malfoy, who seemed to not care at all. Crabbe and Goyle were there sitting in their places, perhaps waiting for Malfoy to do or to say something. Harry remembered that the Malfoys had not been seen in Wizarding Britain since Lucius had been convicted. From what the goblins had told the Ministry, House Malfoy had no liquid assets in their vaults to pay the fine. Frank had wanted to seize the assets, but Narcissa came out of nowhere with a check for 2 million galleons. She had disappeared again the same day. Some spies of Dumbledore reported that she was headed to somewhere in Asia Minor. He would know the truth for certain within 2 days though. Leaving his musings for later, he went in search of others. He was hailed by a lot of students who were on the express, including the Muggle-born who had come to the ball. Sirius told him that all of them had been taken to their residences by the members of the Order to safely escort them and to see where they lived in case they needed to visit them sometime soon. The low winter sun had set hours ago by the time that the express pulled into Hogsmeade Station. There were the carriages with their lamps lit, lined up to take them to the castle. One of the carriages was taken by Harry, Susan, Neville, Hannah, Ronald and Hermione. One strange thing that had happened was that the carriage did not take them all the way up to the castle but stopped at the gates. On the gate there were 8 Aurors who were going through people's trunks to see if they had brought any dark magic items with them to the school. Harry had never been more thankful than that moment for the space under the Fidelius charm in his trunk. At the last count, he had a sword, 2 wands and 5 grimoires stored in that area. He was also angry at Sirius for not telling him about the beefed-up security at the castle. Filch was looking truly evil with the probity probe in his hand. The way he was jabbing everyone thoroughly, Harry was sure that the caretaker was really enjoying the work. The Auror who was checking the trunks was now looking into Harry's library. Many of the books which were from the Black Library had caught his eye. He was reading their titles, frowning. When he had looked at all the books, he called over his supervisor showing him the books. Harry heard mutterings of dark magic, and something that sounded like confiscated. The Auror supervisor, who by his looks was somewhere in his 50s, asked, "Whose trunk is this?" The tone of his voice suggested that he thought himself to be on a higher pedestal than whoever owned that trunk. Harry normally had no problem with pretenders, but this one rubbed him the wrong way. He carelessly stepped forward and said, "If you had looked at the crest on the trunk, you would not need to ask such foolish questions." The Auror recognized him. He immediately bowed low. "Lord Peverell. Is there a problem with my trunk?" Harry asked. The Auror said hesitantly, "These books are on dark magic, Lord Peverell. I fear we have to confiscate them." Harry sighed, thinking about the argument he would have with the Auror just for a couple of books. Just then Moody was seen coming towards the gate, growling, "What is the matter here?" The Auror showed the books to him. He retold everything he had just said. Moody looked at the Auror as if he was speaking a different language. "Who gave you orders to confiscate books? If these are not cursed, then return them to their place. Let them go in. There are a lot more students to come through." He turned to Harry. "Come along, lad. Bring your friends. I will escort you all to the Great Hall." As Harry stepped past the gate, he could feel that there was something very nasty, hostile around him. It looked like it had surrounded Hogwarts like a gigantic dome. It was overbearing on his senses. Harry faltered for a moment. Moody asked him, "Felt them, did you?" Harry asked him confused, "Yes. I felt something." "What was that?" Moody grimaced. "The war wards of Hogwarts. They are nasty, hostile at first, but not so once we have been given admittance. For us who are extremely sensitive to magic, we can feel them on our skin more sharply than others. The headmaster has access to these wards. They can only be activated in times such as these. These wards will not allow anything to fly from outside to inside the castle grounds, nor allow anything to go out except owls or thestrals or hippogriffs. If anyone with hostile intentions tried to enter by force, they would be incinerated. Within an area of 2 kilometers in all directions, Hogwarts is now impenetrable except by the leave of the headmaster." Susan asked him, "How could you feel them?" "I mean, I felt a slight tingling on my skin, but I did not falter." Moody smirked. "It varies from wizard to wizard. Sometimes, their power also matters. The more powerful the wizard is, the more they would be sensitive to magic." They all sat at their tables for the feast. Dumbledore took to the lectern as soon as they were done with the feast. He peered over at the students through his half-moon glasses before he started addressing them. "I know most of you have spent the winter vacation hearing all sorts of things about a boy called Tom Riddle. He lived in this castle, walked these corridors, studied among the students, turned to evil later. He is so evil that he is indisputably the worst Dark Lord of modern times. Yes, there was a battle in the Ministry Atrium. I hope none of you will inundate Mr. Peverell with requests to hear about it. Further, security around the castle has been increased. The war wards are active. No one can go out of the castle unless I permit them to. No one who has hostile intentions can enter here without my leave. Aurors are stationed around Hogwarts. I ask you all to cooperate with them. They have been asked by their head to not be lenient in dealing with those who disobey their orders. I would urge you all to not go looking for trouble. Lastly, Merlin forbid, if any one of you is found with a dark mark, then you will immediately be carted off to Azkaban, since the punishment for being a Death Eater is lifelong incarceration in the island fortress. Now off you all trot to your beds to get rested for lessons which resume tomorrow." Chamber of Secrets. The first thing he did that night was to go to the Chamber of Secrets. As he had expected, Vikram was there waiting for him. As soon as he saw Harry, Vikram whipped out his wand and sent a curse at Harry. Harry, however, was alert. He dodged the curse, which to his horror was an entrails-expelling curse. He sent the same curse at Vikram, who swatted it away with ease. Harry asked him, "Were you trying to kill me, Professor?" The other man snorted, "Hardly. It was not even a challenge to you. I just wanted to know if you had become lax with all the holidays and lack of practice." Harry shook his head. "No. I did not tell anyone, but I had not been feeling my full strength until the ball. Charek told me that it can happen in cases of severe magical exhaustion." The only cure is lots of rest, so I was keeping away from all practice. The mystic nodded. How was Ireland? Harry had a pleasant expression on his face. Awesome. I truly enjoyed it. What was Pashupati doing there though? And how the Noondus got there? The mystic replied, he was there on orders from Guruji. Mystics had been called from Adrashpuram to be around the manor where you had stayed. The Noondus were escaped from the nearest magical reserve where they are kept contained. Pashupati told me that you did the right thing when you came across the Noondus, but why did you let her know that you can fly? What else could I do? Harry asked him. I had lost concentration. I could not apparate, so I had to fly. However, be assured that she would never say a word about it. That night, Harry kept dueling with Vikram for 2 hours before he decided to go to sleep. It had been a tiring night. He could hear his bed calling to him. A bear. Bed, as it turned out, had to wait for him. Harry came across the strangest sight on his way to the Gryffindor common room. On the 7th floor, he saw a bear going in the direction of the room of requirements. He could not understand how a bear could have entered the castle despite the security measures in place. He decided to transform into Blizz and follow the bear quietly. He did not want to kill the bear, and if it came to a fight with wands, he may accidentally end up killing it. The only way was to subdue it. With his padded foot, he followed the bear into the room of requirement. He decided to give it a fright. He raised his head and gave a mighty growl. The bear almost fell on its hindquarters in its haste to turn towards the snow leopard. The bear looked eerily familiar to Harry, but he could not understand why. The bear, thinking there was a threat to its life, swung its mighty paw towards the leopard. But the leopard was as nimble as it was powerful. It dodged the swipe aimed at him before taking a swipe with its own paws, no claws. Soon there was a fight going on, with neither the bear giving up nor the leopard willing to step back. They could have gone on for longer, but a cat jumped between them, looking angry, meowing loudly. Harry was caught up in the heat of the moment. He was about to strike the cat but noticed the markings around its eyes. At the last second, he stayed his paw. The cat turned into Professor McGonagall. Of course, who else could it be? She was glaring at both of them, looking extremely angry and displeased. Her mouth resembled the thinnest of lines. She had her wand pointed at both of them. Really? She barked. Was it so hard for you to stay out of trouble for an hour? Harry realized she was addressing the bear. She then turned to Harry. Now, Mr. Peverell, will you transform on your own volition, or do you want me to do the honors? Harry transformed at the same moment as the bear. He was astonished to see Neville Longbottom. How? He asked in surprise. When did you become an animagus? Neville was grinning. Uncle Algie started the training last summer. It was taken over by Professor McGonagall when I came back to school. Today was the first time that I transfigured. She went to fetch some potions for me. I decided that there was no harm in having a look around. I never noticed you coming behind me. I see you have kept this a secret from me, mate. Was that the first time you transformed today? To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.